how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
I can hear myself now.
Wow, welcome back everybody. It's Friday night. You know what that means. It's Rise Above. How is everybody doing? Let's press some buttons.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.
Now, we're missing Andy PG this week. Let us know how we're sounding in the chat. I'm trying to get the levels right. We've got someone standing in for Mr. Andy PG. It's our old friend, MC Manic.
One, two. Rise above. Peace and love, people. How you doing? Friday night as we roll into the weekend. It's good to be here. It's good to be back.
Yes, mate. Good to have you back. It's always a pleasure. And who else have we got in tow tonight? Ohma Beats.
There he is.
There he is.
What feedback can I hear?
Can you hear yourself?
No, I can hear something from over you guys. Someone's playing on their phone or something.
Well, we can't hear anything over here. I think that's you. Does everything sound
all
all
right?
right?
It might actually be Johnny's headphones, to be fair.
Oh, right, okay.
Might be something crawling in my hair. Things are getting
Right,
lost
so
in
let's
there.
see who we got tuned in. It's Friday night, each and every Friday, live on YouTube, not on Facebook at the moment because we're banned. Big up Simon Baker, Leanne Redbourne, Sam Carno, Coviet Union Defector. Big up Klaus Schwab in the live chat. Big up Ardman. Let me know if you've got that T-shirt yet, mate. You should have had that by now. Chop the Dog. Taipal Singh Sadhu, big up yourself. Yes, the RA family is back. And do you know what?
That's making noise.
The computer's making noise.
Yes, it's repeating what you're saying.
Can anyone hear a repeat of what I'm saying? Apparently, we've got some feedback.
Right, if I talk, Lance, take your headphones off, you'll hear what I'm saying. You can hear me coming through that computer, yeah?
No, it's coming through the headphones.
No, it's not. Go near the computer, you'll hear it. Can you hear me now? Through the headphones of the computer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, while Lance is investigating
right,
that, I just want to play one jingle that we've never actually played yet.
Double LMC.
Now, we didn't really want to play that because we haven't managed to do all the other ones. But
Double LMC.
yeah, that's better.
Double LMC.
I sorted it out. Right, we've got a team member that's been a very valuable team member for a while, and we've never had him on the show before. Can anybody guess who it is? I'm going to get him early doors. It is the most powerful meme sorcerer this side of the crater. We need to finally say hello to Mr. Virus Man.
Good evening, Rise Above. How we doing?
Big up.
Welcome, VM. How you doing, mate?
All good. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me tonight, guys.
It's a pleasure to actually. I've seen a photo of you before. We've seen photos of you at the protest when some of the other crew met up with you. And whose ear did you whisper in? I'm Virus Man.
I think it was Majix, wasn't it?
No, it was Majix as well. But yeah, it's my favourite. Yeah.
Well, mate, your memes are our favourite, and later on, we are going to have like a proper full dig and a delve into some of the mimetic wizardry that you've been conjuring up because, you've been going in. For anyone that's been watching our show and looking at the slideshows or maybe following you on Telegram, you've been going in, mate. And can you hear us?
Sorry, you're breaking up for me. Sorry, man.
All right, no worries. Okay, right. Let's let me get sharing the stream. Why can I hear things? 1, 2.
It's still the PC. I can still hear it.
Why is that coming out of the PC?
I'm not entirely sure. That's what I was trying to say to you. I think you might have to mute that feed, maybe.
It is muted.
No, but you need, on that screen, maybe turn the volume down.
I didn't even know there's a speaker on that PC. Hopefully no one else can hear that. Can anyone else hear that little bit of weird feedback we've got going
I
on
don't
there?
think they will be able to.
Nah,
but
no
it's
one can hear it.
annoying
It's
for us,
absolutely
isn't
fine.
it?
It is annoying for us. So, MC Manic, you took part in something pretty cool this week, which I'm just going to show on the screen. I'll get past these bits.
Yeah, there is. So last Sunday, and I only found out about this on Saturday night, and I didn't really give it a second thought because I was fucking hammered. Sunday morning I woke up, put Facebook on, and I was just like, what's this? And I just see some geezer riding along on a trike, loads of people playing banging drum and bass. And I'm like, yeah, this looks pretty good. And then it's just like, it's in Bournemouth. I'm like, I've got to go to this. I've got to get down to this. So went along, started at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, AFC Bournemouth car park. And not joking, like as soon as I got there, like the atmosphere was electric. It was absolutely amazing. There was already probably about, I don't know, a good 500-600 people there, I reckon. Dom was getting set up. Dom Whiting is the guy's name. He's getting set up. There was, you know what I mean? There was everyone there, young, old, kids, pets, parrots, dogs, the lot. And yeah, we got up and set up and we were off. And went like into Boscombe, through Boscombe High Street, down Holdenhurst Road, down Old Christchurch Road. And I'm not joking, the atmosphere was electric, and I've heard a lot of people saying this, that the atmosphere was something else. You know, it really was.
He said online it was the best one he's ever done anywhere in the world.
Mate, hands down, there must have been at the end probably in excess of 800 to 900 people at least.
Yeah, I saw the aftermath of this one. I was working in Boscombe in the evening time, and I saw a few of the guys going through there, and one particularly wasted young man.
Well, at the end, you know, there was like a couple of photos, some drones flying over. They took a load of photos, and the party like continued. We sort of hung around the roundabout, and then went down onto the beach. You know, brought his trike down. It's probably, you know, a good 200-300 people just raving on the beach.
I also heard there was a large amount of Rise Above t-shirts there as well. We've obviously spotted 3 here.
Boom.
There he is,
He's that handsome
representing
chap.
right at the front of the... Do you know what the funny thing is? Most of the part of this route is actually totally forbidden to cycle.
Absolutely,
which is the best
yeah.
thing. Like, I try to roller skate down these places, and there's these bods from the council trying to say, you can't do that. And I was like, mate...
To be honest, I think that was part of the appeal.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
was.
There was that kind of like anarchist side to it. You know, we set off and it was just like, ah, fuck you. Drum and bass. Taxis pulled over, cars pulled over.
Yes.
He's like, Dom's like, horns, where's your horns? And some people are like, fuck off. Do you know what I mean? Other people are like, bop, 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 bop,
Awesome.
rocking out in their cars.
Do you know what I've just spotted here? This is in Boscombe, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at this monument. It looks like a cross between like the obelisk from Space Odyssey 2001 and the Twin Towers. Oh,
That's
big up
where-
Sheep Farm Studios. Big up Dom and Chris.
That's where we did the video of those lads. Do you remember the 2 boys we were doing the music stuff with, Lance?
Yeah, that's
where
absolutely
the
right.
video was.
Yeah, we filmed quite a nice little music video down there for the little youth that we were helping out.
So I was having a little look into Dom earlier, and this guy's from sort of North London, where I can't remember exactly whereabouts. But he got the concept when, well, obviously when lockdown, the pandemic started.
Yeah, because
You know,
this started within lockdown, this phenomenon of him driving around or cycling on his bike or canoeing. He does it canoeing as well.
Yeah. Canoeing. How the fuck do you do that in a fucking canoe, man?
Yeah, well, for one, I wouldn't want to take all of that equipment in a canoe if you're not like even experienced canoeists. Like
You got to be
like
confident,
they flip
haven't
their
you?
canoe over. Yeah.
You've got to be confident.
Let us know
that
if we've got all the levels right, everyone, because there's many people talking here. Let us know if anyone is very quiet or very loud. Oh shit, we need to say hello to Inner Guardians.
Hey,
I
also,
always-
big up Majix just walked in the
Oh yeah,
building.
big up
Big up
Majix.
Majix.
Inner
He's a dog.
Guardians, welcome.
Salutations.
Salutations.
Salutations, Master Lee.
Evening.
Big up.
Evening.
Evening all.
We've got a nice
Good to see
assembled team
everybody.
tonight. Don't you think, Inner Guardians, this guy with riding around with his decks, pumping music out, getting all these people out in the organic atmosphere is a perfect way to combat what's going on? I think it's a really good movement. I really like it.
Yeah, it's excellent. Yeah, it looks
The
great.
dog agrees.
Yeah, the
Inner
dog said
Guardians
yes.
attack dog says yes.
I think it's the only way, really. One of the main ways we can show that the people are actually together, and most people aren't scared of what things are being presented to us.
Yeah, the whole concept as well, you know, it's just like, look, okay, well, look, you're going to shut down the clubs. So I ain't going to stop me, mate. Do you know what I mean? I'm on my bike. Who's coming with me?
Yeah.
Like 1,000 people are.
Yeah, 1,000 people. I saw the video. He did one in Ibiza, and he was riding around San Antonio. There's a handful of people following him in Ibiza. Comes to Bournemouth, and like this photo doesn't do justice. This one's a bit better. He said there was 1,000 people.
Amazing.
Apparently, there's more than a handful of Rise Above t-shirts we were representing hard, which is great to see. And on the subject of Rise Above t-shirts, I have just had a fresh box of the Everlasting Exemption t-shirt, Everting Exempt. Not only does this act as an exemption to any kind of venue or anyone that's asking for you to comply with the Soviet Union, it is also a powerful Rise Above sigil. We have the QR code on the back so people can scan it, go straight to the website to get the information they need, watch the live streams, hear the interviews, etc., etc. Let me just full screen that.
Mate, I want one. I'm taking one tonight.
Yeah, no, you're getting one. Don't worry. The t-shirts, £25, including postage and packing. All profits go back directly into the Rise Above Fund to keep producing this show each and every week for all you guys, and the website and everything else that we do. So everyone that's bought the t-shirt, thank you very much. We've got white and black, small, medium, large, extra large. The PayPal is riseabovelivestream@gmail.com.
I just want to bring attention to something Hard Edge D&B said in the comment room.
Yes.
It's a good way to get the sea people info into music and the club scene to wake the fuck up.
What, the cycling around is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's raising awareness.
It's raising awareness. It's okay to still go out and enjoy yourself.
And that people need to gather in hordes.
Yeah, to feed off the energy source.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I was thinking.
Speaking of feeding off the energy source, I have started uploading music to the channel, the new one, Double LMC Music. The link is in the description of the show. As everyone knows, my YouTube got deleted with all of my music on it as well. Telling the truth is a risky business in 2021. So please subscribe. I'm going to be uploading loads of new stuff there coming up soon.
I'll tell you what's really impressive with the cycling is it really gets the moving centre going with lots of people, because to sort of not crash into each other, there has to be a degree of synergy between everybody, like a connection.
I noticed that when I watched the video. It was about an hour and something long, and they were going at quite a slow pace, almost the slowest pace you could comfortably sort of go along at, really, to cater for everyone, and everyone had to interact with everyone in their little radius. There were people on rollerblades. It was just brilliant. There's even some guy on an electric scooter sort of in the middle trying to sort of like navigate in between people.
Considering how long they had to organise it, people were really accommodating, they were aware of what was going on around them. People were leaving space, do you know what I mean? Giving space to the cars, the buses, really just enjoying themselves. And there was Dom and then his mate, and I don't know how the fuck his mate done it, but he had this huge speaker on his back. So he's riding along with his speaker on his back.
It was Bluetooth to Dom.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's just like...
That's dedication.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. But he managed to do it.
No, it's awesome because he has obviously evolved. I saw when he started, he basically was almost doing it on a regular bike. Now he's got like this sort of like tricycle thing, with and he's got like the bar handlebar, so it's got to be a lot easier because, trying to mix is difficult enough, let alone while you're riding a bike.
Yeah.
He needs to be chauffeured, cycled.
But doesn't that take the appeal away that he's actually cycling himself? Like, because anyone can sit in a car and DJ, can't they?
To be able to do what he's doing.
Massive talent. I want to see him MC as well, and bust and bars at the same time.
I think he was putting on events. I think he was actually like putting on events and playing at events before this as well. I can't remember the name of the company that he either owns or that he was doing stuff with, but he was certainly involved in the scene.
So it's a direct fuck you to this to the lockdown stuff, isn't it? Really for clubs.
I think this is an amazing example of. Like my favourite saying, when the Soviet Union gives you lemons, don't just make lemonade, make a bespoke lemonade stand and start pumping that shit out.
Hell yeah.
And drown everyone in your artisan anti-Soviet lemonade. This is what this guy's done. I don't know, I'd never heard of him before. I don't know what his DJ career was.
Me neither.
But I tell you what now, everyone all around the world knows who this guy is.
The atmosphere was electric, mate. I tell you, it was electric. I was told about this Saturday night, and it kind of went in one ear and out the other. When I saw the footage, I was just like, I'm fucking doing that. Excuse my language. I am doing that today. And we was there. That was it. Funny enough, from my house to the grounds on my bike was 33 minutes.
Oh, no.
33 minutes in, I I appear coming out of Westover Road like with my camera.
Oh, what is one of these photos taken from 33 minutes?
No, not that one. It was someone else had pointed out. Just
Oh,
like
right.
about 33 minutes and 48 seconds with me.
Standard.
Big up Andy PG in the chat room.
Big
Steve
up Andy
Cole in the
PG.
chat
Big up
room.
Andy.
Big up Millie Bite Size in the chat room.
Yeah.
They're all there. We're all here today. Helen.
All
I
the
can't
family.
believe I missed Andy PG tonight. I was really looking forward to seeing him tonight.
Oh,
He's there in
one of those,
spirit,
mate.
it's one of
always
those
in
things.
spirit.
If we
I'm
had the
good.
entire ensemble, we're still waiting for Word Nerd to appear as well. So in just a minute, we will be having tonight's special guest, who's going to be talking about sovereignty, which is a very, very important topic. But before we get down to that, so basically it's the regular plugs. If you want to get hold of some of the shorter form bits of Rise Above, if you can't quite stomach a 6-hour rabbit fest, subscribe to this other channel, and I'm cutting down all of the content. Word Nerd's on the case as well. I think he might have just appeared. Here he is. Look at that. It's like the Candy Man. You say his name
Word
3
Nerd.
times. Spoken Word Nerd appears. Welcome, Word Nerd. Where are you broadcasting from today? Are you in a van or a static location? Oh, he's giving me the 1 minute sign. He'll be back in a minute. Tech issues. Yeah. So I think before we have our guest, we are going to have a 10-minute musical interlude from Ohma. But just to give you guys a heads up, after the break, it's not really a break. It's like a pre-break. We are going to be inviting Sovereign Pete from the Sovereign Project. I've heard very good things about what this guy does and the things he brings to the table. And as everyone knows, here on Rise Above, we don't like to concentrate on talking about the problem too much. We might take the piss out of it in a meme show, but we don't like to dwell in describing the problem. We're looking for solutions. So we have Pete from the Sovereign Project who's going to come along and tell us about the Sovereign Project, what it can offer, and what being a sovereign means. Have I put you on the spot there, Ohma? Are you ready to roll? No, he's always ready to roll. Let's have some hip hop. We'll be back in 10 minutes with Sovereign Pete from the Sovereign Project. This is Rise Above.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, new age, the whole world is a stage. You better start to interact, you better start to engage. Technologically advanced, we turn a virtual page. While the dictators rub your face in and keep your cage. Who's friend or foe? Who's really in control? Who's at the very top, dictating to those below? The NWO, coming down in the shower. The rain in the in, they want that centralized power. A totalitarianistic social state. They use the governments and media to dangle the bait. No honesty in the policies they create, then they shove it down your throat. Nightfall can the place. Scare tactics, Olympic wars on the increase. When is it gonna cease? Equip 1,000 armies, you will never see peace. All they see is profit. They're on an ego trip, and no jobs are coming off it. Collapsing economies, are the banks the enemies? They give you fake money, then they take away your property. Is humanity really free? 7 billion give or take if you against the powers that be. But they want you to
This
see
one's MC Manic, by the way. MC Manic on this tune.
Create some new laws, then blame it on the terrorists without no facts. Well, global warming's just a warning for carbon tax. Fascism represented by the act. Take your head off the block, keep an eye on the clock. Put the key in the lock, it's time to break out the chains. Cause guess who's in target and well within range. Gain the knowledge, regain the power. Now is the time, cometh the hour. No escaping the truth, can't hide, don't cower. Take advantage of what you normally take for granted. Yeah, tactics, Hollywood wars on the increase. When is it gonna cease? Equip 1,000 armies, you will never see peace. All they see is profit. They're on an ego trip, but no chance of coming off it. Galactic alignment, sunspots and frequencies, infinite awareness, universal energy. The physical manifestation seen as you and me, but science says we're atoms, and to them there's no solidity. So are we real? Are we really in this mess, or is it just an experience, some sort of a test? Do we really have a soul within that's come to rest? Did Christ really exist, or is that just the best guess? Regardless of the rest, we're right here, right now. Instead of waiting for atonement, let's live for the moment. 1 minute we're here and then we're gone, but our thoughts and emotions will never fade. They only pass on as a reflection of the world that we're living in. You show a little peace and love, cause it is no time for giving it. Gain the knowledge, regain the power. Now it's the time, cometh the hour. No escaping the truth, can't hide, don't cower. Take advantage of what you normally take for granted.
is too ice. Don't know what the deal is, we too shy. Move with them prime time villains. It's them crooks and killers, human blood spillers. Man, them's always on them hot girls, clocking them figures. Yeah, CID and Trident, look in the big picture. For rude boy niggas, fingers on triggers. Yeah, we moving, yo, with the ballers, brawlers. Some of them madman, them shot callers. At them street peoples, working street corners. That fuckers are gone now once the heat's off your ass. Catch them fast and blast. You ain't needing more than a blaster cast. What? Dirty liquor ras, can't trust some. Streets infested with the scum, you can't trust none. Cats all burgle their own mom's drum. Me can't do them things, mama's big son. Run things with MCD, big things are gone. I got the killers coming for me. I got the killers coming for me. You know, they wanna tear my tough vest. Slugs lay my heart to rest, but I don't really need the stress. I got them killers coming for me. I had them niggas coming for me. Hey yo, so watch your back, they want me under attack in this place called Hacktown, this place called Hacktown. Yo, don't turn the set off, still time to let off. Lyrics bust like hollow point slugs, my vibes deep like war plugs. Set off, run home, wash all the sweat off. Or better yet, fuck off, you know you're getting broke up. Now bother run your mouth, shut your luck up now, sucker. Nothing real to say, shut the fuck up. Don't say a word, it's ice. New daddy, ain't you heard? Do you something, leave you bleeding on the curb. My word, a whirl of earth, car man ain't concerned, car. Who don't hear shall feel and get burned like acid to a palm. We spit, spread this style like germs. They crumbling now, we stand firm. Man, them fail to realize I will cut you down to size. We streetwise for most of you guys. Lyrically too ice at midnight. Hunt them down till sunrise. Black skull, two eyes, valid up in the skies. We're like spies. Told you don't fuck with me, I'm mine. Now you lie. For that rude boys get no blind. Just them Chelsea smiles with engraved bow ties. Coroners are telling the beast that our work ain't nice. Slice for slice. Don't let me have to tell our pussy twice. It's ice. You don't know, you don't know, you don't know. And if you don't know, I got them killers coming for me. I got them killers coming for me. They wanna tear my tough vest. Slugs lay my heart to rest, and I don't really need the stress. I got killers coming for me. I got them niggas coming for me. They want me under attack, watch your back in this place called Hacktown, this place called Hacktown.
It's like I said, we stand firm, never hesitant, hold position, never buckle. Teeth marks left in my knuckle, you want trouble, if it's killer be killed. Man a fool if in think me go and drop me guard, put down my shield for real. Expect trouble in this fucking city, synthetic, grimy and gritty, nothing but pure pity, living on a knife edge. Man get jacked for crack, and if you jacking me expect multiple comebacks. Establish a plan of attack, dip headlights in my rear view. Retribution taking over all presidents, dispose of all forensic evidence and leave you with no voice, no choice. And if you're still capable of thinking when I'm done you should have thought fucking twice. You bleed easy, hurting you is really gonna please me. I take pride in my work, so much pride I go fucking berserk.
I got them killers coming for me. I got them killers coming for me. They wanna tear my tough vest. Slugs lay my heart to rest, and I don't really need the stress. I got killers coming for me. I got them niggas coming for me. They want me under attack, watch your back in this place called Hacktown, this place called Hacktown.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to be served the fine selection. Roasted to perfection. Roast and the Manic. Time to get busy. Run, come, follow away.
I come correct, perfect, and full effect. Just about to throw this dope to get. Ultimate. I come correct, perfect, and full effect. Just about to throw this dope to get. Ultimate.
I know you're tired of bouncing, so check this here. We got the neck breaking, club shaking beat for this year. It's so clear. When you're around, I have no fear. We got the neck breaking, club shaking beat for this year. It's so clear. When you're around, I have no fear. We got the neck breaking, club shaking beat for this year.
Let's get back the bars, reenact what once once was. All definite maybes, been unsure things lately. Slightly hazy through the looking glass, got no insight. Dim all the lights if they're too bright. The eye
Proper MC Manic selection. All these tunes MC Manic so far.
Freeze frame the magnificent. All is true and significant. This was unimportant and
What's this one called, Johnny?
Ideas you once questioned me now suddenly appear here.
The Ultimate.
The Ultimate by MC Manic. Who's on production?
Produced by a guy called DJ Rose, Leo Rose. I think you know him. Actually, we recorded it at Ohma's place.
Seamless from a simplistic view when those complex things become easy for you.
I come correct, perfect, and full effect. Just about to focus, dope to get. I come correct, perfect, and full effect. Just about to focus, dope to get. Ultimate.
I know you're tired of bouncing, so check this here. We got the net breaking, club shaking beat for this year. It's so clear. When you're around, I have no fear.
We got the net breaking, club shaking beat for this year.
So clear. When you're around, I have no fear.
We got the net breaking, club shaking beat for this year. Don't bother looking down, are you looking? Something got you shooking, confronting your fears. 3 years, it's been years. The city build up a confidence, dealt by your own hand without providence. Displayed all the right traits, the right attitude. The giant steps along the lines, along the tube attitude. What you would have just fell straight from the sky. Now you're reasoning the bubble, you ask the question why. The further out you go, the less you wanna come back. A sound flash up, sonic through the sound barrier, let it smash. Monumental, the choosing what you see. All eyes be on you, be on me. You can't excel where others fell. Who moves are off the scale magnitude? You show fortitude, break the elements. Spoken word, meaning and relevance. And on reflection, there was only ever one true direction.
I come correct, perfect, and full effect. Just about to focus, dope to get. Ultimate. I come correct, perfect, and full effect. Just about to focus, dope to get. Ultimate.
I know you're tired of bouncing, so check this here. We got the net breaking, club shaking beat for this year. It's so clear. When you're around, I have no fear.
We got the net breaking, club shaking beat for this year.
So clear. When you're around, I have no fear.
We got the net breaking, club shaking beat for this year. Can't be too specific, concrete flows. The majority needs to move, set the goals.
The raps that I'm spitting to wax is the mission. I played today, tomorrow must move. Made in an instant, kept at a distance. Roll is sick, a man's got tools. I played my position by raising my infant. Times are hard when in my shoes. I ain't in a bling bling, I ain't in the in-ting. Just need food to feed my youth. Plus some dro to ease my mood. Know the flow and see my truth. Slow your roll, know the road best. Fix your boat or be with ghosts. Yes, streets are cold, we speaking cold. All I have is hope and try to cope. Too much debt to owe before I even spent my dough. I should have been sensible, but that was my intention too, bruv. I ain't trying to mess with you, mugs. I just wanna enjoy life. Write a poem on a home, grow older the wife. Is there any reason why I shouldn't be holding the mic?
Last one, and then we have Pete from the Sovereign Project.
I am very alive, head in the sky. See, I'm far from Biggie, Parky skinny, spark the Ziggy, far from Jiggy, last of the many. Margar but heavy, stand strong and steady. Sound wide, get buried, you best hold your pennies. But soon be extinct in a world on a brink, bruv, thing.
Yeah, I only wanna live my life. Yeah, in a place I despise. I don't wanna stay here. I don't wanna stay here. I only wanna live my life with my son and my wife. I don't wanna stay here. I don't wanna stay here.
Doing it for the future, trying to maneuver. Regardless of the outcome, I'ma bring it to ya. A dumb bit producer, now I spit and prove it. Every lyric, every line, man, is for the music. Pure like acoustic, raw's how I choose it. There ain't a break or a sample that I wouldn't fool with. Watch my steps in the depths of Babylon. Stop the stress with a cess just to carry on. I sing the saddest song, wishing for the one. Spitting written for the mission till I'm missing gone. Many want, many long for the platinum. Many come, many bun to the maximum. Many tag along, just wanna rap along. Loud of fraff full of gas, need the Gaviscon. As a battle on, trying to travel on. Packing rations with a passion like a vagabond. As I stagger on the path of the craft on behalf of the art.
Last one from Ohma Beats.
I'm a bleed from the heart, the split from a spark. No need for alarm, cause it's keeping me calm. I'm seeking a chance to flee in advance. I'm ending the qualms with a spliff and a pen in my palms. I'ma deal with the qualms that I'm dealt with. Try to make a meal from belt tip to 12-inch.
Yeah, I only wanna live my life. Take me with me run this life.
Yeah, who wanna start arms with the dark art? Make me get cold heart, fling on my car heart, dark arms. Blood I'm clutching in the car park, plotting with the SLR. Mr. K-Lash, your Ross Clark, neck you not accept no replica. Them chiefs are not ready, best pop or get your head bust with a bottle of bevy. My flow's heavy and buried many and many for less than a penny. Move with mans that don't penny and ever ready to fenny. By any means necessary, my enemies best be weary. Grip mic like Beretti, hang steady as my heart beat calmly. Call your peeps, tell them terra firma too armsy. Move like an army, your arms out yardies. And march in your yard, mask looking like Iraqis. I wouldn't think twice, blood to blast out your ass cleat. It's a past deep, I'm submersed in the heart of these arse streets. Looking to find a fucking way out like Khalid, the black Russian. Montana without the scar cheek, Taras cleat. That's the sound of the lion heart. That's the sound of the iron spark. Terror from a run things when you try and start. Sayonara. That's the sound of the lion heart. That's the sound of the iron spark. Terror from a run things when you try and start. Sayonara.
Why I last mastered the art of blasting the art for art for your brain when I fling flames from your clock. So listen, star, that's a 2-to-1 chance. You're dead, but a dead sir. I blast bars enough to your head. Laugh after any with Ross Clark. When I come test with a dog art. I'm heavy and you're chatting as far as I know. You flow the crowd, catting terror from back to back.
Big up Chick Farm Studios each and every time. Big up Dom and Chris.
Like merch, but merch your brain like crack. Spit and split atoms, pick and mix patterns back to the sick shit. That's what happens when I start rapping. Fuck this, no man can fuck with this. When I burst, it bursts like if my fist in your face touches. So susceptible to my G-gong. Hit it like a weed bomb, I lean long. I speak 3D, eat MCs with ease on multiple occasions. I'm ultimately dangerous, I'm known to get deep. So let me, because I'm gonna be the greatest behind the faces.
That's the sound of the lion heart.
Cut out the jibber jabber. Don't be babbling like a fool. Say what you got to say. That's all. Then shoot.
Yes, Ohma Beats. Okay, so before we invite our special guest, let's make sure we've got the whole team assembled, because obviously we're going to want to ask this guy some questions with all the awesome information and ideas he's going to bring to the table tonight. It's Rise Above. Give us a ring, Virus Man. Welcome, Virus Man.
Yo.
Yes, we can hear you nice and clear. Inner Guardians, you with us as well? He might have taken a little break. Word Nerd, can you hear us?
I'm here.
Right, we've got the whole team assembled. Without any further ado, I need to welcome our special guest this week, who is from the Sovereign Project. And this is the Sovereign Project's website: individual power, but strength in numbers. Together, we will create a future of peace and abundance for all, forever free from tyranny. It sounds pretty good to me, but let me invite Pete, or Sovereign Pete, as he calls himself, to explain it better than I can.
Hello.
Welcome, Sovereign Pete, to Rise Above. How are you doing, mate?
Not bad at all. Glad to be here.
Thank you very much for joining us. We've heard great things about you. I don't want to butcher the introduction anymore. Give us a little an insight into what is the Sovereign Project? What does it mean to be a sovereign? Take it away.
Okay, I'll give you a brief sort of layout because it's quite complicated. But the idea of the Sovereign Project is a lot of people out there don't even know what the word sovereign means. You ask the average person on the street, they don't know. So the idea of the Sovereign Project is to teach people what this means. It's to give up your slave mentality, become sovereign. When you become sovereign, you have supreme authority over your life. And no one has the authority to tell you what to do, to take money from you, or force you into a contract in any way, shape, or form. Now, the Sovereign Project covers, I use the term common law as a general term, but really what we use is equity law. Okay, so this is the law of contracts and notices and affidavits. And it teaches people the difference between lawful and legal. I just want to touch on that. A lot of people out there going, oh, you know, it's illegal to do something, or it's illegal to not wear a mask. Well, whenever you hear the word legal, it is always 100% of the time referring to a contract. Now, if you're not part of that contract, then how can something be illegal to you? It can't. So that's just some of the stuff I cover. If you want to ask me some questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Mate, you take it away, and we'll save our questions up for the end for when you finish, because
Okay.
I want you to go right to the bottom of it. You know, we talk about some of these themes on the show, so let's go straight in.
I'll carry on if you wish. Yeah, I mean, okay, let's take a step back. Now, this might sound crazy, but everything that the government does to you, including sending you to prison, locking you down, taxing you, everything is an offer. Okay, let that settle in. The government is offering you, would you like to go to prison? Or offering you, would you like to pay your income tax? Or offering you, would you like to lock down? Okay, all of it was an offer. None of it was forced upon you. Now, what they're doing is they trick you into entering into a contract to gain joinder. Okay, this is how they do it. So they'll ask you something like your name. They'll say, are you Mr. Smith? And you go, yes, I am. Well, now you've just entered into the contract with that policeman or that council worker or whatever, and now they have jurisdiction over you. You've lost. So it's another thing as well. Like, let's touch on the court system. People keep falling into this trap. They keep going to court. Now, here's the thing. You can't go to court because you have your court with you wherever you go. Everyone has their own court. I have my own court. I make my own laws. I have my own jurisdiction. So when you go to court, you're going to someone else's court. You're entering into someone else's jurisdiction. Now, if you do that, you have to follow their policy. That's their law, and you've agreed to it. So when you go to court, they'll say, are you Mr. Smith? You go, yes, I am. Are you the defendant? Yes, I am. You've lost. You've accepted those titles. You've accepted the jurisdiction of that court. You've lost. So they apply fines to you. So another thing, I want to touch on this. I want to get this out here to everybody listening. There's a lot of people out there, they're sort of panicking over mandates. You're hearing this like, oh, they're going to mandate masks. They're going to mandate, passports. They're going to mandate vaccines. But here's the thing.
Oh, yeah, swear word there, I'm afraid. Remember, procedures or Britney Spears.
Procedures.
Britney Spears is a good one.
Yes, sorry, I slipped up there.
That's okay. Everyone does it. We'll give you one free pass.
Jib jabs. I call it jib jabs. So they're going to mandate jib jabs.
Yeah, that'll do.
So they can't mandate you. This is how mandates work. For someone to be able to mandate you to do anything, you must have a contract with that person before the mandate. So let me get this laid out to you. You have to agree with that person, say back in 2019, that if something happens, some medical situation goes on, then you agree to that person, you will sign a contract with that person, and you say, look, if there's a medical issue, then I will allow you to mandate me to wear a mask. Okay? A mandate is accompanied with a contract. Contract, mandate. They're a partnership. There has to be a contract before you can be mandated. If you've signed that contract, then that person can then mandate you.
Can I put an example onto what you've just said? You know about when you come back into the country and the COVID, sorry, we called it the COVID Union. I'm sure you know what that means. Yeah. They basically mandate that you have to go into these quarantine camps as they are now. Last year you had to self-quarantine, right? Now I did some. I'm an MC. I do combat sports, and I did some shows in Europe last year. Yeah. And this is what I understand what you're saying. This is what I did to get through it. When they were going through passport control, they said, please can you fill in your passenger locator form, right? Mm-hmm. And I looked at it, and it was a contract. It asked me to sign it, and it had a load of terms and conditions. And they told me that I wouldn't be able to walk through the border unless I'd signed it. So everyone obviously assumed that someone would be checking it. And I just called their bluff. I just said, yeah, fine, no problem. I walked straight past them, and guess what I did? I went to the automated checkout of the passports, and I scanned my RFID passport, and I went straight through. And people saying, oh, you could get £10,000 fine. I said, I doubt it, because I didn't sign the contract. I didn't enter into the agreement.
Correct.
Was I correct in doing that?
That's absolutely correct. Yeah, all this quarantine stuff is an offer. All of it. They're offering you, would you like to spend 14 days in this hotel and then be charged for the pleasure of being in this hotel? It's all an offer. And people don't realize this. All you've got to do is, no, thank you, offer declined. That's it. You walk on. Don't get into
No, thank you. Offer declined. Yeah, I like that.
Offer declined. Offer declined on everything. Offer declined. Speeding
Everything
ticket.
exempt. Yeah, I like
Yeah,
that.
don't use exemption. Don't use exemption.
Right.
Here's the problem. If you use an exemption, what you're doing is you're agreeing you had a prior obligation. You're agreeing that they had the right to apply a contract onto you and to make you wear a mask because of the medical situation. So if you're saying I'm exempt, you're saying, yes, I agree that I should be wearing the mask, but I'm exempt. And then you've got to ask yourself, where are you getting this exemption from? Is it your authority or is it from authority of someone else?
Well, at the moment, it's self-declared, isn't it?
No, it's authority from the government. And that's the problem. See, if you use an exemption, you've got to point to where that exemption comes from. And then the government will say something like a medical issue or a religious grounds or whatever it is. But it's coming from government. Now, this is the problem as well. Not only have you accepted the contract, you've accepted the obligation that you really should be wearing a mask, but you've exempted yourself because you're pointing at government legislation and they say, well, I can exempt myself for medical reasons or for religious reasons. But what happens if the government takes them away? You've accepted the contract and now that exemption has gone. And now you're in big trouble because now they're going to turn around and say, well, you're going to have to wear that mask now. So instead of entering into the contract, you should be offer decline. And another thing, don't refuse. Big mistake. If you refuse, you're agreeing that you had a prior obligation. So you're agreeing to the contract. You're saying, yes, I should be wearing a mask, but I'm refusing now. Prior obligation. And that's how these people operate. They're snakes. You can't trust them.
Right.
So,
let me put an example in there. What you've just talked about, right? The difference about refusing, and what was the first option you gave? Not refusing was
it's decline.
Offer decline, right?
Offer decline.
So here's one. When they call you, this is my understanding. When they call you and hound you to take part in the medical experiment, if you actually say to the person on the phone, I refuse, you actually go into a refusal or a refusenick list of someone that's actually refused it, rather than like what you say. Well, okay, so can I ask you, if when they phone you up and say, do you want to get your first dose in the procedure or the experiment, you would say, I decline that offer?
I'll say, well, I've only been phoned once. And I just said, offer declined, don't contact this again or I'll be suing you. And I'll put the phone down. And I never...
When I was contacted, I said I'll politely decline, and that was it.
Yeah. Now, you can take that another further. This is the thing. Let's go on phone calls, by the way. If you do receive a phone call, don't enter into a conversation. Don't acknowledge your name until you know who you're talking to. So if someone phones you up, you say, who is this? All right. And if they just give you a first name, say, no, I'm going to need your last name and spell it to me, okay? Because I'm not going to continue with this conversation until I know who I'm speaking to. And if they won't give you their full name to you, say, okay, offer declined. Bang. You hang up. That's it. So we've got to get off the phone. People have got to stop using the phones. Got to stop using emails as well. Don't respond to emails because they're very difficult to prove in court and don't have much legal standing. You've got to get back into the written world. You've got to get back into actually typing out letters and notices and signatures. We've got to get back into that. You've got to hold these people accountable, and you've got to do it on a one-to-one basis. Oh, I want to touch on this as well. There's no such thing as they. Okay, this is mindset stuff again. So when you start using the word they, who's they? Can you define they? If I said to you, tell me who they is, you can't. I mean, how many people are in this they you're talking about? You can't tell me. So it's a fiction. So forget they, it's always a who. Give me a name. So if someone says they are making me take a jibby jab at work, I go, well, I don't know who they are. Give me a name. Who is it? Is it your boss? Is his name Billy Bob? Right, we've got a name. Is it Billy Bob who's mandating you to have a jibby jab? So make it personal. It's got to be a person. It's got to be a name. Not they, not legal fictions. Don't deal with them, okay? You can send letters back, notices back if it's in a legal fiction. And this is another thing I want to talk about the power of the signature. There's so many people falling for this. It's staggering. They'll get a notice through the letterbox. They'll open it up, and it might be a demand for money. It might be a parking ticket or something like that. But it's not signed. It's toilet paper. If that document has not got a signature on it, it has no legal or lawful standing. If there's no signature on it, that document has not been charged. Which means
it's a bit like the electoral roll or the census. It's always written to the householder.
Well, and also I mean, all of this what he's talking about applies to debt collection companies and to the dismissals at work and all of this. It's all about how you hold yourself.
Yes.
You know, if you admit from the start that you are agreeing to them by taking on the contract, by returning their phone calls and things like that, you know, you've already fallen into that hole. There's no coming back.
Right.
And Sovereign Pete, can I ask you, am I right in thinking that when a government or council or borough council institute or the taxman or whoever it is writes to you, and in the letter your whole name is written in capital letters, am I right in thinking that actually sort of denotes something different than your actual physical human being? Could you go into that, please, mate?
Yeah. Anything in capitals is Latin. Okay, Latin is all capitals. So if you see all capitals, okay, that's Latin. Okay, let's step back a bit. The plebtorial system, we better touch on that to begin with. You've heard of the word pleb, you pleb. It's like an insult. Okay, well, that's referring to people who are within the plebtorial system. The plebtorial system was set up by governments, or the elites, if you like, for illiterate people. Now, when I say illiterate, it doesn't mean you can't read, like, oh, I'll pick up this paper and I can read some of the words. No, illiterate means you can't tell the difference between Latin, dog Latin, and mongrel English and legalese. And you can't tell the difference between what these words mean, because a lot of these words have multiple meanings. So you have to be able to see through the word and say, well, okay, I see a word. What's the meaning of that? For example, child. Okay, you might see the word child. So you might think, oh, that's my offspring. That's my son or daughter. No, well, in the eyes of the government and social services, that's chattel, owned by the state. So if
chattel
you admit,
slavery, I've heard about this.
Yeah. Well, it sort of links into the birth certificate thing, doesn't it?
That's right. That's right, it does. So touch back on that original question about the all caps name. Okay, so that's Latin. That's all caps name. That's not you. That is a trust set up in your name. Okay, so this is done on the birth certificate. So the way it works is when you were born, they created a certificate of birth. That is your living, breathing birth. Okay, that'll be your first name only. That goes off to the Vatican. The Vatican has control over that. There's an administrator. Your parents don't understand this, but they sign paperwork that put your legal, live certificate of birth into a trust. Then what they do is they flip that and they create another birth certificate. The birth certificate is the birth of your corporation, which is your Mr. surname. Okay, that's your corporation. Now what they do is they use your certificate of birth, your living, breathing. They use that to create credit. Okay, only living, breathing people can create credit. This credit is then created. This goes off to a mortgage company. The mortgage company actually give it to you as a loan. You're tricked into thinking that's a loan. And then they use your birth certificate, which is your legal fiction, as the debtor that pays back the credit that was created on your living, breathing certificate of birth. You're paying back your own credit. All this money that you pay back goes into a trust, which is in your name, all caps name. You don't know about this trust.
This legal fiction, this legal entity, when it's floated on the stock market or wherever we conceptualize that, does it actually has a value, doesn't it, when it matures? Am I right in thinking it's quite a lot, like about, is it $100,000 or $1 million dollars?
Yeah,
do you know what it is?
It can be about $500,000. The way to calculate it, there is a website, I can't remember off the top of my head. You can actually look up your national insurance number, and you can actually look at the bond that's placed onto your trust, and they'll give you a figure. Because when you're born, the government creates a bond of how much you're going to earn, and then stick it on you. And then when you turn 16, they give you the national insurance number. Well, that national insurance number is a bank account number. And that what happens then is that 60% goes to the Vatican, 40% goes to the Bank of England, and the Bank of England's got nothing to do with England. The Bank of England is the one that sold the bond, and now you're paying the interest on that bond from the age of 16.
So the Vatican, they don't only have a papal decree that says that they own every soul on earth.
Mm-hmm.
They also own our legal fictions, our legal entities as well.
Yes.
Profit.
Wow.
Sovereign Pete,
so
can I
glad
ask
you
a quick
Go
question?
ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Right. So with regards to these bonds and the value, is there like a calculation or prediction or projection based on, say, your parents? Because that's why they ask the occupations of your parents, so they can evaluate what you potentially might be worth.
You got it. That's what they do.
Okay.
They estimate, and they put that on that. But then what also happens is all the debts that you create, okay, everything, it's your credit, and that is also in your trust fund. So every time, say a credit card, it's when you figure out how this works, you take your credit card, you buy a pair of jeans for 90 quid. Well, what's going on is they use your certificate of birth to create the credit. It's your credit. Your credit then buys the jeans, but then you pay back your own credit, and then you pay back the 90 quid. It goes into your trust fund. Now, because you don't claim that, at the end, when you die, that money in your trust fund goes to the Rothschild banking system. So, and it could be worth, add up your mortgage, add up your bank, add up your student debt, all of that, add it all up, and that'll give you an idea of how much your trust fund is worth. And then add on, I think, the national debt. If you go onto the national debt, there's like the debt clock. We've all seen the debt clock where it goes up like £5,000 per second in the UK, and we owe something like £2.7 trillion or something. So if you take a look at that, it'll say per person how much that national debt is, and it might be something like 38,000 or something. Double that, because the national debt is only half declared. They don't declare everything. Double that, call it 40, 80, 100 grand. So there could be 100 grand put onto you when you were born in your trust fund. That's how it works. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, clearly. It's much more complicated than that, but that's basically what's going on.
So just to go back a bit, were you talking about the birth certificate, and does that relate to Admiralty law and back in the day when ships coming into?
Look on my whiteboard, British maritime law.
There you go.
Look at that. Great minds think alike, Johnny.
When ships came into port, they berth, and then they would go into a court, which was like a dock,
like in the court,
to declare their goods.
Yep.
Is that what we're talking about? That's
Yes,
kind of
maritime law. That's what they're trying to put on us, but it's all on offer. It's not forced onto us. We're just tricked into it because we can't read Latin and their writing because we're part of the plebiscitarian system. We're illiterate. Until you can start reading what they're actually saying, you won't know what's going on. For example, anything with the word ship on the end of it is referring to maritime law. Citizenship. You've heard of that? So if you accept the word citizen, so policeman says, are you a citizen or are you a law-abiding citizen? You go, yes, I am. You've just accepted citizenship. Maritime law. Citizen is the lowest of the rung. That's the lowest of the low. So just touching on police officers for a second, don't use citizen's arrest on a policeman, because in maritime law, in their legal system, a policeman is above citizen. You can't arrest a policeman, and if you're attempting, you say the word, citizen's arrest, that policeman will just beat you up because you've just used the word citizen. You've actually claimed, I am a citizen, therefore I am part of the citizenship. Membership, okay? If you accept membership, then you're accepting the policy of that membership. This is easy to understand.
You've entered contract.
It's a contract. Let's say you want to be part of a snooker club, all right? So you want to join a snooker club. Well, you want to be a member. So you have to accept the membership. So you'll read the policy of that snooker club. And it'll be, you've got to wear, shirt and tie or something, no eating over the tables. These are, open and shut these times. So you accept the policy and you accept the membership. That's what the government's doing.
We have a question on the screen, Sovereign Pete, from a long-time contributor, Wolfie. He says, how do we claim our own trust fund? Can it be claimed?
Yes, but not easy. And I want to say to everybody, there is no silver bullets. There is no quick solutions at all. You've got to learn this. If you want to do this sort of stuff, you want to protect yourself, you've got to be dedicated. I say that the average person could probably learn this in about 3 to 6 months. Okay, if you do one evening a week, you study this stuff, you'll learn how the system works. When you learn how the system works, you can take it to the next level. Now, the next level would be to become a secured party creditor. What that means is you are now taking control of your trust. You actually become the controlling party of that trust. When you can do that, and I'm not saying it's easy, it's not, but when you can do that, not only can you create money out of thin air, because now you're getting the Vatican to pay everything back. So every time you create credit, the Vatican has to pay it back. They're now the debtor. But you can then get rid of all CCJs, court cases, parking tickets, speeding tickets, everything at will. Boom. Because all that lot applies to your legal fiction. Everything. Speeding tickets, parking tickets, council tax, everything. Right. Because it's
I will ask you about
your
this.
name.
Now, many moons ago, I looked at a few people that were claiming about this freeman on the land stuff. Now, from what you've said so far, you seem to be talking about something similar, but at a more what's that terrible feedback we've got? A more informed level.
Yes.
Now, my understanding was that if you wanted to, I need to mute someone. We've got some weird background noise. Where's that weird background noise coming from? Can you hear that?
Okay.
Are you talking about sending the birth certificate back?
Yeah, basically, it's like I'd heard of some people that had claimed this freeman on the land stuff, and say, I'm a sovereign. But when it came to being pulled over in their car, and they say, I'm a person travelling, I don't need the DVLA. They still got their car impounded. They still got banged up, and they actually got beaten up by the police.
Yes. That's because they didn't protect themselves. They don't know how it works. Okay. What I deal in is equity law. You've got to learn how this works. This is contract law. This is the stuff the Rothschilds use. So I use their same tools. So it's not good enough just to say, okay, I'm free man on the land, that's it, and job done. Because what you've got to do is you have to, it's insane. You've got to understand that their court system only works in the dead. Okay? So they only deal in dead entities. That's where the word corporation comes from. Corporation, that's where it comes from. So courts only deal in the dead entity, your legal fiction, right? They will not recognize living, breathing man or woman unless there's paperwork to say that you're a living, breathing man or woman. I know it's insane, but that's how it works. So if you don't have this paperwork, you can't protect yourself. So what you have to do is you've got to create your status using their paperwork. And the way you do it is you create an affidavit of status. So this affidavit will be your solemn sworn declaration that you are a living, breathing man or woman, and you'll make reference to your name. So it'll be your name without Mr. or anything like that. Once you've created that affidavit of status, you file it into the court's records. It's sitting there. After 30 days, if no one rebuts that affidavit, it's law. That's it. You're done. You're ready to go. And then if you get called into any of their courts and they try and place the legal fiction onto you, obviously you're saying, well, hang a minute, have you got any evidence that I'm that legal fiction? Someone might come forward and you go, right, well, I want to put my affidavit of status on the record. Boom. They're done. Because the only way that you can rebut an affidavit is by another affidavit. And I guarantee none of these lawyers are going to do it because they're committing fraud and they're dealing with legal fictions. They're not going to do it because then you'll sue that lawyer. All these lawyers enter court with a checkbook and you've got to pay out.
Let me come back at you. What you're describing is a scenario where at the point of an apparent crime or contractual things happening, you would still be arrested, maybe detained, and still end up in court, and then it would have to be proved in court.
All right, there's a lot to unpack there. You just said.
No, but what I'm saying is, we're talking about a scenario where you could be arrested under some statute or contractual thing, but you're saying that when you use these affidavits, it would be at the point where you had reached the courtroom, because at the end of the day, a lot of police are completely oblivious to this stuff, right?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, let me just expand on that because there's a lot. You've actually asked me a question that's quite detailed for me to answer there. You use the word detained. That's a legal terminology. Okay, that is for policemen only. You don't deal with detained. I'm not interested in detained. No one has the authority to detain me without a contract. So if there's not an agreement where I allow them to detain me, they can't do it. And if they try and do it without a contract, they're violating my rights, and I'm going to go after them. I'm going to sue them. Does everyone know the difference between a police officer and a constable?
I know there's a difference. I'm not sure what it is.
Let me just, it makes it a lot easier. A constable swears an oath, okay? He's not an employee. He swears an oath to uphold the law. You can find his oath online. That's a constable. Before you become a police officer, you've got to become a constable. You swear an oath, and then you become a police officer. They are two completely separate occupations. A constable is an oath of office. He is sworn to uphold the law, and he's sworn to protect your rights. Police officer, the word police officer comes from policy enforcer. That's all he does, is he enforces policies. He's using legal terminology, okay? A police officer does not arrest you. He detains you or seizes you or something like that. Only a constable can arrest you. And a constable can only arrest you if he gives you due process. This is how due process works. Say a policeman comes up to you. Well, first of all, you don't even get into a conversation with anybody. If a policeman comes up to you, right, you treat him as if he's a complete stranger. For all you know, he could be a male stripper dressed as a policeman. Treat him like that. Right? So he comes up to you and you go, who are you? Who are you? I don't know who you are. Who are you? And if he says, well, I'm a policeman. Right, okay, so you're formally identifying yourself as a policeman. Is that what you're doing? Okay, great. Give me your name, give me your rank, give me your details. I want to see your warrant card. I want to see your identification. You do not continue this conversation until he does that. If he tries to talk all over you, say, well, no. Get your warrant card out, get your identification. I want to know who you are. I want to check who you I want to get your details. Get your phone going, record this. Get his warrant card. He has to give it to you. Some police officers don't want to hand their warrant card over. They have to give it to you so you can inspect it. If you look at the warrant card, you'll see there's a strip of braille on there for the blind. So the blind people can be handed the warrant card and they can feel the braille and say, yes, you're a police officer. So you can turn around and say, oh, hang on a minute. Why would you give that to a blind person, but you won't give it to me? So you challenge him on it. Take control of the situation. So you get his warrant card. You record it on your camera. You know who he is. Fantastic. If you've got witnesses, that's even better. The next thing you do, are you working under your oath today? You've got him. He has to say yes. Don't let him talk over you. Ask it again. Give him a forewarning and say, look, I've asked you once. Are you working under your oath today? I'm going to ask you for a second time. Now, if you do not answer this time, I'm going to ask you for a third time. And if you do not answer the third time, I will answer for you. So you ask him the question again. Are you working under your oath? If he doesn't answer, well, you're asking him the third time. Now, if he does not answer the third time, you can answer for him. And you can say, right, you are not working under your oath. Therefore, you're not a constable. Therefore, you're not a policeman. You're masquerading as a policeman. That's 7 years in prison. But if you do get him on his oath, he says, yes, I am working under my oath. You go, right, well, that means you're a constable of the Lord, and you've got to protect my rights. And then you say, do you want to repeat that oath back to me? And then you can say to him, right, what crime have I committed? Use the word crime. Okay, don't use offense. Offense is a legal term. Don't use that. Crime. What crime have I committed? He's got to tell you what the crime is. And then the next thing you say, right, name the victim. I need to know who the victim is. So when a policeman comes to arrest you, he can either do it as an agent or he can do it as a principal. Okay? If he's working as an agent, like he's knocking on your front door and says, right, I'm going to arrest you, you need two bits of information. You need a warrant signed by a judge, and you've got to be able to know who the judge's name is. If he's got chicken scratch on there and you can't read that chicken scratch, you go, well, I don't know who that judge is. I need the judge's name printed underneath. And you go, right, that's the first document. It's got to be a genuine copy, wet ink. That's mine. That's my genuine copy from the court, from the judge. But it's got to be backed up by an affidavit. It has to be a certified affidavit from the person making the claim that I've committed the crime. If I don't get those two bits of information and I've got this constable on his oath, he's liable. He is now liable, and I can go after him with his indemnity insurance. I can go after him personally. I can sue him, take his house, and all the rest of it. So people need to know how the law works. They need to distinguish between law and legal. It's not difficult. You just got to study it. I reckon 3 to 6 months, you'll know how this works. All this information is on my website. You can download it all. It's free. You don't pay for it. Read it. you'll know how it works.
Are you talking here about common law, or are you actually talking within the regular parameters of
right common law?
Yeah, because this is. I tell you why I'm going to ask this, Pete. Right, because part of the reason we're all sat here now is because very famously I got arrested at a protest last year in November in Truro simply for speaking about what's happening right now, and I was detained for 24 hours. Kept on bail for 8 months, tried to slap a £10,000 fine on me for just speaking, and everyone was telling me to go down the common law route, right?
Yeah.
I didn't do that. I crowdfunded a barrister, and basically the barrister. Well, mate, let me finish.
I know you did. I know.
The barrister read the coronavirus bill and got us off, and we set precedent. We're the first people to ever go to court under the coronavirus bill, plead not guilty, and get not guilty. Cost £3,000. Cost £3,000. Okay.
Yes.
Wow, we just got massive screen gosh there. So, but a lot of people were saying to me, "You need to go down the common law route. Write this, write that," and I'm happy with what happened, but I don't know whether that was the right advice. What is the difference between what you're talking about and common law? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, common law. Well, what you were entering into is what is called the legal system.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. You cannot trust lawyers, barristers, or any of these because they swear an oath to the Bar Association. The Bar Association is a private organization, and it comes out with what is called the civil procedures. Civil procedures is a private policy. You have to contract with them, and you've got to accept it. Now, the way you've accepted it is by going to their court, okay? Here's the thing. You know, when you went into their court, there's a little gate there, and you walk through it, and you close the gate. If you do that, you've contracted with them. That's called the bar. Okay. In fact, if you walk into that courtroom and then they ask you by name, "Are you Mr. Smith? Come this way." Say a security guard comes out and says, "Mr. Smith, this way," and you say, "Yeah, I'm Mr. Smith." You've lost. You've entered into the agreement. So instead, you say, "Well, no, but I'm here for that matter." Okay. You're not accepting the name being called out. You say, "I'm here for that matter." And then if the security guard even says, "Can you come this way?" and you go, "Okay, then I'll go and I'll follow you." Again, you've contracted with them, so you decline. So if the security guard says, "Come this way," I say, "No, thank you. Offer declined. But can you show me where to go?" You haven't contracted with them. They're snakes. So yeah, you can't trust solicitors or barristers. Now, going back to the common law thing, I use common law as a general term because depending on who you talk to, you'll get slightly different definitions. Now, the thing with common law is it's not written and it's unspoken. You don't look it up. There's no such thing as common law. You can't find a book with common law written on it, and then you flick through it and you find a page and you go, "Oh, all right, that's common law." No, if it's written down, that's a policy. Okay, that's a contract. If it's written down, that's a big tip. Common law is unspoken and unwritten. What I use, again, I use equity law. Okay, and I also use what is called democratic law. So democratic, by the way, democracy does not mean voting. Democratic means sovereign people. In other words, the people make the law. They're sovereign, okay? We've been tricked into thinking that democracy is voting, that we all vote and we vote for a political party and then they make the law and then we have to follow what they do. Complete lie. So when I say democratic law is where we get innocent until proven guilty. All your rights are protected. A jury of 12. That's where that comes from. So common law is a general term. On my website, you'll find a free download, and it will be called The Highest to the Lowest Law. Okay, and what it will do is it will show you the highest law, then it'll be sovereignty, which is where you are, and then everything underneath is requiring your consent, and you'll see the different levels of law. And you'll get to the bottom of where government is, and they're not even laws at all, they're service agreements. They've got no legal or lawful standing unless you consent. So common law is a general term. So when people say common law, I go, well, yeah, I don't do the free man on the land stuff. I actually use equity law. Okay, I use due process. I use their laws against them. So like I say, warrants, learn how warrants work. If you know how a warrant works, then you will never be arrested again, because you'll need to know the name of the victim who's making a claim against you that you've committed a crime. If you're not given that name, it's an unlawful arrest. Okay, and then you will sue that constable. He's just violated his oath of office. So equity law is more about notices, due process, affidavits, lien process, this sort of stuff. And you do not need a solicitor for any of it. You can do it from your own home. You can sue people for the cost of ink and paper and a few stamps, and you can do it yourself. I've done it myself. I don't hire solicitors or lawyers. Don't trust them. They're a waste of time, waste of money. Do it yourself. And it's not difficult once you learn how.
Okay. Yeah, because it cost me I crowdfunded between myself and my Cody £3,300, £3,300, and basically, I mean, I hear what you're saying about barristers. This one, I mean, she read the coronavirus bill, and she basically found out that we hadn't committed a crime in the first place and proved it was a wrongful arrest, and we were found not guilty. But what you're saying is correct. If I had the time and I had read the coronavirus bill myself and spent that time, I could have done it myself with a lot of, with maybe 6 months, like you say. Easily it would have taken 6 months to learn how the court system worked, how I had to present the three things. There was a human rights aspect, but there were these gaping holes in the coronavirus bill, which basically actually protected our right to even organise the protest if we had, which was quite fantastic.
Well, just touching on that, Coronavirus Act 2020. I'm surprised your barrister didn't tell you that it hasn't even been ratified yet. It has no legal or lawful standing. That's why so many fines have been rejected in the courts, because the judge does not want to take responsibility for the fine, because the judges know that the 2020, C virus, corona bill is not even activated. They're bluffing.
Yeah, well, have there been any successful incidents in the courts where someone actually has been made to pay a fine, or has it all been thrown out? Are there only all of it?
No, people have paid fines. People have caved in and paid them. But as far as I know, myself and Shelley Tasker, we were the first people to go all the way and say, no, we are not guilty. We will call your bluff. We went to court. It did cost that money, but we were the first people to actually get not guilty, because everyone else, some people had it thrown out before it got to court. I have to be real about that. Other people had caved in and just paid.
Yes.
But we were both up on a 10 grand fine each. But the crazy thing was, if they actually understood their own coronavirus bill, they would have realised that even if we had done what they're accusing us of, we were completely protected to do it. So it proves that they don't even understand their own laws.
No.
Or they're not laws, as you say.
Not laws.
Not laws, no. Statutes or regulations.
Here's a mindset thing. This is where you've got to just stop and think, all right? Let's say that Coronavirus Act 2020, and that's what they were using against you. Here's the thing. Was your signature on that act?
Nope.
Right, so why does it apply to you? That's what I would have said. I would have said, hang on a minute. Can you please show me the authority where that act applies to me? Okay, now remember authority. There is only one authority. That's yours or mine. For someone to have authority on me, I must give my authority to them. All right, that's the only way it works. There is no such thing as authorities. That's another scam. So for any of this legislation to apply to you, you have to consent to it. There's got to be a signature. There's got to be a contract. You have to agree to it. So that's why you short circuit all this junk. Look, there's about 32 million forms of legislation on the books in the UK. Do you think I'm going to waste my time trying to understand all that?
32 million?
32 million. There's 50 million in the United States. I won't live long enough to go through all that. But here's the thing. I don't need to, because I know none of it, and I mean none of it, applies to me. And why did it not apply to me? Because I never signed a contract agreeing to it. I didn't give my authority to the people within government to apply those acts to me. Remember, the word act means acting as law, which means it's not law. That's where the word comes from. It's acting as law. It requires your consent. It requires a contract. Look, law...
First principles.
Carry on.
Yeah, but what are the first principles are? There are some universal laws about harming and, i.e., murder, right?
Yeah, that's common law.
Those are common laws. So it's do not murder, do not steal.
You don't need to look that up.
No, you don't need to look that up.
No, it's universal law. If you go on my website and you go different levels of law, okay, there's different levels of law. Universal law is above your sovereignty. It's unwritten. It's unspoken. It's built on morals and ethics. I mean, does anyone here, do you need to look that up? Like murder is wrong. Do you like, oh, okay, let me get this book and go murder. Oh yeah, it says here, murder's wrong. Well, blow me, I didn't know that. No, you don't need to look it up. So it's unwritten and unspoken. That's universal law. Okay, so everything that the government comes out with is policies. If it's written down, then that means a living, breathing man or woman has written it down. Okay, if someone gives you a piece of paper and says, this is a law, the very first thing I say was, hang on a minute, someone's wrote this down. Who wrote it down? If someone's written it down, okay, then that's a policy. And if I agree to it, and then that other person agrees to it, and we both sign it, that's a contract. This is very simple stuff. So whenever someone says, oh, this is a law, here's a piece of paper with some writing on it, it's a law. Really? My signature's not on this. Why's it got to do with me? When you read bits of paper, when someone passes you a bit of paper and says, this is the law, look through it. If it makes reference to a king or queen or a monarchy, that's crown law. Well, I'm not subject to the king. So none of any crown law does not apply to me because I'm not a subject. I'm not taking that title as subject. Okay.
Sovereign Pete, could it be argued that when our parents, if we still have a birth certificate, I don't know if you do or not, but could it be argued that if we are still contractually in the birth certificate and our parents sign that without our consent, that we have actually agreed to those crown laws? I mean, or the Vatican laws? Could that be? I mean, they're going to argue that though, aren't they? I mean, that's why they do it.
They're not going to. Here's the thing. Is if you actually go into their court system, they are not going to own up to this birth certificate thing in any way, shape or form. They're also not going to own up to DVLA and the logbook of your car. They will not own up to that because that's the scam. Now, here's the thing. Everyone here knows what the age of consent is in the UK, 16. Age of consent means you can now consent to a contract. So when you were born, were you 16 years old? No. The way they do it is they get a card with your details on it, okay? They prick your foot with a little blob of blood on it, and then they get the card and they get your foot and they put little blobs of blood on and they say, oh, well, that's a blood oath. And you go, well, hang on a minute, that child has just been born.
Wait, are you saying that's still done?
Yes. Well, I think they've digitized it now. I mean, I haven't checked babies born this year.
I can imagine that being done until maybe quite recently, but wow, if they're still actually taking blood.
In fact, I know it was done 5 years ago because I know a parent told me it was done for their child. So at least 5 years ago, that's what they were doing.
One very interesting point around this, which I heard someone that was into this stuff a while ago say, it's like, when someone asks me how old I am, do you know what I say? I'm roughly 30 years old. This is what they said. How can I possibly know how old I am? Because when I was born and my parents signed that birth certificate, which is where my birth date is taken from, I wasn't cognitive. I don't know. How can I possibly know exactly how old I am? Because I wasn't consensually involved in the signing of my 0 birth date. It's quite an interesting concept.
You do have to trust your parents on that one.
Yeah, I'm roughly 33.
Yeah. In fact, when you were born, you were actually 9 months old. Okay, so everyone forgets that, you know. So you say, oh, you were born and you're a minute old. Well, no, you had 9 months of life before you actually, popped out and went, hello world, here I am.
That's a good point. They only count your age from birth, like the birth of a ship. Yeah, I work in the marine trade, so I know about a birth. I sell births all day to mariners. Yeah. So I'd like to, mate, this has been a massive insight. I've had a bit of a look into this stuff over the years, but this is why we've got you on the show, because, the word on the street is that this is your thing. You're the man in the know with this kind of stuff. So before I open the questions to people in the live chat, and if you want a question in the live chat, you do a double hashtag, and then you put your question for Sovereign Pete. Anyone on the board, Word Nerd, Inner Guardians, Virus Man, Ohma Beats.
Andy P's, you had a question.
Go on.
About all rights reserved. When you tick the box, all rights reserved. So, do you want to talk a bit about that for us, Sovereign Pete?
Yes, absolutely. Great tip. There's a document on my website, and it's about your signature and the power of your signature, and it shows you how to strengthen it, and it will also show you the meaning behind the colours of the ink. Okay, so.
Oh yes, what will happen is you're auditing your own decisions. We're using red. Is that what they use black ink?
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, the black ink symbolises death. That's your dead corporate fiction. The red actually symbolises blood oath.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Purple Blue, by the way. Now, the colour blue is very difficult to research. I couldn't get a definitive answer on this, but some say that it's the royal blue. Okay, so if you use the colour blue, then you are subject to the crown. That could be true. There's other sort of myths going on with the colour of the ink, but sovereigns use purple ink, which is a blend of red and blue. So I think there's only 3 people I know that actually use purple ink. One is the Pope, the other one is the Queen, and I think Enzo Ferrari used to use purple ink as well. But yeah, going back to the all rights reserved, that's excellent. If you put that on, you should do that on every single document you fill out. Okay, but you have to write all rights reserved first, then sign second. You can't sign and then add to the document because that could be fraud. So you put all rights reserved, sign it, and then sign over the all rights reserved. Just clip it with your signature, because some, corporations will photocopy it and rub out that all rights reserved. But if you do that, that protects you, because that basically means you've reserved all your rights. So yeah, it's a really good tip.
Does that null and void any form of trickery?
Pretty much. I mean, your driver's license, for example. I mean, if you take a look at your driver's license, that is in all caps. Your name will be all caps. And when you take on a driver's license, that means you accept the benefits and privileges. And the benefits and privileges means all the speeding tickets and parking tickets and all that sort of stuff. But if you sign it, all rights reserved, then they can't apply all that, because what you're saying is you don't accept the benefits and the privileges because you've reserved all your rights. So then when you show your driver's license, it makes it very difficult for them to apply all these speeding tickets and whatnot to you.
That's really interesting.
But
you mentioned
you don't
about
need a driver's license anyway. That's another scam.
When it's all in full capital letters, doesn't it also have some significance when it's in partial capital letters as well?
Yes.
What's the significance of that?
Well, the way it should be, your name's supposed to be written as you start off the large capital, capital, and then the rest of it is small, and that's supposed to be you.
Right.
But you've got Latin, dog Latin, looking like a mongrel English, and you've got legalese. It's very complicated. It could take hours to sort of explain. But the best thing to do is if you see capital letters, then that's Latin. What you read today is basically dog Latin. So when you see, it's a blend of like mongrel English and all caps names. Okay, so it's a blend.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, your name is, and this is how royalty would sign their name. It was capital and then lowercase everything. So that's probably what you want to do as well. So capital P, everything else lowercase.
Am I right in saying that whenever you register anything, you register it out of your possession? Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
so
correct.
with your car, for example.
Yeah, let's go back to that. The DVLA. If you register again, registering your car with DVLA is an offer. You don't have to do it, but they make an offer and people just go along with it. But you're absolutely correct. You register your car with DVLA. You've handed over ownership. You get a logbook. It even says on the logbook, this is not proof of ownership. In big letters at the top. It's telling you.
They never ask for ownership, do they? It's always who's the registered keeper.
Registered keeper. That's right.
Let's take it back to grassroots example here and now. If I chose tomorrow to send my driving license back to the DVLA and write them a notice saying I relinquish any contracts with you, I send my car tax back and I'm not insuring my car anymore, right? The next time I get pulled over and get on the ANPR and they say, where's your license and registration? I'm going to say to them, I'm a sovereign person. I have the right to travel freely. I'm not in a contract with the DVLA, etc. When I say all of that, with your knowledge, Pete, imagine I'm you, and the copper just says, I don't care, we're impounding the car, and they detain you, and they impound the car, and then they have the car, and they're giving you a bill to get it back. Are you saying... Sorry, right, I know. But the reason I'm saying this is because at my arrest, I know that no matter what I would have said to those officers, they were targeting me and they wanted to bundle me in a van, and I was going in the van no matter what. So I'm trying to, because I know what you're saying is true, but I'm trying to bring it to this real world thing. Is there any way, if you're being targeted, to actually stop the car being impounded, the arrest?
Mindset. Well, you've got to get your mindset right. Okay. This is the big key to it all, okay? There's no such thing as they. So if you are, if a policeman is going to take you for whatever reason, and you've done everything correct, you've not entered into a contract with him, that's the guy you go after by name. Look him in the eye. I'm coming after you. Give him notice. I'm giving you notice that what you are doing to me is unlawful, and I charge £10,000 an hour for this kidnapping. Right? And then you just say nothing. And then you get out 24 hours later, and then you find that policeman, you serve him papers. Someone will knock on his front door when he's having his cornflakes in the morning, and it'll be, you've been served. Right? And you'll be serving him for 240,000. Right? It's a mindset thing. So there's no such thing as they. It's only people. You've got to get them by their name. Also, if a policeman pulls you over, why are you even answering his questions? Don't. What authority, what obligation do you have to answer any of his questions? You don't have to.
Well, in my example, they asked me no questions. They knew exactly who I was, and I said nothing.
Yeah.
And basically,
did you give your name, presumably?
Yeah.
No, they knew who I was. They didn't ask my name.
Right.
I mean, basically, it came out in the police logs that I'd been completely targeted. They knew that I was leaving Dorset to go to Truro that day. They'd been to my parents' house the night before to warn me not to speak at the protest.
They can't do that. Your parents can sue.
Yeah, I know, but and the funniest thing is, Sovereign Pete, they weren't able to use any of this evidence in court. It all got thrown out because it was all completely unlawful. So, when I get around to doing this, I have a massive case of unlawful arrest, persecution, detainment. I haven't lived at my parents' house for 15 years, and they're in their 70s. They went there while we were doing one of these live streams at 10 o'clock at night to my parents' house. They knew that I lived here. They were too pussy to come here and knock on my door in the middle of a live stream. Imagine what would happen with 200 people tuned in. That would be great for them. So right, I've got a question. Apart from your website, do you make videos?
I don't. We are discussing doing Zooms. I mean, I'll tell you what I do at the minute. I do a weekly Sovereign workshop, okay, local to me. It's live, and people can turn up. And we usually have somewhere between, 70, 80, 100, 120 people turning up on a night. And I go through this stuff, and then I make it easy. I'll hold their hands, and I'll take them through it step by step by step. Now, I don't want anyone going half-cocked, right? I've just given you a taste of equity law. I don't want people running off now trying to find a policeman and say, "Oh, you under oath." You haven't learnt it all yet. Don't do it.
I'm glad you said that, because I was actually going to say that.
Don't do that.
Research before you go.
Let me finish. The reason I asked the question, right, is because in the last 18 months, there's been this phenomenon of people appearing on YouTube doing these auditing videos, right?
Okay.
And there are people with an iota of your knowledge that are turning up outside police stations and basically just filming police until the police make dicks of themselves, right? Yeah.
I've seen
you've seen some of them. Now, some of them are quite entertaining. Now, I'm going to say, yes, they're good at exposing these security guards and police officers, but you are antagonising them.
Yeah.
I would love to see. I'm not telling you what to do, mate, but I would love to see a video of you in the real world and some tabard-wearing contract server coming up. I'd love to see you do one of those videos, because these guys, they're just idiots. Please make a YouTube channel. Right.
Do you know what I was going to say? We could have the Sovereign Surgery.
Sovereign Surgery. Hey, yeah, mate, it's been a real insight. And I've got one more question.
Can you hear me?
Sure.
Yes, we can. Sorry, word node, you're back. Right, one more question, and this one's really serious, because this is something that we've talked about a lot. I have people in my inbox about this every day. What's happening at the moment to care workers and people that work for the health service with the non-consensual experimental attendance of the Britney Spears concert, spearing? Right, you've said that exemption is not the way, and I can appreciate from your level of understanding that it is entering the contract. Yes. I'm not at your level of understanding, and I have been guiding people how to get out of it through using exemption, which seems to be going okay until, like you say, the rug is pulled under their feet and the exemption's not there. What would be your way? If you were a care worker working for the NHS and you were about to be threatened to lose your job, I've seen the letters that they've sent them. They are literally threatening dismissal. Okay. What can these people do, Sovereign Pete?
Right, okay, mindset change. You've got to get out of this slave mentality. You've got to ditch it, okay? You've got to become sovereign, and sovereign is in your mind and in your heart. You've got to know it. You can't just apply it to you. So first of all, you've got to know that these people, your bosses, cannot mandate you to do any medical procedure. You've got to know it.
Yeah.
So this is the way I would suggest. I can't give advice to anybody, so this is the way I would handle it. If you was in a business and then your boss says to you, "Oh, I've got to have a meeting with you." Okay, what's the meeting about? Okay, now if it's about the work I'm doing, say I'm doing widgets all day long, fine, we'll have the meeting. If he says it's something to do with a medical procedure, okay, fill in the blanks, then I'm going to say, right, stop there. I'm going to have to reschedule this meeting until I get a witness. So you reschedule it, you get a witness present, okay? Now you sit in that meeting with your boss. You say nothing. Your witness says nothing. All you do is listen. You sit back and say, okay, boss, say what you want. And if the boss asks questions, you say, sorry, I'm not at liberty to answer any questions until I've spoken to my legal team. At the end of the meeting, you'll say to your boss, right, please put that in writing so that I can move forward. It's your right to have it in writing. You're waiting for that boss to actually put everything that he said in writing. And here's the thing, you want him to sign it. And I've seen it. These people are morons. So they will actually say, I've even seen documentation where they've even used the word mandate. They've even said, we are mandating you to wear a mask. You've just won the lottery. Well done. So you've just got this golden ticket. You've got a documentation from your boss saying he's going to mandate you to wear a mask. He signed it, right? You know you never agreed to this. You know you never signed a contract to accept wearing a mask. You've won at this point. So what do? Go personal. Forget legal fictions. Forget the name of your company. I don't care about the name of the company. I don't even care about the medical procedure. All I know is there's a boss, his name, Billy Bob. Billy Bob has just put an illegal mandate onto me, and he's done it in writing. I am now going to send Billy Bob a notice of liability. I'm going to say, right, you tried to mandate me to do this medical procedure. I'm giving you 30 days notice. Either cease and desist and retract that, or I'm going to sue you for 50,000. You've got 30
maybe
days.
Breaking the Nuremberg Code would be something to sue someone for.
So thinking about the
No, you're thinking too deep. Thinking too deep. Forget that. People go down this road all the time.
Because it's not in their employment contract that they have to take part in a medical procedure, is it?
Well, this is what I was going to say.
Show me your employment contracts.
I think in the future we'll probably see this written into employment
in
contracts.
future contracts. But if you're in a place of employment and you didn't sign a contract that says you have to take a medical procedure to fulfil your role, am I right, Sovereign Pete?
Yes, that's right. Challenge the claim. Forget what the claim's about. At that point, when that boss has sent me a form, he's given me a letter. He said he's mandating me. I don't care what the mandate's about. I know I didn't give him authority, right? He signed it. At that point, I care nothing about masks or jib jabs or anything that's going on. I don't care about what the claim is about. All I do is challenge the claim. Does that boss, Billy Bob, by name, have the right to make that claim against me? No, he doesn't. And why do I know that? Because I didn't give him the authority to do that. So you sue him. You don't have to explain. This is another thing. Don't make excuses. Don't explain yourself. Don't say, well, I will wear a mask, but the bacterial overload gives me blisters or spots or something. No, I don't get. Sovereigns don't give excuses. We don't say why we don't want to do something. We challenge the claim. You go, do you have the right to tell me what to do? No, you don't. Right, I'm coming after you then. And we're going to use equity law. So you do the notice, 30-day notice, right, you cease and desist or to withdraw that mandate. And then you notify senior staff, like managing director, or if your lower boss, he might be a foreman and he might have a director, you notify the director. And you send him a notice and say, right, it's a notice of interest. Just to let you know that one of your employees has violated my rights. And I am suing that employee for £50,000 unless he withdraws this mandate. I'm just giving you a notice of interest. That's what I'm doing, okay? And then you'll say to that director, what do you want to do? Do you want to punish that lower employee and sack him? Or do you want to back him up? If you want to back him up, okay, I'm suing you 1.5 million then. Because that's through vicarious liability. Because if an employee does something illegal against you, they commit a crime against you, and that boss does not do anything about it, they're responsible. It's called vicarious liability. And now you can go after that corporation. But you don't go after the corporation by name. It's legal fiction. you go after the CEO by name. If his name, Joe Blogs, you go after Joe Blogs, not his title, by name. I'm telling you.
I totally agree with what you're saying, Sovereign Pete, but in the
Yeah.
current state of affairs, if you
Yeah.
work for the NHS or an NHS trust, that hierarchy that you're talking about is, in my opinion, going to simply pass the buck upwards, and the last person to say, well, it's a new government regulation. Now, whether it's legal or not, I know people that have already been dismissed because they're all in my inbox, right? I know people that have already taken part in the experiment because they didn't want to have to go through the whole thing of being dismissed, then taking them to court. Because I was saying, look, if you don't want to go down the exemption route, go to the contractual law route. Where in your contract does it say that you have to take part in the experiment? They're saying, yeah, but you're talking about they're going to have to act illegally. I'm going to have to get dismissed. Then I'm going to have to go to court. And obviously, these people don't want to do it. And some of them have taken part in the experiment. And I really feel for them because not everyone has got the kahunas, the financial stability, all the knowledge to be able to do this, and it's tough.
I know. I mean, this is the problem. I can only help people who want to help themselves. Unfortunately.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're about that too, mate. But
I've got a question on a similar front, actually. Before you wrap up.
No, we're not wrapping up. We've got more questions. Go for it. Go for it, Word.
Well, I was wondering with the applicability of it because, I've heard about the trust funds, and I know loads of this is amazingly useful in terms of for people who are stuck in the middle at the moment, in terms of the way the law works and ways of fighting it, and I totally get that. I've heard about the funds, but I haven't actually heard of anyone successfully being able to claim, and I'm wondering if that is possible. How does that cross over in the real world then, with in terms of consequence with the system as it is at the moment, as it lives and breathes? If you do that, where you're trying to find that balance where you're not buying in. But if you're going for the reclaim on the trust fund route, how does that work? And how does that work kind of legally wise moving forward after that?
Yes, people have done it, but it takes years. Like I say, it's not an easy thing. I'm still studying it. I mean, I know a lot.
Shouldn't imagine.
But I'm still in fact, I'm having a meeting with someone 2 days' time on a Zoom, and he really knows his stuff. I'll have a chat with him. I'll see if I can get him on your thing, because he's at another level. I mean, I would say I'm at common law equity, I'm like a black belt 3rd Dan, maybe. This guy is black belt 7th Dan who can float above water. Okay. So
we don't want to go straight to that level. That's why we've got we want to get a basic black belt first,
But yeah, I mean, mindset. But my mindset, you've got to get your mindset right. I am black belt 7th Dan, ninja warrior, untouchable. No one can tell me what to do. No one. And if someone tries it, I'm coming after them. They're going to get notices. I've done this loads of times throughout my whole life. I just go after them. I don't put up with it.
I'm going to assume you don't pay parking tickets and stuff like that.
I've got rid of two parking tickets, 1 speeding ticket. I got myself out of that. I got caught up in a scam, the Scottish Power allegedly scam. Got caught up in that. I had to destroy him with that. No, I just send it all back. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do not have control of my birth certificate yet, because that's difficult. So, and I still have number plates.
It's a big move as well. It's a big move. You have to know what you're doing when you're dealing with that stuff.
And let me get this straight. I know that it's possible, but to successfully really get your birth control, the control of your birth certificate back, to be this sovereign on the land, for one, you need to be in a position where you don't have to enter any contracts with any energy providers, which is a good first one, right? So you actually need to have a piece of land and be self-sufficient with your own energy and water supply, ideally, because then you don't have to get in a contract with Wessex Water, British Gas, because, it is something that's achievable. And it's definitely something that we can all work towards in one way or another, one facet or another. But like you say, this is no short journey. This is no quick fix. It's a lifetime of work and a body of work, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I've condensed it down. I've been studying this for 10 years, probably longer. In fact, I've been doing my own remedies for 30 years. So, I just learn as you go along. I just don't put up with it, So if someone comes after me and it's a fake bill, well, no, I'm going to deal with it. I'm going to come after them. So, but I've condensed it down on the website. So like I say, if someone can, 3 to 6 months, you should know 80%, and you should be good to go, and you should be able to protect yourself. But you've got to get your mindset right. Don't deal with don't deal with legal fictions, right? You've got to see that person in the eyes. So That's the person you go after by name. And that's why so many people are failing. They get pulled into the legal system and they go after legal fictions. They're going after the national health. You can't sue the national health. The national health doesn't exist. You can't sue the police. Police don't exist. It's a legal fiction. So it's a mindset thing. But once you get there, that's most of the battle done. Once you get there, the paperwork and the language is a secondary thing.
But
Really
the police did exist at one point, right? And they changed into something else. Is that correct?
Well, the police, see, the thing is, when I say the word police, you've got to say, well, hang on a minute, you've got to define that word. What am I referring to? Am I referring to the Bobby on the beat? Am I referring to the organization that controls it? You know, am I referring to the institution? Again, if I said to you, the police, can you define it? No. So that's where you've got to define it. So if I just say I'm going to sue the police, well, that's like a legal fiction. But going back to the police, they're actually Masonic. And they were Masonic from day one, because I think it was, what's his name? Sir something Peel. I forgot his name.
John
Peel.
John
Peel?
Yes.
Is that why they got checkerboards on their heads? Is
Sure,
it?
it's John Peel.
That's what it is. Well, they set it up in 18... Robert Peel, that's it. So Robert Peel.
Robert Peel, that's it. That's right.
Yeah, Robert Peel.
John Peel's
Peel's
the
a
DJ.
new...
Robert Peel close in Blandford, which is on the police
Wasn't he that
station.
legendary Radio 2
was,
DJ,
yeah, that's
the
right.
whistle stop test? Is that him?
No, no, that wasn't him.
Wasn't
John
it
Peel was
Radio
the guy who used to
Carolina
play-
or something like that?
He used to play like hip hop and stuff. I'm pretty sure of that. Like back
Yeah,
in
but
the
he...
day.
Okay,
Yeah,
right, yeah.
Robert Peel. But yes, he set it up in 1829, I think it was, and it was an act. So it was set up as the Metropolitan Police Act. So straight away, it was an act. It's acting as law. But he was a Mason, and within 13 years or something, just about all superintendents were Masons. And I think I think it was 1938. You might have to check these dates, but 1938 is when the actual symbolism of the Masons actually appeared on the uniforms. And the uniforms is a blend of two logos. One is the logo from the Queen, which is obviously Crown Law, and the other one is the logo of the private corporation that is the police. Every single police department out there is a private, for-profit business. Police officers are employees. Their job is to make as much money as they can. Not only do they make money on your speeding ticket, the fine, which just pays the judge's salary, but they securitize that speeding ticket, and that goes into your trust fund. So you now have to pay tax on that. So it's a big scam.
Sovereign Pete, can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, sure.
This is just a personal observation with regards to everything that you're talking about. From my own experience, with regards to us or society transferring onto a digital platform. So what the point I'm going to get to is that they're trying to remove the ability to look somebody in the eyes. You can't even speak to them on the telephone. So for instance, now when you try and this is really ramped up in the last 18 months under the guise of the coronavirus. Now, what you'll find is that it's really hard to actually speak to anybody, or at least even a human.
Correct.
So this is going to, they obviously realized that they need to up their game as people become more internally aware and externally aware of the tricks that they've been playing for all this time.
Yes. I take it everyone here knows about the fact that they want to go cashless. Well, they also want to go paperless.
Yep, the Great Reset.
Yeah, and they're doing it already, and they want everyone on their mobile phones, and they want everybody in the cloud. Okay, that's where they're heading. And if you go down that route, you're going to find out that you're trapped in the system. And once they do go cashless and you're going to use their cryptocurrency, you're done. This is why I set up the Sovereign Project. It's a numbers game. So if more people can join the Sovereign Fraternity, we've got over 3,000 members now, the Sovereign Fraternity. These are people who are dedicated to learn this stuff. They're hungry for it. They want to know about it. This is the clock is ticking. But if I can get enough people in the fraternity who can learn it like I know it, we can put pressure on the courts, and I can tip this entire system over. It's game over. They're all bluffing, and we don't have to use a lot of their stuff anyway. I mean, here's the thing as well, is that all these, we don't even have contracts with these corporations. We have service agreements. You control the service agreement because it's your signature on it. You're the controlling signee. You have all the power. So yeah, the clock's ticking. People have got to learn this fast. And if we can get enough numbers, then we can separate. The thing is what I'm trying to do myself is I can disappear. It doesn't matter. I can set myself up into a trust. I'll put all my assets in there, sell this place. I'll live on a farm with a few acres, some sheep and goats, not a problem. And I'll see the whole world burn, and I can last, doesn't matter. But I don't want to do that. I want to try and help people. That's why I set up the Sovereign Project. So I'm going to give it a go. If people want to join, people want to learn this stuff and then start using it, we've got a chance and we can tip it over. Remember, we're not fighting. We're actually turning around and saying, you know what, government doesn't even exist. When you realize that government doesn't exist, it's a legal fiction, it's Wizard of Oz. Once you wake up to that and you're only dealing with people and you can put names on those people, that's when this whole thing will turn around and it will just collapse.
There is talk in various communities with regards to there becoming, as we approach the Great Reset, that there's going to be a split in almost realities in terms of those that go into the digital and those that don't.
Correct.
Now, is this what you're alluding towards?
Yes. There's going to be two outcomes, I think. After this Great Reset, the financial reset is going to start around 2025. This is to get rid of the old fiat system. They've got to go hyperinflation, get rid of all this debt, and then they're going to introduce their crypto. But then their social reset is going to be done by the year 2030. That's when they're planning on it to be basically finished. Or
Agenda 2030.
There you go.
Something we've talked about a lot.
Totally right.
Agenda 21. Let me ask you a question, Sovereign Pete, because it's something I've talked about a lot is the Great Reset and how we can sort of try to make ourselves reset proof.
Yeah.
Financially, if you have assets which are tied up in the fiat monetary system,
yeah.
in your opinion, what would be the best thing to invest in outside of that system to try and secure your wealth post reset? Because you don't like the sound of crypto, obviously, because that's going to be controlled by the you-know-whos.
Yes, that's right. I mean, I can't give financial advice to anybody, but all I can say is what I've done. Don't have any debts. Get rid of your debts. And then life savings, long-term savings is gold and silver. And then what you need to do is go gold bars and then smaller bars and then gold coins like 1 ounce and then silver coins 1 ounce. Because that would be good on the black market. You'd have to buy stuff with the silver coins.
Yes. I did the right thing.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I told everyone too. Boom! I said, you know what? Those silver coins that right now are £25 or £30, they're much more effective than getting a big fat lump of it. Because you got to chisel that shit down when you want to buy some food or some fuel or some whatever. You know those sovereigns and those gold and silver coins that start at like £25 or £30 now. Excellent. Yeah.
That's what I But I would also say to people, get yourself some Bitcoin, get yourself some other crypto, probably Monero or something like that. I don't like Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin is actually the government's coin. It looks like more and more people are waking up because it's not it's not encrypted and you can track Bitcoin. It looks like, I mean, it's very strange that Bitcoin came out same time at the financial crisis in 2008. So 2008 financial crisis, 2009 Bitcoin popped. And we don't even know who did it. Very suspicious.
One of the things I don't trust about Bitcoin is that it seems to control the crypto market. Whenever that goes down, well, for example, I think 2 weeks ago, the crypto market crashed heavily. Bitcoin lost a lot, but everyone else did except for one coin, which interested me. And that gained rapidly. And
what was that?
Solaro or Solana something. It's a new coin.
What I want to just touch on is I know what's going on with the crypto market. If you look at the crypto market, it's going wild, and up, down, everywhere like this sort of stuff. Well, this is an old trick. The governments have been doing this, or so to say, the banking system has been doing this for decades. The last time they did that was with the American dollar, because before they had a unified dollar, the Federal Reserve note, every state had its own dollar. And then what the banks would do is mess about with the market so that these different dollars were worth different things and no one could cope. Everyone's going, I can't trade with a neighboring state because the dollars are all over the place, right? So then the government said, well, here we are. We're going to regulate it and we're going to just create $1, which is going to be the Federal Reserve note. And everyone thought, oh, what a good idea. They're doing exactly the same thing now. They're messing with the markets. They're getting the cryptos going up and down. Everyone's going, look, I can't get into it. I can't trust it. And the government's going to say, don't worry, we're here to help. we're going to regulate it, and there's only going to be one crypto. It's going to be Bitcoin, or it might be crypto SDR actually, but it'll be based on Bitcoin.
We have a question on the screen from Denise CC. Where do you buy silver coins from? I mean, my rule was, if you can, you go to a dealer face to face and buy it with cash if you can. If not, goldbank.co.uk is a super reliable online source. I mean, I don't know about you, Pete, but I reckon with 10 minutes of Google research, you can find secure online sources to get your gold bullion and your silver bullion.
Well, I use bullion by post.
Yes, another good one. Silver Trader UK.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it, if it's a small amount, if you're just going to buy a few silver coins, then bullion by post. If you're going to buy a kilo bar, then probably set up a local jewelry shop or something and do the trade there or something like that. If you go to a bullion dealer, you'll get a better deal, but there's not many in the country. I think there's one in Nottingham that I know of.
I had a guy close to me that I could buy the silver sovereigns for, and I would have to the gold sovereigns for, and I had to call him every day to check if they're in. I was like, mate, I have the cash waiting, and it was like a real struggle to get them.
Yes.
But silver is quite low at the moment. A kilogram of silver pre-VAT is about 680 right now. And I don't know if you know about this, Sovereign Pete. In my understanding, silver is actually massively artificially decreased in price. Because
and
silver,
gold.
And gold. The global elite and the Kabbalistic money magicians seem to be offsetting a lot of their other ludicrous deficits in other areas by artificially deflating gold and silver. And don't forget, silver is going to be used in a lot of the renewable energy technologies going forward.
Renewable.
Renewable. I mean, I say that in a loose term, but their technologies going forward, silver is going to be super valuable. I recommend, if anyone can afford it, to get a kilogram or two of silver. And when I say it, I mean actually buy it physically. Hold it physically in your hand. Don't buy stocks or shares into it. Don't let anyone else look after it for you. Hold it physically. Is that physical ownership? Sovereign Pete. This is the way to sovereignty, right?
That's correct. Absolutely. Physically hold it. Do not buy paper contracts or ETFs or anything like that, because you don't even own the gold. And this is a thing about if you buy stocks, you don't even own the stock. You've got to read the small print. So, don't do paper, don't do ETFs or anything like that, or derivatives. Stay away from that. Physical, I have it, it's mine. And you're right, the way to sovereignty is going to be stable money, genuine money, which is gold and silver. Because money itself is made up of two parts, which is a person's labor and a commodity of value, like a gold coin. That's it, okay? Bitcoin, fiat currencies, all these sort of stuff, and paper assets, that it's always third-party risk. It's not money. But gold and silver. One thing I'd say to you lot would be to look up a company called Goldbacks. They're based in America, and now they've come up with the technology where they can make gold-impregnated notes. And there's a town, I think it's in, can't remember now, Arkansas or something like that. But they use these actual gold-impregnated notes alongside the Federal Reserve note. And these gold notes are going up in value. So it's made out of real gold, and it's like a very hard, you can't rip it or anything like that. It's like a hard plastic, and they have a very real intrinsic value. I'd love to bring that in.
I've seen those, yeah.
Yeah, gold.
Well, mate, you've been an awesome guest tonight. You've given us a real insight into sovereignty and what you do at the Sovereign Project. Any final thoughts? I'm just going to scan if there's any leftover questions. Put them in the comment section now. Yeah, some final thoughts. What can people do on a day-to-day basis, like literally tomorrow, to start getting their sovereignty back, Pete?
Right, it starts with the mindset. You've got to know it. Okay, you've got to get rid of this slave mentality. Don't let people tell you what to do. Everyone's going to do their own journey on this. I do help people, but I do it one-to-one. I've got to be with them, and I unscramble the brain. I get rid of all their social conditioning and the brainwashing, and then they can become free.
100%.
Download the stuff from the website and learn how equity law works. It's not difficult, people. I know I've touched on a lot of people going, I can't do it. Yes, you can. What have you got to lose? One evening a week. Switch the TV off. Download this.
A personal investment at the end of the day.
Yes.
So I've managed to get myself a little jingle for Pete.
Go on. Mate, I muted you. You've got to do it again.
The force is with you.
Force is with you, Pete. Sovereign Pete. So it is www.thesovereignproject.live. That's how they can get to the website, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Pete, thank you so very much for coming on. It's been really insightful. Everyone has taken a lot from it. Thanks very much for coming to Rise Above, mate.
Thank you.
Right, so here we go. Here's another message for you.
Don't let the Babylon system get you down.
Yeah, everyone in the comment section is loving it. Thanks again, Pete. So check out thesovereignproject.live and learn how to become sovereign. Pete, big up. Rise above.
Rise above.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
Thank you, Pete. Rise above.
Cheers, Pete.
What a great resource. I think that is something everyone should look into.
Yeah,
I certainly will be.
Yeah, definitely.
It's something I've been thinking about for a while, actually, considering.
Right, we're going into Ohma Beats and then we're going to have a chat with Virus Man.
The conquering lion wears the triple crown. In a disapplodium, Gideon, them teach fear to the younger generation. So much child soldier, suits prostitution. Long in the ghetto, youths a face tribulation. To teach the children war and religion. So much suffering, so much humiliation. Drive-by shootings, covert operation. Material love is their only solution. So don't let the Babylon system get you down. The conquering lion wears the triple crown. Don't let the Babylon system get you down. The conquering lion wears the triple crown. Brothers killing brothers. They say it's bravery. What about the justice and equality for all humanity? Tell the criminals.
Who them a program? I me say who them a young girl of them iPad? Who them a program? Who in pharmacy down on a spy band? I coulda who them a program? I me say who Miss a Babylon of them iPad? Who them a program? Who in pharmacy down on a spy band? Is a brand new prince on the scene. I move with me 2 footprints that I made. See him when you see him, general for the team. This a rain, you come in, draw for your gabardine. Them a look and a watch like live stream. And the skunk purple like Ribena me. Them a dream like Arlene. About king, them boy they a queen like Arlene. Hey, nobody tell me say me can't. 5, 6, 7, 8 dropping on me part. Hey, warrior in a me heart, philosophic in a mind, I deliver you the art. Who them a program? I me say who them a young girl of them iPad? Who them a program? Who in pharmacy down on a spy band? I coulda who them a program? I me say who Miss a Babylon of them iPad? Who them a program? Who in pharmacy down on a spy band? Me nah watch no face, make it do what it do. From the first time when no man's a po. Cause them no want to see you in the cope. I go through them with call Babylon and stay a trope for you. Then them come with them warrant. Kick off door and run in a you apartment. Whoa, yeah. The fire wa go stalling. Ja when them falling, can't say we never want them, no. Hey, cause them power couldn't real. Try all them want and them couldn't crack a seal. Hey, who not hear them I go feel. I see and me shield, so they couldn't stop a meal. Who them a program? I me say who them a young girl of them iPad? Who them a program? Who in pharmacy down on a spy band? I coulda who them a program? I me say who Miss a Babylon of them iPad? Who them a program? Who in pharmacy down on a spy band? Watch his sprinter, man a run marathon. Badder than wanna done, rhythm where he proper pan, rapper pam. Them no badder than Papa San. Beetroot, carrot, I be packing at the caravan. Travel plan, see you moving with a paragon. Confident, no confuse it with no arrogance. Rasta man no confuse it with no Parakan. Shasha money, where we have the land. Hey, feel me words them not go mute. See what them do and that really never suit me. Hey, them not even know the root. Africans, I deliver you the truth. Who them a program? I say who them a young girl of them iPads. Who them a program? Who in pharmacy down on a spy band?
Me need a little piece of food fi go mash a works. I got a few bills to pay, makes matters worse. The partner when me throw the bank or rob the purse. I know it hurt but hurt. So boss man, give me where me come from. Stop beats around the bush. You know see me frustrated and the youths are dead for younger. And you know stay like how it look. So boss man, give me where me come from. Stop beats around the bush. You know see me frustrated and the youths are dead for younger. You know stay like how it look. Say me not stretch me hands out for no hand out. Me no come here fit out. You know see say this a drought and the youths them need food to them out. Too much hungry belly picking it about. And me tell you this serious. I want the right amount. You boss man, give me mass man. When you get me cross one, stop treat the youths like orphan. How you want to off man? Man, now what kind of home you born from? So boss man, give me where me come from. Stop beats around the bush. You know see me frustrated and the youths are dead for younger. And you know stay like how it look. So boss man, give me where me come from. Stop beats around the bush. You know see me frustrated and the youths are dead for younger. And you know stay like how it look. Humiliated, so them treat me yet and them make it rough. No doubt to we pocket, so them style we a scruff. More time me feel wasted, me still keep it conscious. He dirty tough, Jah know me nah bluff. And I read this we a run down when I red life things. But I one thing me know, say me bun suffering. Hey, sick and tired that they get us struggling. Say it's hard, but yet we still working. Boss man, give me where me come from. Stop beats around the bush. You know see me frustrated and the youths are dead for younger. And you know still like how we look. So boss man, give me where me come from. Stop beats around the bush. You know see me frustrated and the youths are dead for younger.
Ohma Beat sponsored election. You are going to hear some Manic and Double L coming up soon. Oh no, Majix has stepped in. Let me change the GIF. Come on. Ohma, Majix on selection.
I
It's
saw
right
the shit
above.
like raw, the back was raw. Them red lips had me like raw. Oh my gosh, raw. Oh my gosh, and the way she walked, the way she talked, the way that she's just so informed. Oh my gosh, raw. Oh my gosh.
Gosh.
So I saw this girl from afar like raw. Girl, you're raising the bar.
Pull it, pull up, pull up, pull up.
Gosh.
Magic's on selection. Manic's talk about hoodies, right. I've got 100 t-shirts of the old school design coming, but I need someone that's going to get a contract with these hoodies. Who wants to approach me and produce a high quality Rise Above hoodie? Email. The email's on the screen right now. If you know a designer that does hoodies, wants to be part of the cause, give me a nice price and some high quality shit. riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. We need
I saw
hoodies.
the shit like raw, the back was raw. Them red lips had me like raw. Oh my gosh, raw. Oh my gosh, and the way she walked, the way she talked, the way that she's just so informed. Oh my gosh, raw.
Gosh.
Oh my gosh. So I saw this girl from afar like raw. Girl, you're raising the bar. I'm gonna go try and making a pass. This bloke's gonna go take his chance. She caught a man off guard. This girl, she's breaking hearts. Got me doing some racing starts, playing the game, so I'm taking part. Raw, she's the ace in the cards. Queens, kings, jacks, jokers. She don't care about funds and loafers. She just wants some hugs on sofas. My cards are close to my chest. This girl's gonna give this bloke stress. She needs all of me, no less. But I don't do chill and I don't do rest. I think we're a matching suit, cause yeah, man's an attractive youth. I'll have to play my cards right, cause poker face it won't work this time. Spoke to her like, yeah, hi love. Thinking, yeah, you're quite buff. But please don't call my bluff. I'm hoping I say all the right stuff. The chick was raw, the back was raw. Them red lips at me like raw. Oh my gosh, raw. Oh my gosh. Way she walk, way she talk, the way that she's just so informed. Oh my gosh.
Gosh.
And I saw the girl like, wow, got me losing my words right now. Can you come in a cab right now? Come back to the gaff right now. And I don't want a one night fling. Nah, babe, this ain't some minor fling. Cause you deserve diamond rings and all of them.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, see these mics. When we MC from these, we got to make sure we don't redline. So you can't get too close. Yeah. It's better on these. We've mastered it.
Tight. Nice.
Much better. Magic's on selection. Remember, t-shirts are available, £25, including postage and packing. riseabove-livestream@gmail.com is the PayPal. We got them white and black. T-shirts live on the rack. We've got them white and black, small, medium, extra large, and large. I'm in charge. Double L, not the Sarge, it's the General. Yo. The General's back. I'm speaking general facts. Pay your P's like General. Yo, listen. Yo. The General's back. I'm speaking general facts. Pay your dues like federal tax. I'm not just rolling through, I'm leveling flat. 16 bars on several tracks. The General's here. The General's here. Where the General speaks, it's crystal clear. Tip of my tongue to your eardrum. Rise above soldiers, show no fear. I'm a militant man with a dissident plan. Coming from a different land, United Kingdom of Phalangistan.
Phalangistan.
Yeah, Phalangistan. A General Phalangistan. Alright, we're getting into the pirate radio sessions. Big up Virus Man. Big up Inner Guardians. Big up Word Nerd. All the team, all the gang. Ohma Beats and Majix. Right now, Majix. Finger on the fader, bruv. Come on. Student of the occult, searching for verses, locks in a vault, yearning for scriptures buried in a tomb, burning yo. Lifelong student of the occult, searching for verses, locked in a vault, buried in a tomb, burning pictures in deep catacombs. Break it down to the first principle. Apply trivium, analytical. Quadrivium, metaphysical, never horizontal or literal. Yo, Majix. We're just easing you in nicely. It's Friday night, it's Rise Above. Big up Helena Phoenix, big up That Hurt, Jacob, Catherine Hamblin, Majix. 140 BPM, yeah, 140 BPM. That's my favorite EDM. No cheesy mix and blend. Majix, come. 140 BPM. That's my favorite EDM. No cheesy mix and blend. It's double L. Yo, it's like Clash of the Titans, blood splash, fantasy violence, run from the harpy sirens. Yo, it's like Clash of the Titans, blood splash, fantasy violence, run from the harpy, the siren, the werewolf, the lichen. Whoa, dash for the silence. The way that I build up a lyric is the same way a psychic summon up a spirit, spelling out words from the letters on the Ouija board, from the demons you're reaching for. Evil thoughts from greasy hordes, speaking live from the other side. On my lips they move with the force. There's a few points to clarify. Then want me to turn to the dark side and make a deal with the life force parasite. That's a burning appetite, observing the herd from a Death Star satellite. Them are serving the serpent, further the birth, our purpose is working. Under the watchful guise of the all-seeing eye, agents are lurking. Never tell me they're not a conspiracy when 5 billion are living the life hurting. You're not afraid to be, don't make me your enemy, we need a revolution. I'll be the first in, and I keep researching.
And it's on the shit.
Magic.
Special. DJ Majix. No DJ can't test. Never.
World of people.
Straight up soundboy burial.
Only but trouble when Manic in town.
DJ Majix.
Combination 2 and a 1.
We rise the temperature.
Hyper.
That's how the predator. We rise the temperature. We rise the temperature. We rise the temperature. Me oh no ready for. We rise the temperature.
I titled the Rise Above family each and every Friday. Raising up the temperature inside the crater. Pick up the God Badge crew. Anti-Wim, if you're listening, if you're watching. What's going on, what's happening?
When Batman come round, everybody sit up. Yo, I might sit, get up. Me it up. Don't break yourself, cause you feel more than box and kick up. Ambulance come, you then pick up. Half on himself, the boy shit up. The mother come for identify, but she just take a look on him and sick up. Yo, your time it up. Me sure and I wear like hiccup. When me done, the boy look on me and say, oh.
Big up Virus Man, Manic Magician.
Me care when your face switch up. Me a real bad man, so.
Everything Christian out the house. What me tell them?
We rise the temperature. We no bust no replica.
Only for trouble when we, only for trouble when we, only for trouble when we come into town. Rise above and get you down, you know. Out to into, Korea Rollers 1, hyper version, double L and the Manic.
All I wanna do is make music, I'm juggling other things. Stuck in my bubble.
Oh, big up Comprehend. Will it up?
Will
Gosh.
deal. Yes, pull up them stars. Yes.
Bang, bang. Come out of your holes, you cowardly rabbit.
Yes. You got the jingle power.
All I wanna do is make music, I'm
It's all about
juggling
the
other
jingles and
things.
the
Stuck in
memes.
my bubble, it got a little bit troubling.
Big up
I
Comprehend.
was in the bubble cause my money weren't doubling. Now I'm still living with fuckle, but I'm finding the good in things. Yeah, I just wanna bust loads, give these bitches chances. Now I'm screaming fuck sluts, pulling down her pants quick, giving her this good wood. Me she wants to hang with cause I give her tough love. Yeah, see I had a portion of life, where I thought being nice would reward me a wife.
Are you gonna
Of
be
course,
doing
any
a
time I
collab
met holes
with,
with a slice, like
Ohma?
forcing my mind, couldn't
Are you
afford
gonna
to
be doing a
decline.
collab at some point?
Now it's
Yeah,
only
I got
number
8
one
bars
and I'm
coming
loving it.
soon.
I'm doing what I want,
Nice.
everybody can suck a dick. I'm older, a bit of a golden liquor, I've been living life wavy, that's why I'm taking another sip. Come along and vibe, you'll see I'm wavy like I ride the sea. Maybe I might die in peace, these ladies.
This one, Comprehend. Big up Comprehend each and every time. Rise above.
I was treating her good, she didn't want a piece. Started speaking to her like mud, she didn't want to leave. It's probably girls that are good, but they don't want to be. And even if they would, they want a geezer with a lot of peas. Yeah, all property, there is 3 sides to this girl, she's isosceles. I ain't got time for the risk like the lottery. On the outside, she was fit, told her not to. Sick of these people that always calling me evil. When I'm so high up in the sky, I soar like an eagle. I know I'm a little tall like an eagle. Feed me a piece of horse, I look more like I'm Spiegel.
Big lyrics. Here's big.
And I'm pissed at these mini-me's always giving me shit. I picture this differently when beginning to spit. You can go and see in my history, I was limiting this. Hot boxing, so what's popping? Got top notch scotching, watch boxing, drop top rocks.
Does he produce his own stuff as well?
He's got a couple of producers, I think.
I never did dirt on the road, but I did get dirt on my clothes. Flipped her, them alone. Never did worse, but you know, I guess I did get worse from my smoke. A new bed, you blows. Your girl's got a brand new nose. Me, I got
It's not scared to harmonise as well, is it? Do you know what
Nah,
I mean?
I like it.
Yeah, me too. Adds an element to it, doesn't it?
Nah, quality, mate. It's very versatile.
A new bed, you blows. Your girl's got a brand new nose. Me, I got
Your girl's got a brand new nose.
No piece for brand shoes though. The new trend, you know. Me, I ain't got a damn clue, bro. Say shoot skank, I don't do those. Still, I make you flip out like judo. Babe, I'm not known for waiting. Wanna smash your back doors in, home invasion. Meanwhile, I'm alone and basting myself in a bit of hot sauce and tasting. Fuck, I can't
Bang,
take it,
bang.
it's quite the heat.
Bang, bang.
I feel a bit of
Bang,
burning
bang, your
inside
back
of me.
back
A lot
doors
of
in.
people never see this side to me, cause I'm weird, in my mind is a rivalry. That girl that you messaged on Facebook is busy round my place, she's getting her face fucked. She said, oh my god, and she don't even pray much. I gave her my rod, ain't talking a bait hook. You see me roll up like lifts, I don't mind girls with the plus size hips. Don't touch my chick's good-minded. I'm doing it better than anybody that you ever knew. I'm spitting it clever, this ain't a hobby if there's revenue. If we're living together, just say you never knew. A battle of the chains of the lever, I used to get the truth. I'm thin on a slinky vibe. I still
What are you
tie
saying,
birds
Virus,
down
man?
like
This is
pinky
dope,
vibe.
innit?
Tie birds all the way down to pinky white. I like
Come with it, Magic. It's Rise Above. It's Friday night.
Shed the funky flex.
It's MC Manic. It's MC Double L. It's Majix. It's Ohma Beats. Ain't tired of crew.
Oh, you tell them. I don't argue, I just fight. See me, boys in position. I buy my time until the time is right. Turn the day into night, then impose a heavy blight. I'm running deep, check the technique because tonight will be the place yourself at the right time. Don't move till I give the sign. These beats are made up for you and mine. Brand new format, a new design. Be placed at the right time. Don't move till I give the sign. Beats are made up for you and mine. Brand new format, a new design. Majix, tell them.
Tell them. We tell them 9 p.m. each and every Friday.
Mixing up a run.
Is this a Magic special? So this phenomenon, eclipse sickness, as it's coming on, that's their business. As we carry on, beating my fist on the walls of Babylon. And it's vicious, if you're a vagabond in the British Isles, it's not Avalon. The ambitious escape to the Amazon, yeah. Majix, come with that mix. It's nice sitting at the console and MCing, isn't it? It's quality, it sounds good. Much better than standing over there like a bunch of peasants. Oh, big up Ohma Beats in the comfy seat. Hello. All right, you want to go first? Go on, Johnny.
All right, check this. This Majix exclusive Can't beat them beats unbeatable. No antidote, none treatable. First impressions uncurable. Second opinion terminal. Wait for the break when I bust and sing, be critical. Gotta shake a leg, gotta move your feet to the beat, to the beat, to the beat, to the break. We ram 'em in, jam 'em in, people pack 'em in. Man, if you're fools now, see what's happening. Don't stop to the exit, the blow to the structures fracturing. Ready for the landing impact, ready for the rough fight, for the rough handed it. So rough, them beats, them abandoned it. They want to tamper it. Yo, we leave the ground, chop the crowd, take the stage, rewrite the script, turn the page. Let me out of this cage. I think it's time for change. Gotta let go, things extend your range, set your sights. High the night, time is right. If the lights are too bright, we're gonna rectify it, put it right, yo. Reach for your spirit, man, me. Reach for your soul. Learn to free your mind and learn to lose your self-control. Reach for your spirit, man, me. Reach for your soul. Learn to free your mind and learn to lose your self-control. We have the right to live our lives in total freedom. Stand up, be counted for the purpose, point and reason. Natural growth we must promote season to season. Never let the student struggle, always please them. We have the right to live our lives in total freedom. Stand up, be counted for a purpose, point and reason. Natural growth we must promote season to season. Never let the student struggle, always please them. Right the wrong, but the feeling and the songs open, but the sound system. Me not saying that the sound in our phone to the back, keep going until me say when. You don't know me, love the so bass, love the beat, and me can't forget the top end. Everything nice and crisp, are you ready for this? Me, I gonna play the music again. No right or wrong, but the feeling and the tones open, but the sound system. Me don't think that the sound in our phone to the back, keep going until me say when. You don't know the love the so bass, love the mid range, can't forget the top end. Everything nice and crisp, are you ready for this? Me, I gonna play the music again.
Play the music again, come with that mix and blend. MC Manic, double L, back again. Listen, yo, I ask questions that are the deepest. What is a religious extremist? A terrorist with a Wahhabi thesis? Torpedo priests that are praying to Jesus? A rabbi circumcising a penis? Gesturing God, acting fiendish? Lecturing mobs about who is the cleanest? Claiming we're equal but acting elitist? Listen up, there's lies in his sermon. Why's that? Your vicar is vermin. Hypocrites ain't hard to determine. You gotta rise up and be wise like a serpent. Beware of the saviour serpents. They prey on the weak who peddling burden. Dissidents are destined for burden. Why? Cause indoctrination is different to learning. The system is burning. Check. Yo, and we're still learning. It's rise above.
Well, you better know your place. Double the front, don't screw your face. I pick the point in time and place. I set the tempo and the pace. Configuration accurate, manic immaculate. To the touch and the taste. Get out the line and attack your rep. Boy, you have to get all in your face.
Yeah, there's a war going on. For our minds, there's a war going on. For our minds, there's a war going on. There's a war going on. For our minds, for our attention, for our lives, and it keeps going on because we remain blind. The system is shoveling shit in our eyes. Consume this, watch that. Anything on the big screen that's flat. Distractions come in many formats, but your time is one thing you never claw back. You're playing GTA, well, you're flushing your focus away. You're cruising, free through the illusion. Why do you need their game to play? This is real. Are you feeling me? It's all vice and city, no liberty. Put down the Xbox controller. Let me bust a verbal soliloquy. Trust the burden is killing me. Use my aura dischargeability. Why? I discharge my aura. Climb any mountain, cross any border. Psychonaut in a mind explorer. Hyper thoughts, killer lines cause torture. In or out of order. Ready for the message, reach for your recorder. Better burn from the scorcher. You a player, you a baller. It don't matter where your name get caller. Yo, in the new world order. Are you a player? Are you a baller? It never matter where your name get caller. Are you standing or are you a faller? It don't matter in the new world order. So, we all make changes. We gotta turn new pages. Rising costs and lowering wages. Despite all that, the flame still blazes.
Yeah, boy. That's a mouthful there, man.
I just about pulled it off.
Mate, you went in.
Just about. I almost fucked it up twice. I spilled something on the floor as well. Yep. You don't bust it until you probably spill something. Watch. Yeah, right. What's up next? Come on, Madge.
Take you around the town, take you in town, uptown. Scene in the scene, seen what you could have win.
Big up all the Rise Above crew. We rise above, extinguish fear when we generate. Yeah. Rise above, extinguish fear when we generate. Gee. We rise above, extinguish fear when we generate love. Single candle lights up the darkness, that is the power that we all harness.
Before I start top lip slapping, think me and Skepta were born rapping. Born in the ends, move through in the ends, and that's the new meaning of sport.
Watch it.
She sells seashells on a seashore, no, he sells weed scales on a P4, yeah, he sells details, swiping galore. Beats aka credit card fraud. You can't test me in the music game, I got bare XP. Doing this thing for for real. In school, while you was typing up your CV, I was downloading on Windows NT, bare sample packs of Fruity Loops free. Asked Mr. Koval about me, I was walking around with my jacket that said mic controller on the back. Best MC in the game, fact. Didn't care about charts or about plaques. Didn't give a shit about YouTube stats. Didn't give a fuck about first week sales. Now you wanna come and chat all this crap? Fam, all I wanted to do was pick up the mic and spray, and today I still do that. So chat to me about fucking up shows, bringing 100 supporters to the videos, spitting brand new bars nobody knows. Still everybody in the room up on their toes. Room smoked out even though I don't smoke. Forget my bars and freestyle, I don't choke. Been doing this for over 10 years, so anybody that was there from the start that only cares now, fuck you, rude boy.
Yeah,
Ring my phone, I'll duck you, rude boy. Chatting about, oh, I ain't seen you for time. Yeah, I don't wanna buck you, rude boy. You never used to check me back in the day. You didn't used to rate me back in the day. You never used to break me back in the day. So how the fuck am I the one who's changed? Pissed me off, hard from the start and I ain't gone soft. Your new fans come like tans, they only want a bread man skin after man got hot. Crime in my heart just like Logan, more serious than my slogan. Anybody wanna go against me, I will leave you seeking asylum like Snowden. Trust me, even if you don't see me, I'm working so I don't get rusty, cause I'm born to do it like CD. These guys try cuss me and they ain't even sold one CD. The only time they'll succeed is if they build a zoo and it's CD, cause they don't know about fucking up shows, bringing 100 supporters to the videos, spitting brand new bars nobody knows. Still everybody in the room up on their toes. Room smoked out even though I don't smoke. Forget my bars and freestyle, I don't choke. Been doing this for over 10 years, so any one of you cocaine snorting label executives that thinks you can take my integrity for a couple backs, think twice. Make grime and I get paid, I'm nice. In a rave, get a lemonade and ice. I thought by now it was apparent that these guys cannot develop our talent. I thought by now it was bait that these guys to try to decide man's fate. When I made Serious way back in 2006, I can't forget Sam told me it was a hit. I had to have bare meetings with pricks, labels, A&R's, radio, playlist managers looking at me like a dick. They weren't rating me, but the guys they were rating now ain't shit. But I'm still about, in fact I'm more than about right now. Sold out tour, smashing it out. About 20 t-shirts, smashing them out. See me in a 6-cylinder, 3 litre, 2 turbos, ragsing it out. So don't tell me that grime shouldn't be the music that man's putting out. If you don't know about fucking up shows, bringing 100 supporters to the videos, spitting brand new bars nobody knows. Still everybody in the room up on their toes.
From A to B, from B to A, from one state to the next.
Been doing this for over 10 years, so
as we control the morning ride, Double L and the Manic, Majix, inside the ride. Gosh. Too dangerous, too dangerous, too dangerous, too
There's a lot of
dangerous.
exclusives in this set as well, a lot of Magic exclusives. Big up Manic each and every time, lyrical partner, bro.
We're damaging, too dangerous. Keep up with us, they wanna cause a fuss. Right to the end of my own, cause you never can afford to trust. Damaging, we're too dangerous, too dangerous, too dangerous, too dangerous, too dangerous, too. World of people.
Different. Yo. Okay. Listen up, ladies and gents. Stand up, get your ass off a bench. We're hitting up all types of events, clubs and raves and big top tents and a big bashment. You know it makes sense. Cost money, so you better save pence. It's gonna be one thing or the other. There's no time left to sit on the fence. It is big. That's how we rave, man. You can't play if you got no game plan. That's just how I go on, fam. It's Double L, not my nature to harm, man. See the mic, I gotta do this justice. In my clutches, got to bust this. Double L so raw with the roughness. Not even MC Hammer could touch this. Yo, Double L so raw with the It's so cheesy, but it still works. That's big.
Get in there, son.
Manic.
Get in there.
Manic.
Yo, check it. No less than it all in the cure. Up front to the fore. Don't think that we won't bring it right to your door. Kind of all decide to sit back. Who that on the attack? Been gone for a minute, now we're back. No slack, just back. We're back. Back on the tape, there on the brow, see me there on the track. Pull the trigger, push the button. What you waiting for? Get it started, up on departed. Disregard, we get cold-hearted. Ain't gonna come round again, ain't gonna tell them again. Yo, send your mind round the bend. Ain't never gonna comprehend a new trend. We ascend, you descend, come on.
I be going in militant, not same. Oh, so different, abstract sonnets, no equivalent. And Double L flows omnipotent, may I suggest a lyric proof vest. I got a bar that'll tear through a chest and cause a massacre from my caliber. You're clever, I can't protect. Anyway, back to the subject, expose devilish acts to the public. I talk topics they won't publish, instigate a cold war like Sputnik. Observe you with a satellite view. Look at all these parasites do, worshipping the gods of our conquerors. Well, that's an acolyte view, methods to mind us. Let me remind you, they drink blood and sacrifice you. Yeah, let me remind you. Yo, that's why we rise above. We rise above. Alright, I'm gonna go in. Yo, this is more than 232s and a hook. You want lyrics? I write books. Way ahead, double L overtalk. With a statement you can't overlook an eye. Right rhymes you can't unhear. Drop rhymes, never unclear, and I tell them direct to your ear. I doubt the signs that guided us here. And these live from lost puppeteers who cut your throat like swashbuccaneers. Call to arms, don't volunteer. Don't take orders from brigadier. From war and carnage, they puppeteer. The march goes on till we disappear. It's my duty to interfere, and I'll smash them system like chandelier. MCs chat about whips and cars. I write bars about pyramids on Mars. Another weird subjects, hidden for years, mate, locked in cars. Please, strap your protective mask, inform your career. Yo. It's a harrowing task and I'm swimming in fears on a narrowing path. I'm powering past. These bullshit rappers, I'll devour you last. And they're towering fast, shook from the ledge of a powering, yo. And they're towering last, yo. And it's all good, Majix, Ohma Beast, double L, Manic.
Change your mind in an instant, stay on top with persistent. Don't need to go attack, just know that we're in effect. On point when in position, ain't got no real opposition. No point trying to fan, you're not gonna know the end. Take it anywhere you want, up or down, but don't make a fuss. You don't want it with us, huh? You don't want it with us. Ain't gonna be no second hand, we're gonna raise the time and then we're about to bust. You don't want it with us. You don't want it with us.
The levels have blatantly gone up now. Serious.
Look, the brain will go again. Who's bringing it back?
This is what's happening. It's not even a joke out here. It's Master Beats time.
As we control the morning ride.
Every single day. Yeah. Okay, Skepta on the mic right now. Listen and learn. Yo, I'm like draw for the tool. Going in, think I'm a fool.
Remix.
Going in, draw for the mash. Going in, still wanna clash. Going in, waste man.
Big up Marcus Spitter.
Shook. Going in, I got war lyrics in my book. Going in, kiss my black foot. Going in. 1, 2, this my crew. 3, 4, come to your door. 5, 6, draw for the blitz. Punches, kicks, or be outside about 7 or 8. So it ain't bait. 9, 10, draw for this game. Leave an MC underground like them. Going in, listen man then.
Last one, then we're gonna have a chat with Virus Man after this one.
Like confetti. Won't bring a strap if the beef is petty. No family, I just draw for the shetty. Make it really look like a bowl of spaghetti. Leave your lip busting your forehead sweaty. I'll make you wish you never draw the machete. Going in, you think you're ready. Going in, know yourself when you're not in the booth. When I touch mic, I only speak truth. Run when you hear the dogs go woof woof. Don't care if he's a 12-year-old youth. Going in, jump on the roof. When it comes down, your head will get hoof. Now you'll be missing more than one tooth. Skepta live in the flesh, I'm proof that DJs can take an MC title. Get chopped in your top lip with a vinyl. Jacking MC for the R1 cycle. Man get shook on Skepta's arrival. Going in, draw for
Big
the
up
rifle.
Skeppy before he started wearing a dress.
Fry a man's head like Pepsi did
Before he started
Michael.
worshipping Baphomet. Big up Skeppy.
Listen and learn. It's my turn. I'll be a big MC by end of school term. I'm a big bird. You're just a worm. You don't want to receive further give birds. When I bust on everybody spread
Don't
like
fall
germ.
asleep, Virus Man. Don't fall asleep, bruv. We're not finished with you yet. I've watched you.
Big boy solicitor, cases adjourned. Now told me that I ain't got bars. Got better bars than your favourite stars. See man saying going
Don't
in
worry.
cars.
This is a real last one because they've actually got to reset the decks. They got a problem. It's not going to be an Ohma Beats last one. This is actually the last one for this moment. Don't watch him.
I ain't one of them boys from the past who ain't got the answer. I got the answer. I'm like Mr. Miyagi, the master. Go on then, give me the test and I'll pass the exam with my eyes closed, getting a disaster. When it comes down to guns, I'll draw faster. Push back your wig like a wasteman barber. But forget that, Skepta smart. I must be the master, you know why? Always got the answer, you know why? Cause Skepta ain't a fool, you know why? I took notice in school, you know why? I wanted to be the smartest, you know why? Road life is the hardest, you know why? Man gets shot for joking, you know why? They only care about their own life. And they don't care about my tune. Same waste man wanna spit on my tune. Waste man bars can't fit on my tune. They try hard but they still sound shit on my tune. Producers wanna bootleg my tune. Catch me and end up dead on my tune. Just a little reminder of my tune. There was gunshots a sidewinder for my tune. Born on September the 19th. Don't care about February 14th. Pay me for my 16th. Before I start acting like it's Friday the 13th. 2 black gloves in a balaclava. CS gas and let me cleave up. Pay me for my half off. Before I start chopping off heads like King Arthur. When people clash in the game, why is it such a big thing when they say a man's real name? Yeah, go on and say my name. Then these same man don't want you lot to come around with Zane, Javan, Jerome, Richard, James, Jamie, Mark, and Marvin, busting shots at your window frame. Junior's not on the hype. Skepta's only a music name. When I don't get the role twisted with a mic, I'm only Skepta in the music game. Call out my name, call out my name, call out my name. Bassy boy, call out my name. Junior. Suck your mama till she's in pain. I got love for the fam when I'm here. Drive on a 2-year ban when I'm here. Skepta's a fully grown man when I'm here. No baby buggy or plan when I'm here. £50 for a gram when I'm here. Smokers broke a hole in the can when I'm here. They call this boss man when I'm here. Represent Meridian man when I'm here. When I'm here.
Quite a dwelling peasants.
Whoa, are we back? Are we back in the room?
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Rabbit. Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Virus Man.
You guys are fire. That was wicked. Thank you. That was perfect.
No, thank you, mate. Thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah.
So,
No, thank you for having me.
Mate, nice to put a face to a meme.
Nice to put a face to a meme.
I
See,
feel like I
already-
know you guys already, like your family, so it's like the first time you
Mate,
see me.
the
but
feeling is mutual, VM, man. The feeling's mutual. Let's just have a recap, right? How long ago? Because, right, I first noticed you in a super early stream, me and Andy PG, who was this Virus Man guy, in the comment section, right?
Yeah.
Was it that way? And then how did we see your first meme? I can't remember. Because I know you could...
I
Go on.
found you with the Serco thing, so I tracked you down through Rise Up, obviously, locked in Joe, and I think you put a competition out, wasn't it, to do the Greta reset, and that's when I reached out. Yeah, then that's when I reached out to you guys and kind of went from there. I think that's
the
right.
website up. That is the story. I can't believe I've got so much shit going on in my head, right?
Oh, no,
I need to get the website up. Right, www.riseabove.news, because we need to go to the Virus Man section, because let's start at the start of the story. The first ever meme that, like you said, you commissioned for us was the Greta reset. Do you remember what the brief was for that meme?
Yeah, it was obviously lovely Greta, Klaus Schwab, incorporating the Great Reset thing. And I think that was it. 3 components. I think that was it.
I believe so, mate. I kept
Yeah.
it simple. That was your brief, because we sort of someone said it like a lot of these things. Like when I came up with and I don't care. I invented the Soviet Union. It's true. When I coined the Soviet Union, people can see when it happened. It was actually caught on camera when I was chasing those weasels down in the street, those COVID wardens.
The men in the tabards.
Yeah, in the tabards, right? And they were going, "Why you're comparing us to something?" I said, "Well, look, listen." Back in the Soviet Union, and I go, and I actually said it by accident, and we coined the Soviet Union. So this is how the Greta reset got coined. Let me put this on the full screen. So this was the original. This is the first meme that you ever made for us.
Yeah.
This is holy shit. It's so good.
Push the button.
It is so good because it's got so much. Not only what's the name? Do you know the name of this painting on the right that you've got?
It's the Michelangelo, isn't it, or something?
Yeah, I know it's
I'm not
Michelangelo.
that cultured, to be fair.
It's on the roof of some massive cathedral, right?
Yeah, Sistine Chapel.
The Sistine
that's
Chapel.
it.
That's it. Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
So yeah,
exactly.
that's right. So that was the meme competition, mate. And mate, do you remember how long ago that was? I know it was last year, mate. So
That
much
was
has
last
happened.
October, because I looked up that meme earlier just to get my bearings on how long it's been. It was last October, so yeah, we're approaching 1 year now, Lance, and we
Wow.
finally meet today.
It's mental because, like, you say you've met Majix and you've met Word Nerd at the
Yeah.
protest in London. Yes, big up, Maj. And mate, everyone actually like proper gushes over your
Yeah, big
memes.
up.
Like every time I share them on Facebook, people go mad for them. Trust me.
Yeah,
sorry,
big up Word
talking-
Nerd as well. No, it was good just to see Word Nerd's eyes. I didn't know he actually had eyes until that day when he in the sunglasses.
Did his eyes light up when you whispered in his ear?
Yeah, a little bit too much, but
Mate, it can never too much. It's so much love for the family. Like this is what I say. Like when you walk down the street and you see someone like wears a Rise Above t-shirt, you know they're part of the crew. It's like
exactly, yeah. It
there's
is
an
really nice.
instant
Yeah.
connection that they know too.
Yeah.
Ohma Beats, what have I told you about those flashy lights after the music is finished? You've got one job, Mersh. I love giving him a hard time. I've got 100 jobs over here, mate. Look.
So you've got one job to remember as well, and you unmuted me now.
What an absolute insult. I fucking gave him the full peasantry. He got muted as well. That's what happens when you forget to turn off the flashy lights when the music finishes.
And I forget to turn them on.
Yeah, look, we don't want to look like a knocking shop with flashy lights when we're having a serious chat, especially with Virus Man. Come on. Right, so, yeah, it's been almost a year. Now, you started off on Instagram, VM, right? This is how you started presenting your memes. Tell us a little bit about what happened with Instagram.
I don't know. I was just kind of. It's just mucking around as you do with memes. It wasn't any serious thing. Got quite a few followers, and I just noticed people were reporting my posts quite a lot, and I was getting strikes. And eventually, they just kicked me off. which was kind of a bit perplexing because I didn't think they were that close to the bone, to be honest. But yeah, that's the way
I'm
it
not
is.
so sure, mate. Your memes are pretty hard hitting. Like some of them are quite close, pretty much as quite close to the bone as you could be. But when did that happen? When did you get kicked off Instagram?
I think that must have been about January time. It was in the new year, definitely in the new year. Yeah. And then go on.
I'm trying to remember because I think it was actually coincided with something that happened to me and Andy PG. It's like we lost some accounts, and then all of a sudden you disappeared. Off Instagram. I sent you a couple of emails, and I was like, "Well, where are we going to see his memes?" Because like now you're on Telegram, yeah.
Yeah, the Telegram one is up for like last maybe 3 months. It's been 2 months since I started back up on Telegram. So just building up that base that you had on Instagram, and we're doing all right. Got up to about like 600 subs in 2 months, which is okay. And yeah, just gonna build it from that really.
Yeah, mate, your Instagram's good because it's got ludicrously funny memes in there, but every now and then you're obviously sharing something from the mainstream media, which people need to see, and every now and then you're making quite a serious post. Like, was it you? I think you shared, or I don't know if you got it from me. I shared it as well. Loads of people did that thing about the lawyers for justice.
Oh yeah.
Serious post time. If you are literally being persecuted by the Soviet Union, check this out.
Because that's the thing. I feel like I'm taking the piss a lot of the time, and there is that serious side to it. Obviously about the kids. I've got a kid. And like we have to do what we can with our platforms to I don't know, kind of get a consensus going about the vaccine, not the Britney spearing of the kids. I think
almost.
Almost. Yeah.
Welcome back in a Guardian. Sorry for leaving you out there. Yeah, because at the end of the day, like we talk about this a lot on RA. Let's just call it RA now. There's a fine balance between having something that's entertaining that people want to tune into every week, and obviously, conveying the important what we believe to be our important collective commentary, and sort of collective, problem solving with regards to what's going on.
Yeah.
So yeah. By the way, your Instagram, your Telegram is in the description. So for anyone that's watching that is new to Virus Man's work, he must be new to Rise Above as well because we show his memes every week. You can get his Telegram in the description.
Give us a little sub. Yeah, and we got a little chat section as well, so get involved with that, and we can have a little bit of banter on the side of the memes as well. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's got a really nice crossover with the people on the Rise Above Telegram as well.
Yeah,
I'm being really slow here with the graphics. Let me just get all our details.
And I love what you guys are doing on that Rise Above chat as well. And there's so much interesting stuff that you guys have been posting, and that's the number one place I go to now for kind of
awesome,
any information.
It's
it's brilliant. Yeah.
I pop in there 2 or 3 times a week, and to be honest, I go in there and there's like 300 or 400 comments. People have been putting up all this information which you ain't going to see on Insta. You're not going to see it on Facebook, probably not on Twitter. It's still there in Telegram. Everyone's commenting on it, discussing things. So
someone
for
posted
anyone that's interested.
Yeah, someone posted a video called "The Occult Art of Law" the other day. I don't know if you guys have seen that. It's a bit of an introduction to your special guest earlier, Pete.
Right.
But yeah, track that little talk down. It's only 60 minutes, but it's kind of married up to what we were hearing earlier from Pete. It's very interesting
The Occult
stuff.
Art of Law.
Yeah.
And that's in the Telegram.
Yeah, someone posted that on your on Rise Above chat. Yeah.
Yeah, to everyone watching, the Telegram, our Rise Above official, is at the bottom of the screen in the graphics. Virus Man is in the description of the show tonight. So if you want to get him on Telegram. Right, so without further ado, we love a little slide/Schwab show here at Rise Above. There is going to be a heavy influence of your work in this Schwab show, Mr. VM, right? So I'm going to do some old screen sharery. Where do we get to? Now, do you know what? Before I get to that, we need to go up because I have a few announcements. Does anybody know who we've got on next week? Has anyone heard of this guy?
The Undertaker.
The Undertaker. We're going to get a special jingle. He is apparently actually a funeral director. I think it's the same as Undertaker. For anyone that doesn't know this name, John O'Looney, he is an accredited Milton Keynes funeral director that has been speaking out heavily about everything that we've been alluding to that the Soviet Union might be doing to ramp up the deaths of the people's pandemic. He's done loads of interviews, and I'm going to be honest, everything he says is great, but I don't think the interviewers have been properly poking him. We're going to really like grind him down to the nub. So for anyone that's not familiar, check out this name, John O'Looney. Check out his interview so far. You're going to know what he's saying is what we've been talking about. He's confirming it, whether it comes to that lamb sauce and Midazo lamb stuff, etc., care homes.
I like the way that he's put it, that the virus is the vaccine. So the Delta is the vaccine.
There's two swear words there.
The Britneys, yeah.
The virus is the Britneys, virus. Carry on.
I've had a few, but he's put it as the Delta is the Britney, which is pretty accurate as far as I can see. That's what's happening. I'm in two minds whether there was an actual virus, whether it was rebranded as flu, but I believe that there's definitely something out there now.
Or at least what they're saying is the Delta, this latest wave of people's illness, could I reckon it's definitely been created by those that have attended the second Britney Spears concert.
Yeah.
Because after you attend the second concert, it's like you have a certain level inside the Britney Spears fan club where you can start sort of like recruiting other members through your David Icke protein, right?
VIP.
Yeah, you've got a special VIP shedding capability.
It seems to me that they've converted the terrain theory into actual germ theory. That's what they've been working on all this time.
Oh, mate, that's an amazing concept. Inner Guardians, thank you for sitting in the background there and interjecting. So you're saying that this thing about germ versus terrain theory, with this double Britney Spears attendance / Ike protein factory inside these people, you're saying they could actually be creating a germ theory?
Yeah, because the germ theory is what they've always wanted. It's their wet dream. But well, there's always that argument between terrain or germ theory.
We'll call it Britney Ike theory, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, this is the new one. This is the third way, yeah.
Britney Ike theory, yeah.
Yeah, so farmers always had an issue with terrain theory. It doesn't serve them. Germ theory serves them very well. Yeah?
Yeah.
So it's been their ambition to convert it from one to the other. And this is what we're witnessing. Potentially.
So
and I'm not giving medical advice.
Oh no, we never ever give medical advice on Rise Above. We are
It's
not
just my observation.
We only collectively have exactly the same qualifications as Health Chancellor Gates, which is absolutely zero. So yeah, this is next week. Anyone that's got a really hard-hitting question, I don't want a standard question like, do you think there were people euthanized with lamb sauce? I want a different question for this guy, because this guy's done about 100 interviews. I phoned him up. He answered the phone in 2 rings. The first thing he said is, I'm doing hundreds of interviews, but I will do it. So I don't want to muck around and waste his time. I want to ask the questions that no one else is asking. Email us on riseabovelivestream@gmail.com.
I've got one.
Go on.
Does he talk to the dead?
Well, funny enough, Inner Guardians has already posed a question slightly similar to that. It's like,
well, no, think about it, right? I mean, this guy, he's a stand-up guy, lovely guy. You can tell he's genuine. Do you know what I mean?
You've seen his interviews, right?
I've seen the first one. I didn't see this.
The first one was almost at the back end of last year. He's done loads.
I don't know which one I saw, but anyway, it's about half an hour long. And I was just thinking about, I mean, this guy is he's like an intermediary between, someone's loved one who's passed and the family. Do you know what I mean? He's almost like, how long has he been doing it? What, 15 odd years?
Probably most of his life.
He's probably attained some skills that he may not even be aware of. Do you know what I mean? That he's just instinctively, he's like a healer. Do you know what I mean? For the living, because he comforts them. He's looking after their.
He's almost like the boatman on the River Styx.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Literally, he talks about dressing the warm bodies, this guy, because he's got respect that he doesn't want to let rigor mortis set in and have them look like stiff for their families. So for anyone that doesn't know what we're talking about someone that literally deals with dead bodies, and he was told, I'm paraphrasing him, that he wasn't allowed to dress the bodies the way the families would want to see him, just chuck them into a fucking bag and put them in the crematorium. He said, I refused to do it. There weren't enough masks. He said, I did it. I was dealing with warm bodies that apparently had all died of the people's pandemic. He never got sick, and this what started making this man ask questions. You want to hear some of the stuff, and trust me, I'm going to ask him the questions that need to be asked. If you've got a question, email.
Yeah, I've had to rein my questions in a bit because they were going to be a bit, probably a bit
This is why you
metaphysical.
never get invited to parties, Lee. Apart from my wedding, you just never get invited to parties, mate.
I never get invited to funerals either. Seriously.
You certainly never get invited to do anybody's eulogy.
No, but yeah, like you're saying, he deals with death on a daily basis.
Absolutely.
So his relationship towards it, I'll probably have to have a private conversation with him, in terms of, because I'm sure there's a lot of things he probably wouldn't want to say. In public.
Well, I'm gonna sail close to the wind, mate. I'm gonna drop a cult. I'm gonna go into the occult. I'm not gonna, because he's alluding to like the fact that there could be some culling going on that people know about and it's being covered up. I don't want him to just dance around it. I want to ask him, do you think it's deliberate? Why? I want to ask him. I want to get some more details out of him. But this is going to be big.
Going back to Sovereign Pete, I mean, if you think about everything that he's just been speaking about, it's all occulted knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I didn't want to say anything because he was dealing with a particular subject, but I would put money on it that he has an understanding of the occult to attain this knowledge.
Yeah, you have to develop the skills, don't you? It's not something you like attain overnight or from reading a book, or 10 chapters in the book, and it's just like suddenly it's not. You have to develop these kind of.
Pete was certainly very honest not to cast any unrealistic aspirations in anyone's mind about how to achieve what he's trying to achieve, and that's something I really respect, because anyone can come on here and say, yeah, I've got the answers, do this, this and this, and give you a load of waffle, right? He was very honest. He's like, to get a basic foundation understanding, that's going to be 6 months.
Yeah, I could really sort of empathise with his position of trying to communicate such revealing knowledge, bearing in mind that it's literally from birth and pre-birth that all of this knowledge and information has been occulted, and it's definitely not taught in the schools or education system.
He kept coming back to first principles, didn't he, about the mindset? Because I don't know if you noticed, and with all due respect to him, I love what he was saying, but I was trying to always grind him down into real world application. Because I know people in the comment section are maybe skeptical. This is all great, but it doesn't work when they throw you in a van and beat you up, etc., etc. And I was trying to grind him down into that. And
I was really interested to listen to him.
Yeah, he had great points.
Hello.
Yeah, no, we can still hear you, mate. Carry on.
Hello.
In the Guardians. Oh, bad signal in the Guardians. I'll put you in the
green room.
No, just saying. Sovereign Pete had fantastic points, but I wanted to work out: does this work at the point of arrest or at the point of being in the courtroom? The point after you've already got, like, for me.
Yeah.
I mean,
how's it applied? Yeah.
It was 9 months for me because maybe I didn't have Sovereign Pete's knowledge. I had to do the crowdfunding, and luckily, all these kind people donated money for me and Shelley Tasker. We got the barrister. She read the thing. We produced it, etc., etc. But you want
confidence in what you're doing as well. Do you know what I mean? Again, it's just like, you've got all this knowledge. How effective is it, and at what level?
That's right. Because I'm seeing people at protests approaching police and asking them if they're under their oath. And
I've seen this as well, mate.
It sounds like they're talking a good game, but really, I don't think they have that kind of backing that Pete has to talk like that. So we've got to be careful.
And it's about the application as well. I remember that day in October last year. This is before my arrest. When I first went to the protest in London, just after I beat the deplatform, I did a few speeches there on Scotland Yard, etc., and it was all been filmed. But as soon as I've rocked up, some lady with a clipboard and a load of leaflets, she'd heard who I was through Rise Above. She came straight up to me. It's like, right, you've got a voice. We've heard you speak. You're powerful. I'd like you to take this and go up to those police and ask them about their oath. And she was literally unloading a load of paper and a clipboard and a pen on me. I was like, love, with all due respect, I've never been to a protest before. I'm an MC who started making videos. I've come to this protest because I want to attend. You're asking me to do a load of stuff I don't know about in the first 2 minutes of me being here. She wanted me to go up to police and start serving affidavits on them. And I often think that, like, with all due respect, 95% of the people that are talking this talk have no idea what they're talking about. And this is why I wanted to get Sovereign Pete on, because this guy has obviously put the time and the work in. And even he admitted, he's like, I'm only a second level black belt, and people want black belt. In martial arts, if you're not at least a brown or a black belt, you didn't even really put the work in and put a few years in at least. And he's saying, to get to the 7th dan or whatever, true understanding, that's a lifetime of work, like in any martial art.
It's discipline, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
he's talking about the
Well,
mindset. You've
he's
got to
actually-
start thinking.
He's
Go on,
actually
sorry.
teaching personal protection, and it.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, my system was glitching back then.
You sound good
He's
now,
actually
mate.
teaching personal protection, and we share. Yeah, we share the similar dilemma. So, for instance, I can train somebody in personal protection in a classroom, but then when you're out in the real world and you've got a real threat in front of you, demanding your money, your phone, and they've got a knife or whatever, it always comes back to the mindset. How you can actually articulate yourself and posture yourself, and stand up for yourself.
Yeah,
And for the
because
most
I think-
part, most people can't do that.
I think maybe the point which I think he might have been trying to get across, and I hope I don't mischaracter what he's saying, is that with the correct mindset, you can actually precede the action of the fraudulent officer or the agent of the state acting beyond their means. If you are stood there from the first point of the interaction with the correct mindset, giving off the correct vibration, the correct aura, standing in authentic knowledge of yourself, then what you could actually do is command by the law of this realm that person doesn't even come into an area where they're going to act fraudulently against you, because you've already exuded that energy.
But I guess like the police don't have this
Yeah,
level of knowledge, right? You can
No,
supersede them
of
with
course
that.
they don't. It's like my GP had no idea about COVID in 1984 when I went to ask him all the questions the other week. He admitted that I knew he couldn't answer any of my questions. That's the first thing he said. I don't know that much about it. You go and look on this website. Do you think the police know about all the laws they're supposed to know about? No way.
Not at all.
Well, I was talking to a former police trainer. He actually left the police because he saw what was taking place in I think it was the 90s, and then definitely the 2000s, that they were transforming the police training so that they had enough knowledge to basically execute unlawful arrests, but they didn't have enough knowledge to know that it was illegal or unlawful. That's why they appear to be very confident, but actually they don't even know the law.
They're actually only confident in the orders that they've been given.
Exactly.
And if they fulfil those orders, then their quota will be ticked off on the box when they get back to the station. Because this is one the thing that I found when I was in the court. It was like the judge didn't actually know the Coviet bill in and out, like the barrister that had been paid £300 to read it had. Let alone the goddamn police that arrested us. They had zero idea because they just been told to arrest me and anyone else that was speaking with me, because I was the guy that done the Serco speech. It was like the judge didn't even know the ins and outs. The judge had to be educated by the barrister that I paid for what the Coviet bill said.
Well, they're almost victims of their own sophistry because they've had to weave all this lingo and language to bamboozle the public. They've actually bamboozled themselves.
Yeah.
It's lies piled on to top of lies and piled on top of lies. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have to peel it back like an onion, Virus Man. And what I found was the more that they peeled it back, they didn't just realise that myself and my Cody weren't guilty. It was that even if we had done exactly what they had accused us of, we still wouldn't have been guilty. And the arrest in the first place was completely fraudulent. It's like, from what Sovereign Pete said, I could take them to the cleaners if I want to raise another £3,000 or £4,000 to get another barrister, but I don't have the knowledge to go and do it myself. So it's like it's this, you sort of back to the same thing.
Well, this is what I've been talking about, more on a lower level, lower scale, that when I interact with any authority, I have quite an easy time because I know how to posture myself. I know I've got the correct mindset for it. And just in that alone, it puts them on the back foot because they're used to interacting with people that don't know anything about anything to do with authority.
So this comes back to the first interaction and the vibrational resonance that's given off at that first interaction, doesn't it? And this is where we're basically essentially talking about stuff that you could say is like a Jedi mind trick.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, no, it's okay. I'm not in a contract with you.
Yep.
I don't know if anyone remembers those first videos where I was going after those COVID weasels with the tabards. The first thing they'd say to me is like, you can't film me. You must stop filming me now. And do you know what? Everyone in the comments was really surprised. Do you know what I said? I just said, no. And that's all I said. I just said, oh, no. You are not allowed to film me. Stop filming me now. I said, oh, no.
Well, here's a very important point, right?
I had no idea what to do.
A very important point that Sovereign Pete raised was when we use the term they. Now, the way I was taught to not use words like they, we, or us.
Nondescript pluratives.
Yeah. So when you've got to communicate to people in the first person, second person status, the moment you go away from that, then you lose power. So the more you deviate away from that, you lose power. And this is what I was alluding towards when I asked him the question about, as we transfer to digital platforms, you're literally talking to bots for the most part, or you can be. And you go into a platform of where you have to register, and the moment you've registered, you've already lost.
Yeah, because the decision of whether you have to comply or not is literally left down to a binary code, rather than an individual sentient being deciding whether they have to enforce a policy. And I've seen this happen in real life when it comes to the exemption thing that I've been talking about, when it comes to the mandates. You know, I've told to everyone, and I've been trying to advise everyone, and it sort of goes against what Sovereign Pete said, and I know, but if you want to do the exemption route, it is just as firm as knowing that you can just say no.
Yep.
I am. You don't have to show this. You don't. And again, this is using their rules. But it does come back to a first principle of knowing that you actually have the power just to simply not comply, and then you actually remove the power from the person trying to mandate or discriminate.
Well, as Sovereign Pete was talking, I mean, I wanted to interject loads of times, but he had information that he needed to communicate. Now, one other point that is very important, when he says they, that we shouldn't use, or we shouldn't chase they, or use the word they, when we're trying to pinpoint or use our sovereignty. Equally, there's the question, who am I? And this is the first principle, and this is where we've lost. We don't know who we are. Now, we don't know that we're sovereign. Now, in my last video on Inner Guardians, I made a couple of points in that talk, and the people have been asking me about it, because I said about when you wake up and smell the coffee, but who is smelling the coffee? So the word who and who am I is vital to inquire, to find out. And I don't think it's by coincidence that those and they,
There you go again.
those that are behind what's taking place right now, go under the name of what?
Who?
Well, when you say who, do you mean the Wuhan Holocaust Organization? Yeah, they're literally called who. That's the funniest thing.
Yeah, sorry, it glitched then.
No, it didn't glitch. I don't know. We didn't hear any glitch. But the funniest thing is when people go, well, who could be directing this and making all the governments do this? You've already answered the question. Who?
Yeah, exactly.
Who?
Yep.
Yeah, it's very empowering. I'm really glad we got Sovereign Pete on the show. Maybe in not too soon, but we'll get him back when things have progressed.
Yeah,
I'd like to get him back when the situation changes. Is it buffering?
Boot me out and put me back in.
I certainly will. No problem. IG.
I wonder if that's where knock knock who's there comes from.
Knock knock who's there?
It's the boogeyman.
It's Lord Schwab.
Wobby.
Help chance of the gate. Right. While Inner Guardians just refreshes his shit, let's remember why we have invited the Mimetic Wizard on, because before we get down to your shit, Virus Man, we are gonna just review some other people's work.
I love this. Is this Jim Bob?
This is dope.
I'm not sure who it is. I found it.
I think it's Jim Bob. He's a legend.
I'm just a humble meme farmer. Right? Before the great meme war of 2016, I was just going about my business, farming my memes. Yeah. So, do you know how many people would have to be in on it? This is a good one.
I've heard that so many times.
It's great, isn't it? All right, just a few fucking Coviot stories. Here's a great one. Look at this. There's a lorry crisis. the people's pandemic or the pingdemic or whatever it is, there's not enough lorries, so we can't deliver the sewage to the sewage plants. So what's the Soviet Union going to do with the sewage, guys?
Chuck it in the river, isn't it?
Chuck it in the river. Why not?
That's the only option, isn't it? You know.
I pointed out, right, isn't it one of the latest stories that they now check the sewage of like different conurbations, cities, towns, and check the level of COVID inside the sewage to like look at like a historical COVID level. So we know that there's COVID inside liquid shit. And now they're just going to pump it back into the rivers. Yeah. Here's the fifth wave. Here's the third
Am I
wave.
back in?
Yeah, you're back in, mate. Yeah, you're back
in. Yeah,
Good
my
connection.
system was buffering really badly, so I didn't get any of what you said as a reply to what I said regarding who am I and the who.
Well, we were talking about WHO, as in the Wuhan Holocaust Organization. That's
the point I was making. Yeah, so
right, good. Yeah, we were too. Sweet.
Yeah, so they're telling us.
Yeah, and I alluded to that. It's like the greatest question that the normie or the NPC asks when you present the greatest apocalypse to them ever, right? They say, well, who could possibly be orchestrating this ahead of government? So I was like, you've already answered the question, mate. It's who?
Yeah.
Knock, knock.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Lord, I wish I had the fucking Lord Schwab meme right there. The meme, audio meme button. Right,
Schwab.
Schwab button. In the Guardians, have you heard this great new concept the Soviet Union's got? If there's not enough diesel or drivers to deliver sewage to sewage plants, do you know what they're going to do?
Yeah, they're going to dump it. Yeah.
In what? Where they're going to dump it?
Well, look, right. Last year, and this is a bit of a weird one, right? Last year, I saw a video of Boris Johnson saying that they're going to monitor the levels of COVID. Whatever. Yeah, by
DVC levels.
Yeah, by taking samples of the water in different regions.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Remember that?
Right. Now, I've tried to find that video. I don't know if anybody in the chat could find it or can find it, because I can't find it. It's been deleted as far as I can see.
I'd like
Now,
to add,
he clearly says that in an
I
interview.
heard a story in Italy that they reckon that they found a DVC 91 in Italian sewer deposits going back as late 2018, early 2019. So if they can find historic samples of sewage from 2018 or 19 that still have active DivX inside it, what's going to happen when they pump like raw liquid sewage DivX 91 straight into the watercourse?
Yeah, and I said this before on the show that throughout lockdown last year, I was going out to work, going about my business, and for the most part, I was quite pleased because it meant that there was no traffic. But there was a problem, especially near where I live, is that there was roadworks, and I don't think it's a coincidence that they were doing loads of waterworks. I don't know, maybe they were taking advantage of lack of traffic, but I noticed it was always water, the water board and so on and so forth.
They're always digging up the waterways and doing something, aren't they?
Conspiracy.
Aren't they about to dump a load of graphene oxide in the water, or filtrate the water through some graphene oxide? Has anyone heard of that story?
I've definitely heard of that, yeah.
Is
Any
that
extra
happening?
way to get graphene oxide into our bodies would be a massive bonus for Overlord Schwab. We just had Clint call in on Skype. Clint, can you hear me?
I sure can. Can you hear me, Lance?
I can. I just got to turn you down a little bit because you made a sound that was like.
So where is Clint?
Yeah, Clint's here. So that's
Hi, Clint. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, Clint, are they dumping sewage into the watercourse in your part of the Soviet Union, Korea yet?
I'm not sure. The last thing I heard, Lance, was they want to inject, they want to inject 6 months years old with the COVID virus.
There's a swear word there. First violation, mate. The people's pandemic.
Sorry. I apologize.
You are the number one offender. Remember, if you come on the show, you can't swear. All right, okay. So welcome, Clint. Right, next story. Here's a good one. Speaking of injecting or inviting youngsters to the Britney Spears concert, here's a good one, right? Over 12s should get a ticket to Britney Spears concert, but they'll only get one ticket because if you go to the second Britney Spears concert, there's a risk of a rare heart complication, right? So my first question is, how rare is the heart complication if you can only attend your first Britney Spears concert? Because everyone knows you've got to go to two.
Yeah.
You're not a proper Britney Spears fan unless you've gone to the second concert. Everybody knows that.
Or are they just trying to put icing on the cake so there's not so much pushback if they say, oh, it's only one rather than two? People might be a little bit more kind of susceptible to.
How much rarer
okay
can a
with
rare heart complication become? Does it make it unrare? So if you've seen Britney Spears twice, it's not rare anymore. It's actually quite common. Is that what they're saying? Because everyone else has seen Britney Spears twice.
Yeah, the mind boggles.
Yeah, it does, mate. It really does. 3 million more youngsters have been invited to attend their first Britney Spears concert by Pfizer, and I found out this week. Guess who owns most of Pfizer? Who sits majority on Pfizer's board?
It's FDA.
60 members of Pfizer's board are members of the Chinese CCP party.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Yeah. No surprises there, Clint.
I saw something with I think is Borlega, who's the CEO. He's the Israeli or he's a Spanish Jewish descent CEO of Pfizer, and he said that he would not take the vaccine. I think he's 69
There's
years
another
old,
swear word.
and he says he's a healthy 59 or 69, and he's caught on camera saying that he would refuse the vaccine himself.
Clint, I've got to pull you up, please. Please stop saying the V word, mate. We're going to get Al Gore. Al Gore is going to send me a personal cease and desist
I'm
if you.
used to a different level of. I'm sorry.
Britney Spears
we're a little
concert,
bit
mate.
Matron, take them away.
What is that? Matron, take them away. Yes.
Carry on.
Right, okay, carry on. It's all right, carry on, film. Right, yeah, so please, no more V-ing, Clint. What were you saying?
Okay. You have my promise to you, and I really appreciate just speaking with everybody.
You've
and
said that
all
before,
your
mate.
influence.
You have promised not to say the V word before, but please carry on. Go on.
Okay. I'm listening in, and I want to be a good contributor to a within the confines contributor, and I want to say hi to Master Lee and respect, and respect to everybody. Andy's not here. I always miss Andy, but anyways.
He's taking a week off, mate.
Salutations, Clint.
Gotcha.
I'm like Andy's negative.
You're just a fool guy. You're just a stand-in, mate. So, yeah, I mean, it's happening in your part of the world, Clint, and in our part of the world, in the realm, whatever you want to call it. Youngsters are being invited to be speared at the Britney Spears concert, and it's not good.
Yeah.
However, there is a kickback, right? Because here we've got something, I don't know if you've got anything over in the US, Lawyers for Liberty. Are you concerned your child could receive their first attendance of the Britney Spears concert at school without your consent? Nobody wants their kids going to a concert without the parents' consent. Listen, when you go to a pantomime, you go and see, you go and see Jack and the Beanstalk. The parents have to sign the consent form.
Absolutely.
Why should they go to a Britney Spears concert without a consent form? These guys are sticking up for their children. Lawyersforliberty.uk. Check them out. It's anonymous and it's free. Very important stuff.
It reminds me of when I first called in. The podcast was called The Tipping Point.
That's
so
right.
That was the tipping point. So what's the tipping point now? Is now they're gonna try to put this thing into 6 month year olds.
Yeah.
Can we not just have a see how this thing works out? But I think all of us on this podcast know how this is going to work out.
Yeah, and
if you get this,
I think we feel what you're saying as well, because the Tipping Point show, when we first started, it must have been 2 months ago now, at least 8 or 9 weeks, if not longer. And we thought then there was enough crazy stuff happening to be a tipping point where people were just going to say not enough. And we all said, hopefully, when it comes to spearing the kids, that would be the final straw. Obviously not. What can we say? You know?
In a sense as well, they've already been sparing the kids because they've been sparing pregnant mothers.
Yeah, yeah. But let's get it right. Yeah, it's not just been happening to kids. Kids still in the womb as well. Disgusting.
Yeah, but let's face it, right? They started with the grandparents, and there wasn't enough evidence to counter the narrative, so they were kind of stuck. Then the parents got done with a certain amount of evidence to suggest that it's not good, but now they're done. They're probably, the way they're looking at it is, well, we might as well just do the kids as well.
Yeah,
That's what.
well,
That's
I've
that's
heard
the only.
people make that excuse.
Yeah, that's the only justification I can possibly think of. That
Yeah, well,
it's almost
it's
so far
good.
gone for them that they might as well just go the whole hog.
Well, if it's good enough for them, it's good enough for their kids, kind of thing.
Exactly. Yep.
Mm.
Can I ask something to Master Lee?
Sure.
Is, you know, like I was involved in this at the front line, and I never said anything. Like, you know, I've got a pretty strong background in what was happening, and I could see it, and I was super upset, and you know, I just went along with it. You know, I knew what was happening, and you know, and now I'm my conscious or my logos or whatever. I'm just, you know, I can't go on with this without speaking up. So I mean, here I am, right? So.
Well,
you know,
mate,
I'm on video chat with you, right?
I think all of us already have collectively spoken up. It's like, I'm at a point now, it's like, well, listen, everyone I know that I converse with is vocally against this. We've all spoken up at different levels. Everyone has played their part, and then we're all equal parts, right? But you get to a certain point, it's like, well, you know, you can start screaming child abuser at people online or in real life if you really want to. I don't think that's going to change anybody's mind.
What we're gonna witness is regret on a massive industrial scale. Now, we've all been victims of crime in one way or another, and when you've been a victim of crime, you're always left sitting there thinking, should have, could have done this, that, and the other, but you didn't, and that's almost as painful as the crime itself.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's always after the fact or with hindsight. And I think we're walking in towards this situation of like mass industrial regret.
And imagine how much worse it will be when it's not a crime that someone has rushed up to you in the street, grabbed hold of you, shoved you in a bush and committed to you. It's a crime you've actually been convinced to commit to yourself and to your loved ones and to people within your trust. Now imagine the guilt that's going to come from that. Listen, when I was younger, I remember, something happened, I broke my leg, or I got in a fight and someone bust my nose. You think about that, you regret it, you play it back in your mind, everything you've done. But that's someone coming up to you, or, you know, you get hit by a car. Oh, if I'd have walked past the road a minute earlier, it wouldn't have happened. But when you've slowly, over a period of time, when you might have even had second thoughts, but the coercion keeps coming, and you've actually been coerced into doing the crime to yourself, I can't imagine what the wave of regret will be like for that.
Regret and bitterness as well. You know, I think.
Well, this is a different type of crime. I mean, there's different types of crime. So you've got a crime where you don't know it's going to take place and you're surprised, and then you've also got like the crime of fraud, where, you know, people, they get phone calls and they get swindled out of their life savings, and that may take a process or time for them to do that, like a confidence trick. So this is, I would put this in the category of fraud. It's fraudulent. It's not like they've just suddenly kicked the doors down and pinned us down and done whatever they want to do to us. So this is a long drawn out process of grooming.
Yeah.
Master Lee, I've had pretty leading figures here in the United States just say, you're going to be convicted of Nuremberg stuff if you don't say anything, like the Nuremberg trials. And
but are we going into like a post-human rights era where these human rights don't count anymore? They can be disregarded at a whim. So the Nuremberg.
I can envisage something happening where, you know, the next event that gets rolled out and some international conference says, you know, we need to forgo this clause and this thing in the human rights, you know, for the greater good, for the greater human rights of.
I think it would be a case of
No, they don't need to.
burying
They
them
don't.
more than.
They don't need to. They've already taken care of that. Now you're talking about the word or the words human rights. I thought the whole point of this was to dehumanize and turn people into a 2.0 human who's patented.
Of course,
So,
right? Okay.
Yeah.
So it goes hand in hand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So you're saying that this sleight of hand that we're alleging could have been played through attending a Britney Spears concert and inadvertently taking Schwabian nanotechnology that has actually edited your genome to such a level that Serco can repaint you as a patented Soviet peasant. It's like that has actually negated your human rights, and
Yes.
When I stripped of them.
When I first was talking about this a couple of years ago, and I've said this online before, even when I said it to people, I heard myself thinking, them saying, "Oh God, what is Lance talking about now? They're going to patent people's DNA, right?" That's not a conspiracy theory anymore. Because who knows how long this will be? Is this 2 years down the line? Is it 5, 10, or 20? I don't care. It will happen. It will come to light that people that have had level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of this update will no longer be an organic human.
There's a video you posted with Schwab even talking about that in the
Yeah,
future.
literally admitting, yeah.
You know,
Human
Yeah, but look,
2.0.
right. What has Sovereign Pete been talking about? Is talking about once you enter into a contract or an agreement or you register, then you've lost. Now, I would suggest that the mere fact that you've attended a Britney Spears, I wouldn't say concert, I'll say contract, then it's game over.
Yeah.
It's a Britney Spears subscription contract.
Yep. And you've
It's
written...
not just one concert. It's never one concert.
Yeah, you've signed away your rights by complying and allowing them to edit or do whatever it's doing.
Warner MGM or whoever owns Britney Spears now owns you. In
Yeah.
this case, it's like Pfizer and Lord Schwab and their collective. And, people, this is great entertainment when we talk about it like this, but there is no hyperbole essentially in what we're saying. There is no.
But you see,
hyperbole.
right. Let's look at the anatomy. Right, we're all covered in a skin. Yeah. Now, what is the skin for?
That's to keep you
the
inside and the world out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a firewall.
Meat suit, isn't it?
Well, they say that the skin is actually the forgotten organ. It's your largest organ.
Yeah, but it acts as like the without getting too technical, it protects you from external things. Yeah.
Mm.
Now, if you've volunteered to allow somebody to bypass your firewall, you've consented to that. And this is why I always say, like, there's no difference to what's taking place and rape. It's a violation. It's the ultimate violation because you've allowed external force or influence to penetrate your firewall, your skin, which is actually designed to protect you from external pathogens and whatnot.
You've essentially you have consented to Health Chancellor Gates, Lord Schwab, and all of his cronies into having a long-term intravenous route into your biotech.
Yeah, and it goes a step further than that. Now, we all understand about like blood oaths and signing things in blood.
Cosa Nostra, secret societies.
Yeah, so
sacred oath signing blood. Yeah.
I don't think there's any coincidence that this is connected to blood clots.
Hashtag clot shot.
Yeah, so what you're doing is you're actually shaking hands on the level of your blood. Think about it.
Absolutely.
You know, you can't agree any more than that, can you?
It could be you.
Forming a pact.
Well, what was Sovereign Pete talking about earlier on? Until like 5 years ago, he knows of the practice. Like when I said to him, I was like, that can't be going on now. Maybe in the 60s or the 80s, of them actually pricking a baby's soul and getting the dabs of blood and put it on some other level of the birth certificate. I was like, that's a blood contract.
There you go.
That's occultism. That's dark occultism. That's signing. That's signing a contract with your blood. That's putting your essence on their three-dimensional representation of legalese, which is essentially as Kabbalistic magic. It is. It's language magic.
Well,
it's contractual magic.
I don't know how metaphysical you want to go. I mean, I get.
Come on. It's only rise above. We don't like to get too metaphysical.
Well, I might get accused of being some Satanist or something like that. Or
oh no, you're not a Luciferian, are you? Right, I've got to go and take a leak. Please carry on talking.
Well, from the occultist perspective, and I'm talking like from the light occultist perspective, potentially what's taking place is, and I've got to be really careful how I explain this. I'll give you the gist of it. So potentially what's taking place is the removal of your essence from the body. And I'm talking not just straight away, but long term. It starts off with, say, a contract with the blood or some kind of blood ritual, so that your soul or your essence is removed from the body, so that you'll have the creation of NPCs, which can be inhabited by, for want of a better word, alien invasion. I'm kind of putting lots of conspiracy theories all together, but when you think about it, why are they talking about the alien invasion? And yet we're looking to the stars, we're looking to the planets. Well, this could be it. So there can only be an invasion, like what I spoke about with the invasion of the body snatchers. And I think the sheep farm have spoken about this. So this could actually be the removal of essence, or the detachment of the essence, so that there's an empty vessel for an external entity to inhabit. Now, and I'm gonna take it a step further. So we're all aware, and everybody talks about the depopulation program, but we all automatically assume that we're talking about the depopulation of people. It could actually mean the depopulation of essence and soul. So there could remain 8 billion bodies, but there won't be 8 billion souls or essence. They could actually be taken over by some form of alien. Now, whatever you want to describe alien as, could be entity, invasion of the body. So that something from another realm can only exist in this realm if it has a body, a vehicle, to be in the 3D. So like taking it back to what the light occultists would allude towards, is that if there's entities from other dimensions that want to come and play in this realm, the only way they can do it is if they inhabit a suit. So what this program or processes could be doing is the removal of the person from the meat suit or the body.
But without the essence, how would they still have the same kind of privileges that that the essence would provide the person in the first place?
Well, the easiest way to probably look at it, without going too deep, is if you wanted to live on the moon, you would need a particular type of vehicle or body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, it's the same with dimensions. Now, that's not to discard that there isn't intrusions from other entities into this dimension, but they have limited power. They have limited capabilities. Mm-hmm. You literally do need a physical body in the physical material world. Mm-hmm. So these entities that may visit or may kind of hang around or observe, they want to take it a step further. Now, I'm not saying that this is exactly what's happening, but it does deserve some thought.
Yeah. That's a good point.
And it makes a lot of sense.
I got a double. Can I ask a double question to Master Lee based on this subject?
Sure.
Go.
So we've all heard of the FunVax. It's been discussed on this show before. It's a video that talks about this thing that can be injected, and it erases fundamental religious thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to get Master Lee's thoughts on that, but the opposite side is I want to look at it from a psychological perspective, a mind virus, where once you submitted to this, now that's it.
Good question.
You know, is there a turning back, you know, from this? Because now we see a extreme polarization, whether it's real or not. But Master Lee, I've seen from firsthand, it seems to me there is a real aspect to that. It's against this procedure, or you know, the majority seems to be for the procedure, and it seems like they're lost. And the final thought, I'll stop there and just await your answers.
Answer that bit first.
Well, it goes back to the question of identity, and this is why they're always talking about identity. But you have to take it a step further backwards as to who am I? You know, who is inhabiting the body? And this is why anybody of esoteric or spiritual ilk will be in the pursuit of finding out who they are and trying to establish that first. Now, if that's not established, and I would probably put money on it, that anybody that's just rushed and got this done would be devoid, or they wouldn't have the stability of their own identity. Now, those who haven't had it done, I would put money on it that they have a greater sense of who they are. You know, we're all on a spectrum, so some know who they are more than others. But for those who haven't taken it, they would be in the pursuit of finding out who they are.
Because they're not truth seekers.
Less likely to have enacted their third force, perhaps.
Well, there's another really important point that I was going to bring it up anyway, but I might as well say it now. Now, you've heard me say that I'm very uncomfortable with the term the Great Awakening, or people waking up. Now, what you have to really understand or understand is that there's actually two ways to wake up. You can wake up to the external reality, but still be asleep inside. Or you can wake up to the internal reality and be asleep on the outside. Or you can wake up to both. Now, I would say there's a false awakening. Now, those who are involved with a false awakening would be those that have awakened to what's happening on the outside, but they completely ignore what is taking place on the inside. And ultimately, what we're looking for is for the both lines of perception to be awakened simultaneously, so that the interaction between your internal world and the external world. So, for instance, you could be fully aware that there's this conspiracy, that conspiracy, but can be completely asleep to your own conspiracy.
And we see good examples of that, right? Who was I talking? I was talking to. I won't name him. One of these people from the health service that contacts me. He's also into MMA and that. He was saying, "Listen, Lance." He's like, "I know people that showed me Zeitgeist 15 years ago that have now saying, why haven't you gone to your second Britney Spears concert? What are you doing?"
Yeah,
right?
likewise.
You know, and I don't know if anyone that doesn't know what Zeitgeist is for our age group. That's the first thing that I ever saw, which flipped my switch. You too as well, V.
Yeah. Loose change, Zeitgeist, and Esoteric Agenda were the first.
Esoteric Agenda.
Yeah.
Because I saw Zeitgeist very shortly after 9/11, and I don't know if that's. I don't even know when it came out. It can't have been that old. I mean, not everything in it's true, but there was enough in there to flip the switch.
But then you watch Zeitgeist, the addendum, and it was kind of they were selling technocracy even back then. So there was an agenda there.
They started basically saying that the resource-based economy, where the AI computer decides that everyone has things for free. Oh, wait a minute, isn't that the Great Reset? Oh yeah,
they did that.
Sweet.
Yeah, they were fishing. They fished you, us.
Yeah. So even the thing that like so many people of my generation that are truthers, that thing, that one documentary that they saw which flicked the switch, even that was produced by the denying force.
Yeah.
It's deep.
Yeah, so you have to recognize that there's actually two awakenings, well, potentially two awakenings that can take place. There's the awakening to the outer world, but there's also, and more importantly, the awakening to the inner world. Now, this is where I'm involved with the awakening of the inside world, because that's the area that people will struggle with. Now, there's lots of platforms and there's lots of speakers and teachers that can teach you the conspiracies and how to awaken to the 3D realm. But it's very difficult to get people to awaken to their inner landscape, to their inner conspiracies.
This is a conflict that I'm going through right now.
Yeah, and they're not in isolation because they interact. And this goes back to what we were talking about with the ego and the personality. And that acts as a buffer between the internal world and the external world. Now, if we really knew the truth, or if we had a revelation that told us the truth, either we would just explode or implode, or we would just go and kill ourselves. Because it would almost be unbearable to see. If you look at all the conspiracies in the world or in the realm, will they equally take place inside as without, so within? So we actually carry the conspiracies within us. Now, until you start waking up to those inner conspiracies, with the first question being, who am I? And who is seeking truth? Then it's kind of rabbit hole after rabbit hole. And this will explain why some groups or some individuals pay very little attention to the external conspiracies, and they could be accused of burying their heads in the sand. Well, it's partly true, but I would suggest
balance,
that
isn't it?
they're spending time. Yeah, they're spending more time looking at the inner conspiracies and cleaning them up first, or exposing them first. Now, I would also say, once you clear up the inner conspiracies, the external conspiracies can, the external conspiracies can only be changed once you've changed the inner conspiracies.
And you're
something to think about.
When you say inner conspiracies, what you're talking about is it's not worrying about what the denying force is doing on an exterior level. It's the conflicts and potentially the lies that we've told ourselves.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's the harder thing to face with.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So, in effect, there's nothing that takes place in the external realm that doesn't already take place on the internal realm.
As above, so below. As within, so without. Yeah.
Yeah. And all it is the management between the two. Now, we can't make an effect to the external realm, and this is why you kind of can't fight it externally. In the end, it will become an internal struggle.
And I'll tell you why I say I was having a personal conflict with this, and I'll share this with everyone right now. I've got to a point now where I'm starting to be invited back to speak at protests again. Like coming up in the next couple of weeks. I've had a few emails, people I like, people I've met, people I respect, asking me to go and speak at protests again. And they're saying, there's all these new people, they need to know about Serco. They need to, and I spoke to you about this in the Guardians, right?
Yep.
In our private chats.
Yep.
And one half of me is like, I know, I could go and do some fat speeches and that'd be great. And people, that's ego, right? I don't even want to consider that I'm going to go and start doing that again because I get a buzz off telling people the truth. I don't want to start going on about the problem again because then we start talking about projection. We talked about this before, right?
Yep.
I know that I'm sick at describing the problem. I'm really good at it. I know what I'm good at. I'm really shit at some things, trust me, but I know what I'm good at. I'm very good at describing the problem. I could tell you about that prison cell from now until the cows come home, that digital, metaphysical, biological prison cell that they're trying to build. But what's the point in me going telling a load of people that have just come to the party about that?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm battling with it because I'd say I want to go and like provide solutions.
It sounds like you've moved on since a year ago when you were doing that speech.
Well, yeah, mate. I feel like
whereas
moved on
other people,
massively.
yeah, exactly, and that's the journey, isn't it?
But yeah, but can I discount the people that are on a different path of the journey to me? Am I
Of course
creating
not.
a hierarchy of journey? Should I look
No,
down?
of course not.
That's the thing, right? And that's the conflict that I have, right? Because I know the missus doesn't want me to carry on doing it. I know that she doesn't want me to attract the attention of going out and being that guy again, right? Because I know that I'm quite particularly skilled at doing that, and I could really punch a hole in another narrative, and it's like, but do I really want to just go on and tell everyone how terrible things are again, or have I got any solutions to provide? And if I haven't, I don't want to do it. That's the thing.
Well, look, the way that I would describe this conundrum or dilemma is, if you imagine you're in a workplace, say you work in an office, and the person opposite you is, say, a Christian, and they spend all day telling you that you should be a Christian and that you're wrong and blah 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 all day long. Okay, so at the end of the day, you would say, well, okay, yeah, made a few good points, but I'm getting a bit sick and tired of them telling me or trying to convert me or preach to me. Okay, then take a second situation where you're working with somebody and they don't say anything about anything, but you sit there in awe because everything they do seems to be different or quite amazing or impressive. That's the easiest way I can, or the only way I can kind of explain the situation that we're now in as a collective, also or equally on an individual basis.
This is what I'm trying to say, right? How do I if someone wants me to stand there with a microphone, how do I effectively communicate to people about how to exude that? Because this is what I used to say last year. I used to say this to people: this protest is great. I can tell you about the Soviet Union until you're blue in the face, and I'm blue in the face. But I tell you what, until you live this is what you say: 25 hours a day, 8 days a week, 465 days a year, every single interaction, every single conversation, every time you go to the shop, you have to live this every single time. Until then, it won't work. That was the advice I was giving to people last year.
Yeah.
What more can I say than that? Apart from doing, like, this is the conundrum I'm in, because I want to still do things. I feel like, Rise Above is amazing. Every single week, I feel like we're gaining new viewers, we're breaking new ground. But I still want to go out and do things in the physical world, but I want to make sure that I'm not just rehashing things. And
well, the thing is, once you get to a certain point, you can influence the world on the level of resonance, frequency, vibration. Now, in the beginning, it would literally be what you say, but ultimately, it will be who you are and the energy that you give off from the development, the personal development. Now, I made a video last week. It's number 1, and it's called Machine and Asleep. Now, I was going to do another one this week, but I thought I'll leave it out a bit more time before I move on to number 2. And there's a good reason for that, because the first principle that has to be understood is that, we accept that we live on some kind of prison realm. But until you realize that the first principle of the prison is the machine, you are in your own prison. Until you can escape your own prison, you'll always be imprisoned. So this is why we use the term machine as opposed to, say, body, because the machine actually describes it far better than if we use the word body. But it means the same thing. We're actually trapped inside our own prison.
And you were pulled up and criticised about this by someone in the comment section. You did want this brought up, didn't you? Is it the right time to bring it up?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Because someone that was sort of detracting from what you're saying you were promoting occultism, Braslavsky, sort of mischaracterizing you a little bit. They looked at this video and they tried to insinuate that you were saying that people were machines. But I think, if you don't mind me giving my perspective on it, what you're actually trying to say is that the body acts like a machine. And just because the body is a machine, don't confuse yourself with the body. You're actually the operator. You're the metaphysical operator of the machine.
Yeah.
And if the machine is in a sleeping state like a computer, what happens if you sit at a computer when it's asleep? The screen is blank and the keyboard's dead. You can't operate it. The operator can't operate the machine, right? So I think what you were trying to say in that video is like, if the body and this sort of the conscious operating body system is in a state of sleep, it's acting autonomously.
Yeah.
The operator is not in charge of it.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, it's being controlled by an external force or influence. And until you, we use the word awake. Now, this term awake, I mean, it was used in 2,000 years ago or when the Bible was written, you know, to awaken or be awake or don't fall asleep. It means the same thing. Although it's been used quite a lot in the last 10 years or since 2012, like the Great Awakening, so on and so
A lot
forth.
of people don't like it. Andy PG pulls me up whenever I say wake people up.
But how else what other word can you use?
No, this is the problem, Lee. There is no other better analogy, metaphor. It is a metaphor, it's not a simile, because it's not like or as. It's a metaphor. There is no more powerful metaphor than to say to help someone wake up, because it is asleep.
Yeah.
It is a state of perpetual slumber.
Hypnosis, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, what does VM, right? What does a hypnotist do when he enacts his thing? He puts you to sleep, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then wakes you up with the click of a finger or whatever the trigger is. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but detractors of what we're trying to do will say, "Oh, it's so derogatory. You guys are awake. You know everything, and everyone else is asleep." Pardon me. I'm really sorry.
Well,
that's the best way we can describe the actual reality of what's going on.
Well, the other thing to factor in, the other thing you got to factor in is that, like, we go to sleep at night and we wake up in the morning, yeah, and it happens on a daily basis. So even with the term to awaken, it's not a permanent state. You know, we all get throughout the day or whatever, we have moments where our awareness is heightened, and equally it's the opposite way. We're more asleep. It's like on a spectrum. But the objective is, first of all, you need to admit. It's the same way you have to admit that you don't know. And this is another thing that people really don't like, and it triggers people when I say that I only speak of 5%. Now, that doesn't mean to say that I know it all, and I'm trying to.
You're an occultist. You're hiding it from people. That's what it's saying. You're hiding the 95% from everyone else because you're only dropping 5%.
Yeah, but I caveat that by saying that the people that taught me only have taught me 5%. Now, you could equally say the same with science. Science only really looks at 5%. You know, and if you look at matter compared to space, you know, there's a lot more space than there is matter. For the most part, science is only interested in matter. They're not interested in consciousness.
What about isn't dark matter 95% of the universe and physical matter is 5%? Is that the right ratio?
Yeah, that's why I use that's why I mean it's only a rough estimate, but this is why I say 5%.
Doesn't the Nation of Islam speak about the 5% as well? This 5% thing is quite synonymous. Am I right? I've heard other things talk about the 5%.
Well, here's another one, right? Maybe describe it better, right? The spectrum of light. Now, maybe you can tell me, what is it we can see out of the spectrum of light? What percentage?
I know this one, right? So if the physical universe is like 0. They say basically dark matter is at least 95 to 99% of the universe. Then there's this tiny slither of the physical universe, which is like 1%, which they call visible light.
Yeah.
And through our 5 senses, we can perceive 0.5% of that tiny slither of the universe, which is like 1%, and they call that visible light. And I'm quoting King David here, right? Because I don't care what anyone says about David Icke. This is how I cut my teeth. I read some David Icke books 20 years ago, and that's what started my journey. He said that the best analogy would be if humans could see any less, you'd be essentially blind. You can't see infrared, you can't see gamma rays, and they're still in this tiny 1% of visible light. And we can see 0.5% of that. So that was my understanding.
Yeah, so when we communicate with each other on a day-to-day basis, what percentage are we actually communicating with? It's fractional. It's hardly anything. So it's the same with any interaction. Now, I could equally say I only know 5% of myself. And that's good going.
5 or 10% of our brain, don't we? The rest is grey
Yep.
matter.
Yeah.
What about our DNA?
Yeah.
Isn't it the same?
Yep.
95% of our DNA is junk DNA.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So it comes back to this 5% again.
Yeah.
I've
So
even heard that the Rh negative in the blood is something like 5% of people have it.
yeah.
It's
So when I use
5%.
this term, and it triggers people, once you investigate it, it actually makes a lot more sense than what it may appear when I first say it. So how the hell am I going to communicate stuff that we can't even see? It's very difficult. How do we communicate it? And this goes back to what you're trying to say about, should you stand and speak at protests? Well, I think you've reached a point where you need to be communicating in terms of frequency or resonance or vibration. Now, how you choose to do that, I would say that you need to inquire. You need to follow your intuition or look for the inner tuition. Because in the end, and I always say this, nobody's coming, and I've said this many times, I don't sit here trying to spoon feed anybody. And it's equally as difficult for me as it is for everybody else.
Well, this is part of my conundrum, mate. Like the things if I'm going to go and speak, the things I really want to say to them is not what people want to hear. I want to tell them, no one's coming to save you. Protesting is not going to help. You need to start thinking this on about a fundamental first principles level about your mental fortress, getting metaphysically off grid. Everything that Sovereign Pete was saying about any assets that is what you need to think about. You need 5 kilograms of pasta, 5 kilograms of dried rice, minimum, etc., right? No one wants to hear that. It's boring. And it scares people. So it's like, they don't want to hear that. So it's like, why? What? You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, well, Sovereign Pete said it's about mindset. Because you can't have any of this stuff if you don't have the mindset. Which is a mindset, right?
Can I interject?
Sure, just let me finish this bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, if you think about this, right, what is the mindset? The mindset is intangible. Can you touch it? Can you show me it? It's intangible, but it's so important.
To even describe it, mate.
Yeah, it's so important. And this is where it goes back to inner standing, your inner workings. Because if you don't have the mindset, it's like if you don't have the software on a computer, then the computer is useless.
Or if the person operating the computer has no understanding of what the computer's processor or RAM is capable of, it doesn't know how to access half the shit on the hard drive, the computer is also useless.
Yeah, and this goes back to what we were saying about the machine. I've alluded towards that we act as computers. Input, process, output. It's a machine. It's an operating machine.
Yeah.
As vehicles or bodies, we receive impressions. That's the input. We process it, and then we output action into this realm or not, depending on how smooth it's working. Now, if it's not working right, and you get buffering and problems, then you're not going to have the correct output if you're not processing. And also, you've got processing speeds. These are all good analogies to even have a glimpse at the inner workings. This is why I often use computer lingo or electronic gaming systems.
I just looked around at Johnny because when we first got into this journey, you and me together, do you remember when we first started emceeing and you came around to mine or I came around to yours and we looked and we were both reading the same David Icke book?
I come around to yours,
yeah.
Yeah.
Tales of the Time Loop.
You had the book on your bed, I think.
And he was using...
It was just like, whoa.
You're reading that. Oh my... And the thing I took from that was always the computer analogy. The meat suit is like a 3D computer which is used to read the holographic Wi-Fi reality, but you are not the computer. You're the person sat in that. Do you remember in that book? this was something he kept going back to because it was all about the nature of reality. That book is also about George Bush, 9/11, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But yeah, this computer analogy to describe what the meat suit is, what this
Well, look,
avatar is very powerful to me.
Yeah, I mean, David Icke. I haven't read all of his stuff. I read one of his books in about 1992, which was actually instrumental to my journey.
That was an early one. Oh, the dog like David Icke book as well.
Yeah. But yeah, so he talks about all these conspiracies in the world, yeah?
Yeah.
But you got to give kudos to him because he also talks about how we need to look at ourselves.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And this is why I
perception.
always bit back at his detractors, right? Because all of the claims against him that he doesn't provide solutions or any antithesis to these conspiracies is actually fundamentally wrong. Some of his books start at the bottom of the deep end of the rabbit hole about the nature of reality and about how basically this is all a complete vibrational illusion being manipulated from an exterior source, which is everything we're doing, you know? So whatever you want to say, well, they're just Freemason, I don't know. But we're syncretists right here. And you know, and aspiring to be a polymath, and if you're a syncretist aspiring to be a polymath, you take information from every source. Whereas David Icke, Alex Jones, Tommy Robinson, Katie Hopkins, you know, anything that's completely tainted still has something you can take from it.
Yeah, and the only way you can be a syncretist is to drop the fear.
Yeah.
You got to be fearless.
I quote like almost a dozen different world religions if I'm proper rabbit holing with someone, and they're going, "Wait a minute, you're talking about like Eastern religions, Abrahamic religions. You're talking about shamanism. You're talking about Rastafarian." I was like, "Yeah, all of them exactly. That's the whole point." Right, Clint, over to you. You had a question, mate.
Just it gets back to the earlier discussion of sort of effectiveness as a communicator. Speaking to groups and with the idea of the law of three as well. So I think that to be physically fit, to be emotionally disciplined, to be intellectually aware is important. And the idea of what the truth is and how the truth centers us. How once we trust in the truth, then there's something that even from a visual or from an auditory experience, the more pure we are to the law of three and the progression is going to give us more effectiveness in winning over other people. I think if we're disingenuous in one sphere of this, and I guess that's all I got to say.
So you're talking about basically living it, breathing it, setting the example rather than talking the talk. And I guess that's where I'm coming from as well, mate. It's like, I don't want to go and, tell a load of people how much I know about the parasite. I know so much about it. It's disgusting.
Well,
that's
something
not constructive. It's about inspiring other people to ignite their third force, to stand in their authenticity, which I think is what Clint is alluding to, right?
Yeah,
setting the example.
So as an example, right, is it fair to say that there's an emergency to civilization?
What, is a house on fire, like Greta says, yeah?
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
right.
Yeah, it is.
Right. So this is one of the problems that we're facing with the truth movement. I equally don't like using that, but I'll say it because most people know what I mean. So if there was a house on fire and there was children upstairs about to be burnt to death, and you've got two people outside, and they've got 30 seconds to run up, grab the kids, and bring them out. Now, you're either just going to run in and do it and get them and rescue them, or another person could start complaining about the type of shoes I'm wearing. They don't agree with the type of shoes that I'm wearing.
Or your risk assessment. You haven't filled out risk assessment or something like that.
Yeah, or, we spend like 10 minutes debating about my choice of footwear. Now, this is what's happening with the truth movement. They're looking at the division, but what would actually unite us both if we both stood outside the house? That we need to go in and grab the children and rescue them. Well, this is the conundrum that the truth movement is now facing, because there's still people that are seeking division.
Yeah,
They're still looking at.
Yeah,
Sorry.
John Overshill is a good example of that. Like he's like, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it because I've seen where he's coming from, and he's causing division by calling everybody a shill.
Yeah,
That's
I
not to
agree.
say that there aren't any shills. Of course there are shills, but by him pointing every single person that comes onto the prominent scene as a shill, he pulls the reins of the truth movement and divides it up. Whether
Do you
he
know what-
knows what he's doing or not is another thing. But I would call him John Overshill more than anybody that he's trying to expose.
I think you're right, but it doesn't only do that. It actually discredits any good work he's done. And guess what it actually does on top of that? It actually provides a blanket of protection for the real shills, because everyone's been painted with the tar brush.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, what we've got to look at in the
Scathing
situation.
critique of John Overshill there.
He's not going to be happy.
Right, if we can, if we can accept that there's an emergency to civilization, and you've got Truth Seeker A and Truth Seeker B, like I said before, they could fight amongst each other over the differences, because one might be coming from I don't know, a Christian perspective of truth seeking, and the other one could be coming from, I don't know, a Hindu or Buddhist. Now they could say, well, let's debate our differences. Now, how would you apply the third force to a situation like that? What you would do is you'd focus. Well, no, you'd focus on. It's actually very easy. You'd focus on what have they got in common. What have they got in common? They need to get in the house and rescue the children before the house burns down. It's very easy. It's very easy to find the third force, the neutralizing force.
Or unite against the common enemy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, common threat, a common enemy.
Recognize the common enemy and go against. And I hate to say that sort of militaristic. I don't mean to interrupt.
No, not at all, mate.
What's your thoughts?
Yeah, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Simple as that.
Yeah, and that's
now,
the thing.
are we in a crisis? Are we in a crisis or not? Are we going to fight amongst each other to debate whether we're in a crisis? I think we can. I think we're at a stage now in this whole process that we can all agree upon that there is a crisis to civilization and there's an emergency situation. And it's the same with
people are debating about what the crisis is. For example, XR saying that it's carbon emissions. That's the crisis, and we're saying something completely the opposite to that. So again, that's
even within this crisis, people are debating and still at each other's throats whether COVID 1984 is still isolated or not. There are still people wasting 500 long comment sections. It's putting all this stuff. I've seen it myself. That's
no. Hold on. Look, what is the immediate emergency right now? Is it global warming? Not particularly. I would say that it's the Britney Spears
for kids. Yeah.
For kids. Well, for everybody.
Yeah.
Yes. That is the crisis. We can worry about the other stuff. We can worry about the reptilian families. We can worry about the bloodlines later on. Right now, it's right in our face.
One thing at a time, yeah.
Yeah, and then we can debate about what shoes I'm wearing.
Can I add in something, Master Lee, to your brilliant exposition? Is that now they're literally talking. Today's news was talking about them, with 6 months years old. They're planning this now. So your analogy to going into the burning house and saving the kids, where are we now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I'll make it even simpler.
Are arguing if the kids are even burning. People are actually arguing that there are no children in the burning house. Metaphorically, when it comes to this procedure, there are literally people arguing for it. So we have to take that into account. If we talk about the burning house analogy, some people are denying that the house is even burning. They're saying that the kids should stay in the house. We've got to be real
they're
about that.
inverting it. Yeah.
They're denying the house is on fire.
Well, look, all we can say, right, is don't take it for yourself or for your children. That is the immediate threat. Whatever it takes. I've already made up my mind.
Though? Is that all we can do? Because I can't see anything outside of that. Is just not complying within your own structure, within your own family, and that's pretty much all we can do.
Well, let's be real. There are people right now who are stood outside of, not right now in England, but tomorrow when they open, outside of pharmacies where young teenagers are queued up. I've seen it happening. Remis, Foot Soldiers for Freedom, whatever you think of those guys, they are out there doing it, giving out the leaflets, playing a tune. Don't take the Britney Spears. Yeah, what do we think of that? Is that violating people's free will, where you're literally shouting in their face, "Don't do that," where they're queuing up to do it? In my heart, it feels
like desperation.
It does feel like desperation, but the thing is, I know in my heart that with this Gillick's competence thing, there are kids that are going into school whose parents don't want them to go to Britney Spears concert. And we all know that when those pro-Britney teams go into the schools, they've already talked about the Britney liaison teams. What do you think they're going to be saying to the kids that now, 13 and 14, that have the ability to choose themselves and override their parents? Do you think they're going to be talking them out of going to see Britney Spears?
Yeah.
Or are they going to be saying, Britney Spears is a great concert, we think you should go? I'm going to put my money on the latter.
That's the agenda, isn't it?
Yeah. So
it's the war on consent.
So people that cannot give their consent, non-adults, are being coerced now. If we're all righteous people, should we not be bustling into schools? Listen, people are already calling me an extremist. Please say I'm not suggesting we should bust into schools. I'm putting this on the table philosophically. As protectors, as men, should we not be going to schools and stopping that from happening? I'm just asking questions because people are doing it.
You need the numbers, don't you? You need the big numbers to do that. Otherwise, you're going to be ineffective in small pockets.
I'm asking it if it's even a correct thing to do. Is that violating?
Yeah, I get you.
We're talking about two things, though.
Or is free will already being violated?
We're talking about two things, because the first thing is the decision or the choice to people that can make consent, and then the coercion of those who can't make a choice. Now, this brings up a big moral question, that if 12-year-olds can make an informed decision, then that means they should be able to drink, smoke, have sex, vote, and do everything else. I mean, they're completely trampling.
They'd love that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they're completely trampling all over morality. It's completely anti-creation. But when I say don't take it, I'm talking about myself. Now, if an adult wants to go and do it, then crack on. I'm not going to stand in your way.
Oh yeah, I feel the same. Me too. I'm not going to violate anyone's free will that wants to go and see Britney Spears live. If you're 18, you're a consensual adult in 2021, you've seen all of the evidence for and against Britney Spears, and you still want to go and see her live, I will never stop you at this point now. I'm not
What
at that point
about
anymore.
what about when the parent consents, saying yes, my child can have the Britney Spears?
Right. I'm glad you brought this up.
So, where do we stand on that one? Have we got any right to step in if it's the parent's consent?
I think it's more to do with this Gillick's competence, because I've thought about this. What about if the parents want them to go to Britney Spears and the kid says no?
And
do you think the school will be so willing with their Spears liaison officers to step in and say, yeah, Gillick's competence, this 13-year-old has got the right to say no? I guarantee that's not going to happen.
No.
I guarantee that's not
Gillick's
Gillick's competence. I guarantee it. I'm seeing it right here in Rise Above. Someone proves me wrong. I guarantee that's a one-way street.
Yeah.
And the one-way street goes from the school directly to the Britney Spears concert. It doesn't go the other way. Guarantee it.
Well, this is why
it's weighted.
This is why this is the ultimate crisis. We can't say we wasn't warned.
No,
we can't even say we didn't have time to prepare. This is it. I mean,
I thought it was going to come quicker. We've had loads of time to prepare. This is going to happen for ages. We've done 42 shows and we've had some breaks. I thought this when this first kicked off last year, before we even started Rise Above Live. When I was going to the shop with a full like gas mask on, like carrying a BB pistol in my pants with an axe in the car, like I thought this was going to be done in 2 weeks. I was really ready for the New World Order. I was like, Lord Schwab, let's go. Like 18 months later, how much longer is this going to go on for?
Well, the thing is, right, it only makes sense when you take into consideration that we're living in a realm. It's the realm of choice. Now, why are we so surprised that we've now got this situation where it's all about choice and consent? This realm is also about love, and it's also about fear. And those who are in a fearful state, what happens to them? The breathing increases, the heart rate increases, peripheral vision decreases, tunnel vision, bad decision making, stress, doubt, hesitation, surprise, cognitive processing failure. Ultimately, they can be controlled. So this is why there's so much fear. What we need to do is drop the fear. We need to drop the fear, and we need to start making good decisions. And this is the war. This is why I call it it's the war on choice and decision. This is almost like a judgment.
I've got 91 problems, but a divok ain't one. That's how I would sum that up, basically. Isn't it? It's like, I think you're absolutely right. It comes through to a collective aggregate. If you want to let all of this bombardment really manifest on top of you, guess how that will probably manifest? In some sort of serious dis-ease, some sort of serious ailment. Dis-ease, disease.
Yeah.
I'm going to say one thing. I'm super conscious that we've gone well into the show. We've had Virus Man on all this time, and we haven't showed any memes, right? Apart from because
I've been having a great time.
I'm not. No, I know everyone's been having a good time, and I'm never complaining because like Rise Above is just like taken away now. It's so organic. We like I do these long meme shows. No one looks at them, but we've got loads of really good memes from Virus Man. Shall we have a look at them before we go down the proper metaphysical rabbit hole?
Just one more thing. One more thing.
Just one more, Dave.
No.
What happens to Pirate
Just
Radio?
one more, Dave. Yeah, what happens to Pirate Radio?
Hold on. No, don't worry. I'm going to link it all up nicely.
Don't worry. Go on.
Right, so Gary Elliott, he's put a nice thing, conspiracy theorist.
Yes, very good.
Can you make a meme out of it?
Definitely.
Of course.
I think, we need a conspiracy theorist.
100%. For next week's show, yeah?
No pressure.
If you don't mind,
No,
mate. Sometimes on like Thursday evening, and I was like, right, Virus Man, tomorrow, Taliban, Joe Biden, inflatable planes, do it. He's like, okay, General.
Joe Biden's too easy though, isn't he? He's a walking meme, isn't he? He's brilliant.
Right, okay. So on the subject of memes, because we really almost went directly to the whole rabbit bottom of the canyon there. We need to lighten it up a little bit. And these aren't even Virus Man memes. This is from Russ Kieran. We had wait a minute. We haven't got enough time. Right, let's get down to this. This is a super special one, okay?
This is so good.
This is very powerful. This is, like I said on Facebook, and some of the Christians on Facebook didn't like what I said. I said, mimetic magic is very real. And Virus Man 2021 got banned from Instagram for a reason. He is possibly the most powerful mimetic sorcerer the Soviet Union have ever met on the digital battlefield, right? This is this from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang?
The
child catcher.
Yeah.
Look at Bill Gates' little hands.
Rise above.
Rise above, generate, rise above.
And you know what? Witty is such a bad person to meme because he's only got one expression. He's like the most soulless, psychopathic. And he's just got one. Like Boris Johnson's great, you know. Boris Johnson is just kind of
so much expression, so many different faces.
This guy, one expression, so it's hard to meme him, but I think he did all right with this one.
But the way you got the syringe in his hand like that with the kids and Bill Gates, absolutely classic. This isn't your work. This is see Kim Kardashian this week at that Met Gala. Did you see what she was wearing? He's like this one. Big up, Russ Kieran, Harry Potter, the Dementor, starring Kim Kardashian. Right. Anyway, back to Virus Man because this is your time, mate. So let me just get rid of these graphics that are obscuring these powerful memes, bro. Right, so back to Chris Whitty, the 55-year-old virgin, directed by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
We're over
He's
the
been
target
waiting
now.
his whole life for this moment. Oh mate, it's heavy. And on the right here, that's definitely that looks like a Dybbuk 91 box. He's opening up. Pandora. Can you see those?
Yeah,
Clint?
it's Pandora.
Yeah.
Chris Whitty.
Yeah, Chris Whitty is literally just opening Pandora's box. All right, what else have we got here? Yeah, so I've gone back through your Telegram, and these are some of the ones that I haven't actually shown on the show before. So we're just going to share a few of them here. This is from the last couple of weeks. Either follow the science, or just go straight on this little road here to a massive big pharma payoff.
Take a quick detour.
The UK government has actually finally stopped following the science and just listen. We're just going to be honest. Fuck the science.
It's a shortcut.
Shortcut. Yeah, just take off this turn. Take this turn here.
It's harsh, this one.
Mate, people got banned on Facebook for sharing this one. I gave this to some people. Mate, that got me a 30-day ban. Wow.
That's a badge of honour,
This
right
guy's yeah, it's a badge of honour. This guy's memes are so saucy. One meme, 30-day ban, no problem, no problemo. Virus Man 2021 on Telegram is the way to get hold of the latest updates. So, oh mate. Full screen business, rise above on a Friday night.
I love that horse's face, man.
That's so good.
It is good.
Is he happy or distressed? I don't know. He looks really happy to me, but I don't know.
Mate, he looks like he's taken some serious horse drugs.
Is there any way you can infiltrate the NHS media or PR department?
They've got to have
Get a
some
job
like
there?
internal intranet at the NHS where they're allowed to do their little because people at those industries aren't allowed to go on social media at work. They've usually got their little internal thing. If you could hack into there, start busting these memes. Oh mate, that is proper quantum occultism. Right, so before we drop Virus Man's next saucy meme, here's a little bit of a story from the mainstream media that I'm sure everyone might have caught this week. It's quite a good one. So old Nicki Minaj a Trois has said, my cousin in Trinidad won't get the Britney Spears ticket because his friend got it, went to see Britney Spears live and became impotent after the concert. His testicles became swollen. His friend was weeks away from getting married. The girl called off the wedding, says, listen, you're going to see Britney Spears live. You're not the guy for me. So just pray on it and make sure you're comfortable with your decision to go and see her live. Don't be bullied. Maybe go and see Christina Aguilera instead. The Independent said Nicki Minaj says she didn't attend this year's Met Gala because she hadn't been to the Britney Spears concert. So they started lying about her and telling a few lies. She's been banned from Twitter. So Virus Man...
Gosh. Lord Schwab says.
I don't even need to say anything. I saw the documentary about this guy's like literally Randy off South Park, which is like space hopper balls.
So remember those little moon bouncer things used to have, like the little
Yeah,
horns?
the space hoppers. Yeah. No, this guy. No, don't laugh. Imagine if your balls were that big. Right. Rumors confirm 100% false as Nicki Minaj's cousin from Trinidad reveals his testicles are in absolutely perfect normal shape, encouraging everyone to take the Britney Spears ticket as soon as possible. Here's another great one from Virus Man. When they're on booster number 47, hooked up to Musk's Neuralink, receiving 6G to their integrated operating system, and yet you didn't even wear the face pants once.
Damn.
Love it.
Boo.
What film is that from?
That's Minority Report, that one.
Is that Minority Report?
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, or Equilibrium, one of the two. I think it's Minority Report, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He has been in some pretty good science fiction
man.
films. Say what you want about old Tom Cruise, about his asymmetrical front tooth or his Scientology or whatever. He's been in some really good science fiction films.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? The Day After Tomorrow? That one, he's in a time loop with those aliens there. Some pretty good ones.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, is that the Day After Tomorrow, Clint, where he has to live the day like Groundhog Day over and over again? He gets a little bit further, keeps getting killed. And they're
there's
wasn't it?
Yeah,
with,
there's a fascinating kind of sort of philosophical underpinning. It's a Japanese, I think it was a Japanese comic book. They call it manga. And anyways, it's interesting. How can you live your life if you could over and over again to perfect yourself?
Oh, that comes from anime, from manga, does it? I wondered where that story came from because it was a little bit too good for normal sort of Tom Cruise sci-fi.
Japanese writer. Yeah.
That's very good. Here's a good one. Coviet booster, Britney Spears roller begins UK next week, and it looks totally normal, and it just looks just like a line of NPCs, neuro-programmed Coviets. It's very good, mate. Like, you can make something that literally looks exactly the same as BBC, and like an actual NPC would probably look at that, think, right, yeah.
That's me.
Britney Spears concert number 3. Get me there. Where's my chauffeur-driven taxi? Let's go. Right. Oh, mate, this one, dope. So, this one, the young people don't want the clot shots. Call the crisis actors. The thing is, like, Lord Schwab, he looks so much like Dr. Evil already. It's not even funny. It's just perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, he's great meme material. This guy, love him for that. Just that reason only. The rest of it can go, but the meme stuff, yeah.
Especially when he
that guy.
When he has that suit.
Oh, what, the black Saturnia garb that he wears, Clint?
The kind of this thing, and he's just that just takes the cake, in my opinion. He just fits it perfectly.
It looks like
you gotta have
like a Freemasonic baddie from like Thunderbirds or something like that. Yeah.
But do you think these guys are taking the piss with this? Do they know what they're doing, putting like a Dr. Evil character as Lord Schwab?
This is a great question.
Good question.
Good question. And this is where I would invite Inner Guardians to interject. And we come back to the theory of the greatest apocalypse ever, the denying force deliberately showing us the most ridiculous Schwab show we can imagine. Because you got to remember, from our point of view, this is like very obvious, super entertaining. I mean, we've made a whole show about it. We've been going for 42 episodes watching this Schwab show, right? What do you reckon normal people think of this? Like Inner Guardians, are they doing this on purpose? Is it the mockery again? Inner Guardians.
Grey Ops, mate. Grey Ops.
Oh, is he? Oh, wait a minute. He must be on Grey Ops. Let me pass the question over to the panel. Like, you've heard of the movie theory? Are we watching a disclosure event?
It seems like it, doesn't it? Like, you know, from a normie's perspective, you know, I guess it's kind of fuel for the fire. It's just like, oh, fuck off. Do you know what I mean?
Well, we've recruited a lot of new recruits to our side of the fence because of the Ultimate Schwab show. We can at least thank the Schwab show for that, can't we?
Yeah, I mean, you know, to look at him, it's just like, yeah, come on, he's just. You know, but then when he's got his garb on, it's just like.
But then when you hear him speak in a speech,
yeah.
Like when Lord Schwab actually tells you about the array of tiny nanorobotic particles that are going to go inside your bloodstream directly up your Schwab hole.
It's either a complete lack of self-awareness or they're taking a piss. It's one of the two.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if what we believe about these dark occultists is real, and what we believe about like the dark Luciferian doctrine is real, that there is an amount of mockery, an amount of putting in your face to demean you, we would also assume that would have to be linked with a huge amount of psychopathic arrogance. So, what our idea of a supervillain? Well, what's that based on? It's based on someone like Lord Schwab.
Yeah.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? Was it Dr. Evil or is Lord Schwab? Was Lord Schwab based on Dr. Evil? Or is it the other way around? I think it might be the other way around. So
it's just hidden in plain sight.
It's a revelation like, of the method.
Well, first?
Yeah, we'll put the most ridiculous evil, like a sort of genius, in the public eye. Yeah, I'm going to put nanobots inside the fourth industrial revolution, inside your brain. All right, nice one. I mean, what more do you want?
I think Greta needs to be memed as Mini-Me to Klaus.
Oh, yeah, do Greta as Mini-Me. That'd be perfect. What are you going to say, Clint?
Andy speaks of the psychology of these people pretty well, I think. He's discussed it in previous shows, but I wanted to get back and just sort of ask another question, is that with this dark occultism, it's the imagery that's so powerful. It's just it almost bypasses the message itself. The message is almost secondary, and once Master Lee gets on, and everybody here, like the idea of like visual imagery, just so powerful. We said a picture says 1,000 words, so he'll say like 20 words, but he's just in his super suit, right? And with this beautiful like graphic, pixels, high quality. Does that make sense, gents?
With the thing back behind him saying "build back better." It's almost like they're bombarding us with it.
They're building a landscape.
Yeah.
Painting pictures in our minds.
So what you're trying to say? They're painting a picture that literally our idea through movies like Austin Powers of an evil genius. Well, we'll put what your fantasy is here. Here's Lord Schwab. Here's the actual manifestation of a fucking evil, an actual Nazi lineage, Nazi genius that's in charge of the World Economic Forum. An actual James Bond villain bad guy, a real one. Here
Look at the language you just used. Actual, action, actors. Act.
Yeah. Well,
is this predictive programming again?
He's acting it pretty fucking convincing.
They're manifesting. Well, they're manifesting.
Yeah.
Like movies and television programs. This is all sigil magic for manifestation.
Right. Let me ask you a question, Inner Guardians. I don't even know if you want to or can answer this. Do you think in real life, when Lord Schwab leaves a conference, do you think he's someone that is literally behind like a multi-million-pound security detail, living in a complex that's covered by, things that we might see in these movies, or is he just someone like a UK politician that is? What do you think? Do you really think he is a super high elite with all this power, or do you think he's more like an actor that's just playing a role as this James Bond villain?
Well, I would say he's definitely compromised. He's definitely an actor, and he's playing a role. The world's a stage. Now, whether what security detail he has, I don't know, but I should imagine it's quite high.
He's high level Bilderberg, isn't he? He was very high up in the Bilderberg group. I don't know if you guys know that or not, but he was top
I
notch.
never really heard of this guy before. I heard about the financial reset in late 2018. I started talking about it, and then I realised there's a thing called the Great Reset. I was like, oh God, who's this guy? Right, he's the head of the WAF. I knew what the WAF was, but I hadn't really been aware of him before 2018.
Well, it's probably worth bringing up his Wikipedia profile, and that will probably be quite telling.
It is, yeah.
Oh, mate, his heritage is there. The Schwab is right up there with the Double R Mafia when it comes to heritage, lineage, assets. It really is. I don't know.
Isn't his wife a Rothschild though? Isn't she? Hilda, I think it's Hilda. She's a Rothschild apparently.
Officially, that's a stupid white supremacist conspiracy.
Of course it is.
Theory,
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's much more. It's much more in sort of provable lineage than some of the other stupid accusations that people dismiss. No, he certainly is. Not in name, but an offshoot of the Double R Mafia. That's for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
But what I found out also was when Hitler was disposed, apparently, when the Third Reich was apparently disposed, it was either his father or his grandfather which took over the whole economy of Germany. It was called the Swabian Chamber of Commerce. The Swabian Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah.
It's got a nice ring to it, though, isn't it? You got to admit.
Yeah. So you could compare it to, like, say, if someone took over after Stalin, when the Soviet Union, not Stalin, or when the Soviet Union fell, when Gorbachev died, or whatever, when the Berlin Wall fell, whoever took over the Russian Federation, what family took over? Imagine that kind of power. That's the kind of power his family had.
It's interesting, and you look at someone like George Bush, like who was the president of the United States, but was thick as fuck. Didn't have a clue what he was doing.
But the bloodline was rich.
Yeah, and it was just like, okay, so
Charlemagne almost back to Ramesses. Like, if you believe.
But what's behind them?
But wasn't he a useful idiot? He was brought in for that specific role to say that. Course, George Bush didn't knock down the Twin Towers because he was too incompetent. Wasn't that his role?
No, they're roles like Gates here, William Gates II. This guy, his father was much more influential than him.
Yeah.
Bill Gates is not just some computer geek; he's bloodline. We've looked
Yeah.
into this before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, these people have the genetic heritage, but they are actors. They're plants.
Yeah, but these characters, they sacrifice their own children.
Yeah. I mean, it's often argued when you talk about this stuff very deeply, when you go into the bloodlines, that these people are actually super duper victims. Been abused since birth.
Yeah, I would say that their parents. So what's taking place right now, and the main protagonists or actors of this particular play, I would look at the parents of them. I would say that they sacrificed all of the ones that we can see now, the ones that are visible. They're all I don't really want to say, but victims of this whole satanic cult.
Mm. Yeah, and it's difficult to say that, and it's difficult to conceptualize these people as victims. But I've looked into like Wilfred Wong and some of the people that really look into SRA, and they say what you've got to remember is, if you're born into this thing, and from your earliest formative memory is taking part in a sacrificial ritual, and I've looked into this very deeply, and if it's true that this is the way it works, then that would be your earliest formative memory. When you're a toddler, when your parent is holding your hand over a dagger that's going into a kid, that would be your early formative memory if stuff is true. So then you've got to conceptualize that. If that's true, and that's how these people are formed, then they are victims. And that's really hard. It's really hard when these are the bad guys. Yeah.
Just think of the rituals they've been through.
Yeah. The rituals that they've been through systematically since the point of their first formative memories. What's everyone's first formative memory? It's when your parents are doing something lovely to you, or if you're lucky. If you're not lucky, it's when someone didn't care for you. These guys' first memories is when their parents were forcing them to do the worst thing you can possibly physically imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Childhood trauma.
Yeah. That's what MK Ultra is based on.
Compartmentalization.
Go on, Clint.
I just want to interject, like what from the programming that I see from what my son, from now he's just a young toddler, but from what I observed that's marketed to him, this is just bloodthirsty. I could never imagine myself going back in time, witnessing what he sees, what's marketed for him. And is this the example, getting back to what you were saying before, are we hypnotizing our children to be like our masters, to think like our masters?
It's really good that you're aware of that. That's really good that you're aware of that, though, mate. That's perfect.
Yeah, because the awareness has to come first. Because I remember when we were young, to talk about video nasties and about how computer games were making kids violent, and everyone said it was stupid and it was Puritan. Well, it's not so stupid now when we know about the way that predictive programming works, the way that we know desensitization works. We've looked into guys like Yuri Bezmenov that says you can demoralize people by basically breaking down their morals, showing them gratuitous violence again and again and again. So what do you think it's like when kids are playing Mortal Kombat at 9 years old and they're ripping people's spines out? What is it like when they're watching rape scenes in movies? What is that doing to people? And who's pushing that? We all know who is pushing that, right? I've done a whole thing about cultural Marxism and the push of that, and I've been called all sorts of names for doing that presentation.
Yeah, you can call it the entropy of love. So fear. So everything's based on fear, and love is being killed off slowly but surely. I would actually say for the most part, most of us don't even know how to navigate around this realm using the correct functions in the correct way without fear. This realm is actually, if you understand how to navigate around it, it's actually quite a wonderful place to be. A good question to ask, and we can ask everybody in the chat, right? Do you think this realm is a wonderful place and lovely and beautiful, or B, some kind of hell?
What do you think in the chat, guys?
Maybe put an A or
is that,
B.
Is that where freedom of choice comes
A for lovely realm, B for hell.
Or actually C. No, hold on. We can have
Go
C for both.
I was going to go for C already because I'm already on to your teachings about usually choosing the third option because it tends to be the best just by default. I'd say it's both.
Yeah.
But do we not need
John D.
both
Redwood
things
says it's
functioning?
both. Mr. C says it's both. Everyone, all our regular viewers are already on the third option. They know about the third force. Get off the horizontal lines. Forget about the A or the B option. That's a duality. That's the Hegelian dialect at work.
Yeah, so if you've got A and B, what can make the difference? What actually makes the difference between this place being a heaven or a hell?
Free will, choice, decisions.
Perception.
Decision.
Because hell is hell if you don't have the choice, right? It's
that's the definition. Yeah.
Oh, right, so you've got the definition of hell is having no choice whether you manifest something good or bad. It's just always bad.
Yeah, it's totalitarian. Yeah.
And that's why this realm exists, because it actually assists those who are stuck in some kind of hell dimension to actually come here to make or learn how to make good decisions. It's like a purification realm of sorts. Now, you can put a religious slant onto it if you want, or you can just call it A, B, and C realm. We can be a bit more objective about it. You know, when you use words like decision and choice, we all know that we're faced with decisions and choices like literally every minute, second of the day. We can make correct decisions or incorrect decisions.
This is very synergetic with what Sovereign Pete was talking about at the end of the day when it comes to first principles.
Yeah,
it's linking back, isn't it? It's nice, like this.
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, I was just thinking because I'm the host and I'm always fucking interrupting and interjecting and saying no, we've got to do this, do that. Tonight was supposed to be pirate radio sessions, and it's turned out to be a show where we've had a proper contrast. We're having fun with memes and music, but we're actually coming with not just our regular stuff. We're actually coming with sort of hardcore first principles about sovereignty, free will, choice. It's good, but I am conscious we need some more music because we've got Magic and Ohma Beats here, right? And MC Manic.
I need the slash as well, to be fair.
Yeah, right. Can we have a musical break?
Yeah.
Should we do it? Yeah, we need one. All right.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Right. Virus Man and Inner Guardians, thank you very much. We'll see you shortly. Take a little break, recharge. I'll put you into the green room so we can have some extra massive screen time. Right, rise above everybody. Let's go straight
Rise
back
above.
in. Ohma Beats, Majix.
Inhale, exhale, diggers. Boy, you better know your place. I set the tempo and the pace. To the touch and the taste. Too dangerous, too dangerous. Too dangerous, too dangerous. We're damaging, we're too dangerous, too dangerous. Keep up with us, don't wanna pull the fuss. I'ma ride to the end on my own, cause you know I can afford the trust. We're damaging, we're too dangerous, too dangerous. Keep up with us, don't wanna pull the fuss. I'ma ride to the end on my own, cause you know I can afford the trust. We ram 'em in, jam 'em in, blue tickets pack 'em in. Money reinforce now, see what's happening. We don't stop to the X's, are blocked and the structures fracturing. You're ready for the landing impact, ready for the rough ride, for the rough handling. So rough, there need some abandoning. Don't wanna tampering, we'll be damaging. We leave the ground, jump the crowd, take the stage, rewrite the script, turn the page, let me out of this cage. I think it's time for change. Gotta let groove diggers extend your range, set your sights, hide the night, the time is right. If the lights are too bright, we're gonna raise the fire for the right, yo. This God only wants bad for business. Out of control, so what is this? I can't keep a grip on the tip. It's gonna have to let it roll. Have to let it go. From the sky, take that flame from your hardly live debate and debate. You don't know that's what you get. I the lie, man, the people who love you anchor the night we come to collect. You get it caught up, pay me then. Keep on heading straight and direct. Middling between your connect. Show no fear and heavy, no fret. Don't stop for a minute, just take on the face. Don't stop me, why no reject. And if you like what you hear, just understand. People controlling this end. They get the honor.
One small everlasting exemption t-shirt for Majix. Listen, if you like Rise Above, if you like what we're doing, this is the sound of MC Manic Freefall Collective, original. If you want to support us, please buy a t-shirt. Everlasting exemption Rise Above t-shirts. £25. PayPal, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Big up MC Manic, big up the Freefall Collective. One of my old school friends, what an amazing guest as well. Big up Sovereign Pete. Go on, you model that t-shirt, Majix. Come and show them what it's all about. Remember. Sound of Beats live in the mixes. It's Rise Above each and every Friday. Remember, we've got 18 everlasting exemption Rise Above t-shirts left. It's double L, it's clear how I run this. It's double L, yo, listen, It's double L, it's clear how I run this. I melt girls' hearts like butter on crumpet. Smart from the start, never been a dumb kid. I got skills, so blow my own trumpet. I got skills to blow my own trumpet. Right, we've got 18 t-shirts left. I want to see some PayPal. We've got small, medium, large and extra large, white and black. Big up MC Manic live on the track.
Yeah, man. Don't nobody go nowhere, nobody touch it all. Style of pun style, pun style, pun style, pun style, pun style. Ready for the landing, ready for the impact. Boom shot, boom shot. It's double L and the Manic. Friday night as we're rolling to the weekend. Rise above, enough love. Reaching out to each and every one of you. None of mercy. We tell them. See me, boys in position. I buy my time until the time is right. Turn the day into night. Then it blows a heavy bite. I'm running deep, change the technique because the night will be the. Don't move till I give the sign. These beats are made up with you with mine. Be placed at the right time. Don't move till I give the sign. These beats are made up with you with mine. Brand new format of this. But I don't bite, I don't argue, I just fight. See me, boys in position. I buy my time until the time is right. Turn the day into night, then impose a heavy blind. I'm running deep, we're running deep. Double L on the Manic. Only put trouble when a man never come. From back side to side, hold your position. Listen. Gotta play to win. Style of one a bit fit. Structure blown a bit hard to maintain on the night and the crowd is too demanding. Gotta come with a bit of game planning. Step on the blow with a rough landing. Tell you once, tell you twice. Rise above, bring it back. Transmitter to receiver. As we control the morning ride. Boost the frequency, don't touch the dial. Only for trouble when we. Only for trouble when we. Only for trouble when we come into town. Only for trouble when we. Ohma Beats, send brother. Banging beats, banging bass. Show me the bass. One by bad boy teaching on the place. In the place, you know we're there. You need a break, you need an ampere. Free phone, the boy, the go on clear. When I got fade away, I disappear. When I step on the stage in the crowd, I'm a raid to the start, the jump up and cheer. All I'm on at the back and the girl on the side of a push up front so you can hear. You move in such a way so elegant, so gracefully. Can't stand to be without you, say I'll always stay with me. I stay true in love, girl. People load your position, find a sport in an invader space. You know, in not percent a chameleon, the party pro, send me dip on the case. Find a formula that be working, pick out the tempo, and pick out the bass. I will push the body, gonna push the limit, gonna knock it right down the base. People load your position, find a sport in an invader space. You know, in not percent a chameleon, the party pro, send me dip on the case. Find a formula that be working, pick out the tempo, and pick out the pace. I will push the boundaries, push the limits, push it back, bring it back.
Bring it back, cuz I got a flow like a vintage wine, like I rinse it, it still gets better. Got a flow like a vintage wine, like I rinse it, it still gets better. With kind of a pinch it, we'll be stingy with a line, gonna clinch it, go get it with a rhyme explicit. Ohma can't go for that, Manic can't go for that, rise above.
Rise above, baby. Reaching that critical point, that's what inhale, exhale.
Rise Above Pirate Radio Sessions. With a serious bit of deep rabbit chat as well. That's how we do. Big up Virus Man, big up Inner Guardians. Big up Andy PG in your absence, mate.
Big up Andy.
We can go a little bit later tonight. The Empress is out of town, Double L's off the leash. Let's do it. Oi. Not your head, Virus Man.
People try to test it, forming up. Me intimidating them, cornea. Try to test it, forming up. Me intimidating them, cornea. Nah, but the test, man, I'm warning ya. Up on your service, that's what I'm calling ya. Do what me say, let me want it. With the mid-range down in my monitor. You know me now, wanna have a be prompting ya. Then you know me, now I'm a charter in me board. Breaking down, I'm unfolding. We pour them in me balling. Man, it's tonight, the pan is talking. Don't turn around to keep walking. Some of them I just can't figure it out, so much talking. This time you gotta go all the way to be sure, so you best beware, be eating a warning. One tell them Double L, my brother.
Warning for the night to the early. Warning for the night to the early morning. Shit, a brand new day is dawning. Double L, call a warning. I'm a lifelong student of the occult. Why? Cause I'm searching for verses locked in a vault iron. Looking for scriptures buried in the dirt. That's why Double L's heavy with words. Draw for the sword and bury them first. The tongue of the samurai severing nerves. I draw for the sword and I bury them first. Come with that mix, Ohma. I'm saying dangerous statements like Third degree burns with hospital patients. Far-reaching increased engagement. Fast-speaking procedure replacements. Ohma beats is going on heavy. Big up Majix in the background. It's Manic and Double L. I'm waiting for this beat to ride out. Come with the rhythm, Ohma. Let's do it. Weapons of mass distraction. Fire by warring factions. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step one in a chain reaction. Weapons of mass distraction. Fire by warring factions. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step one. Okay then.
Okay, we are bumping with him. And the rhythm we are bump.
Alright then, let's do it. Ohma. Okay. 28 days later, you couldn't prepare for the mass effect. Warning system, all out failure. Couldn't reach or reject. Now I roll in a derelict landscape. My work lately, my man with bandages. What is the verdict? Did it take place? But the look in your face says you can't handle it. White flag, pretenders surrender. Move all the vectors into the center. Double L's a realness defender. Metaphor symbolist, I'm the assembler. Spit bars to MC, remember. I leave a scar like a lifelong memory. And if I can't calm my temper, the fire inside's gonna burn for centuries. Yo, who's that back in the set? Back in the stage, I make an MC what? Back in the stage, I make an MC fret. Bro, these beats are different. I feel like we're going to some like movie soundtrack.
Transitioning. What's going down? Let you pass, ain't gonna let you go too fast. Keep it fun, I'm gonna stay ahead when against the future, forget the past. Can't hang around, ain't got the time, someone's telling me you won't last. Brace yourself, time is right, let them. Ain't ain't gonna let you pass, ain't gonna let you go too fast. Keep the fun, I'm gonna stay ahead, and when I get to future, forget the boss. Can't hang around, thank God the time is someone telling me you won't last. Brace yourself, cause when the time is right, to send the future light and then wait for the blast. Both hands are gonna grab hold, take what's mine, get so cold, I get confident, I get so bold. If you don't yet know, now you've been told, I take control, watch it unfold. Skip the steps with one low, keep it like you've been an even flow, but you don't know, that's how we roll, we roll. With both hands, I'm gonna grab hold. Take what's mine, get so cold. With both hands, I'm gonna grab hold. Take what's mine, get so cold. I get confident, I get so bold. If you don't yet know, now you've been told, I get confident. With both hands, I'm gonna grab hold. Take what's mine, get so cold. I get confident, I get so bold. If you don't yet know, now you've been told.
MC Manic, you've been told. MC Double O, you've been told. Rise above, yo, you've been told. Friday, yo, we're gonna take hold. Friday night, yo, we're gonna take. Friday night, yo, we're gonna take hold.
Roughing it up, the mix and the listen. Out to into, run, come far away. I should do it naturally. Warm and easy. Front to the back, to the side, bring it. I pull the sun from the sky, from the glint in your eye. Shut you down, force you off your course, don't make a sound. I pull the sun from the sky, take that glint from your eye. Shut you down, force you off your course, don't make a sound. Up the ground, static, one touching you pat it, don't grab it, sporadic. Put your faith and trust in me, rely on Manic, see me brand it.
It's Double L, you've heard of me, yeah. It's Double L, you've heard of me. The flow's poison, it's liquid mercury. Hear my voice when I curse the beat, I let it moisten up and then it's surgery. Guilty as charged, I'm the repeat offender, revealing what elitist agenda.
Ready to roll, that's how we go, yo.
Sounds of the MC Manic, free fall collective.
No remorse as we damage y'all.
System check.
Yo.
As we control the morning ride, rise above. Yo, them freaks at the front, see them freaks at the back. Hard to say in defense, you wanna be in attack. There's no telling them, there's no warning them, there's no cutting, no slack. See them freaks at the front and at the back. I don't bark, I just bite. I don't argue, I just fight. See me, poise and position, abide by time until the time is right. Turn the day into night, then impose a heavy blight. I'm running deep, check the technique because the night will be the. Sing it! Cause these beats are for the freaks.
Heavy. Rise above, we're heavy. Yeah, it's rise above, we extinguish fear when we generate.
Yours to give it to you straight as we proceed in advance.
Progression. Freaks, left to the right, to the front, to the back. I don't bark, I just bite. I don't argue, I just fight. See me? By the time until the time is right. Turn the day into night, then impose a heavy blight. I'm running deep, check the technique because the night will be the right time. Give the sign, made over you and mine. New design, be placed at the right time. Don't move till I give the sign. These beats are made over you and mine. Ready for man, the new design.
Rise above massive. Let us know how we sounded. Are we sounding nice and tight? 1, 2, 1, 2. Sound of Manic, Double L. Rise above,
freaks, left to the right, to the front, to the. Yo, you know I silence the critics. The day has come to shine, you know I do it in minutes. Don't plan on taking my time, you know it's all in the lyrics. No silly gimmicks in mind. If I'm in to win it. You're not gonna make Beats hold the line, can't hold me down or control me. Eliminate or disown me. Here to the end to get used to me. Ain't gonna be like how it used to be. Can't hold me down or control me. Eliminate or disown me. Here to the end to get used to me. Ain't gonna be like how it used to be. Come on! Whoa!
Big up MC Manic.
Low down or dirty, low down or dirty, low down or dirty. Dirty eye.
Big up Goldie Girl. Big up the Lethal Text, Nick Longworth. Big up Spoken Word Nerd. Big up Official Hitburn. Everybody is rise above each and every Friday. Why? We generate love. We rise above. What? We rise above. Ohma Beats, rise above. MC Double L, rise above. MC Manic, rise above. Majix, rise above. Live chat, rise above. Extinguish fear and regenerate love.
World of people, hold your position. Notion. I spy, what do you spy? I spy, what do you spy? Something different tonight, something different tonight, something different tonight, something different tonight, come on! Full of flavor, rockers, ravers, Baba Avers, plain sailors, are you ready?
Not ready. Not ready. Feel the energy, get ready for the global synergy. This choice, make it willingly. Feel what I'm feeling, man, are you feeling me? Cause I'm speaking literally, let me bust my verbal soliloquy. Trust, in it literally, let me bust my verbal soliloquy. I discharge my aura, climb a mountain, cross the border. That's like a naught in a mind explorer. Hyperforce killer lines for torture. In or out of order, ready for the message, reach for your recorder. Your ears gonna burn from the scorcher, panic on the streets cause mass disorder.
Place your bet, cause the time is right and correct. We ain't overdrive and full effect. Manic give boost and inject. You come for the limit, the beat and the bass, you don't know that's what they get. Other night, many people all love the anger, the night becomes to collect. You get it caught up in the net. Keep on headed straight down the wreck. Middle link and soon you'll connect. To the fear and there be no fret. Don't stop for a minute to speak on the page, don't stop, be mind to reject. And if you like what you hear, we just understand people controlling the set. Sticking your heart up.
Wicked sound, Ohma Beats, Majix, Manic, Double L Skin. Clash of the Titans, blood splashing, fantasy violence. Clash of the Titans, blood splash, fantasy violence. Run from the harpy, the siren, the werewolf, the lichen. Oh yeah, that's for the silence. We're coming in with the breakbeat pressure. Each and every Friday night is rise above. Welcome back, MC Manic.
Peace and love.
Welcome back, Majix.
Only but sing around when we are done. Whoa. The bass are just spread out in on your area. The bass are just spread out in on your area.
Ring the alarm, sound the siren. MC Double L flows not tiring. Ring the alarm, sound the siren. Mixing, not perspiring. Rise above and we're rising. Vertical, not lateral or horizontal. Take it back to first principles. Yo. Apply first principles. Apply trivium, analytical, quadrivium, metaphysical. Focus, intent, remember. Focus, intent, remember. Execute, manifesta, focus, intent, remember. Execute, manifesta, fires the system that he presented from inner guardians, inner protector. Inner guardians hidden within, deeper than flesh, deeper than skin. I said deeper than flesh, deeper than skin. Inner guardians hidden within, deeper than flesh, deeper than skin. Room goes quiet when the drop of a pin comes loud in your ear. Now we begin. Let me break it down. First principles. Whoa. Heavy.
Reaching out, oh breakbeat enthusiasts round the world, round the globe. Sounds that you love and you like. Big up sight. Some are different tonight, 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 some are different tonight.
Alright, let's go in. Hold on, yo. Hold on when I draw for the force. like a Jedi, rebel, Star Wars, and then slay metaphors while fools just lay down foes in 10-place straws, praying that flows in a lyrical war. That's old, quick draw McCraw. Fuck that back to the force, it's the power that binds it together, of course. It's why the massive rave together in force, feed off the energy source. A crowd of people move to the music in sync, emit sonora beyond what you think. The body is a vehicle, more than flesh, just the first stage of the next step. Don't be afraid to pass the last test. Life is another part of death, and I'm done. I can't spill the rest. After this, it's a mad complex. Quantum mechanics, shaman flex. Physicists don't know where the spirit is. They're scanning brains, running tests. No explanation from mainstream section or any religious sect. I'm never gonna lie, it's a big concept. Whoa, I almost wrote it.
Them lyrics are so dark. It went into some beat crunching, bit munching, fucking.
Right, whatever happened to the decks up there, and it wasn't Ohma Beats' fault. I almost rode over the top of that. Holy shit.
Man, killed already.
Physicists don't know what the spirit is. Physicists don't know what it is.
Gosh.
Yo, gosh. Physicists don't know what this spirit is. Scanning brains, running systems. Wait, let me do that again. Yo. Hold on when I draw for the force. Like a Jedi, rebel, Star Wars, and then we slay metaphors while fools just lay down foes in 10-page draws, spraying out flows in a lyrical war. Well, that's old, quick draw McGraw. Yo, fuck that back to the force. It's the power that grinds it together, of course. It's why the massive rave together in hordes to feed off the energy force. A crowd of people move to the music in sync, emit sonora beyond what you think. The body is a vehicle, more than flesh, just the first stage of the next step. Don't be afraid to pass the last test. Life is another part of death, and I'm done. I can't spill the rest. After this, it's mad complex. Quantum mechanics and shaman flex. Physicists can't know where the spirit is. Scanning brains, running tests. No explanation from mainstream section or any religious sect. I'm not gonna lie, it's a big concept. From the grave to the cradle, I'm willing and able. Won't conform to the norm of the label or feed the beast just to put food on the table. No. From the grave to the cradle, I'm willing and able. I won't conform to the norm of a label. Yo, every single molecular particle.
Oh,
almost completed it.
Went in. Fucking hell,
Almost
bro.
completed it. Shit.
Is that a new one?
No, that's old. That's 2016. Alright, one more.
Go on, but never forgotten.
Yo, I came to this jungle looking for the shamans to learn knowledge, to get trainings. I got knowledge, need explaining. I've got questions. Yo, I came to this jungle looking for the shaman to learn knowledge. Go on, Manic, go on,
Yo. Suddenly woken, and I'm asleep and my eyes wide open. Got a firm grip around my neck, eyes are bulging and I can't feel like I'm choking. What do you want from me? Chance to see us come to me, I keep it in your mind. Yo, everything else just pales in the insignificant, still blind and with the baseline. Suddenly woken, and I'm asleep and my eyes wide open. Got a firm grip around my neck, eyes are bulging and I can't feel like I'm choking. What do you want from me? Chance to see us come to me, I keep it in your mind. Yo, everything else just pales in the insignificant, still blind and with the baseline. 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 Move with the baseline. Move with the baseline. Still blind and still blind and still blind and
moving the baseline.
Oi, oi!
Yo. Listen, no predictions, no prophecies, just scriptures and mythologies. No instructions in this odyssey, just inhale. Exhale logically, I'm part of the tribe. I earn my stripe, I hunt with this pack through a long dark night. Poison darts, long blowpipes. Yo, when the moon shines bright, entered this jungle as a student. I was acting humble and prudent, practicing to become fluent in the sacred tribal movement. I think you just sped up the beat. Entered this jungle as a student, acting humble and prudent, practicing, becoming fluent in the sacred tribal movement. Master the art of the shamans using, elevating to more than a human, raising the vibes of the hate's producing. As electric, feeling the charge of thunder, dark foreboding sky we are under. Hectic in the presence of wonder, open your eyes and awake from the slumber. Life is a prey, act like a hunter, enter the battle, emerge from the bunker. It's the rain dance, I am the drummer, dance to the rain, it's a stormy summer, look yonder. To the hills and the valleys where mankind wander, braving the storm, searching for honor. Allegiance sworn, command and conquer. What are you doing to me, Magic?
Improvise.
It's no war. Potent, like a dose of a moga. Wow, it's like the beat test. Look at P at school.
The motherfuckers act like they forgot about.
Nowadays everybody wanna chat like they got stories to tell. Same old shit when they touch the mic, they all sound like shite. These motherfuckers like they forgot about L. Nowadays everybody wanna chat like they got stories to tell. Same old shite when they touch the mic, they all sound like these motherfuckers like they forgot about L. It's like back on the set. Oh shit, mate. It's like go on, take it away, Johnny.
Big T and Anna Ride.
Sorry,
Rise above us and roll to the weekend. Summertime love. Ain't gonna let you pass, ain't gonna let you go too fast. Keep it fun, I'm gonna stay ahead, and when I glimpse the future, forget the past. Can't hang around, ain't got the time, and someone's telling me you won't last. Brace yourself, cause when the time is right, I set the fuse alight and then wait for the blast. Both hands are gonna grab hold, gonna take what's mine, get so cold. I get confident, I get so bold. If you don't get known, now you've been told. I take control, watch it unfold. Tip the scales with just one load. Keep an eye, could it even flow, but you don't know, that's how we roll. Some try to stop us, but them just can't prevent the way we blend. Can't pull us apart, not understand, comprehend. Return rolling some Manic, upper extend. Hold your position, free for boy ranting again. Retribution in my head, them word me screaming out. Proposition me the reason we gon' turn about. Make one put your head to bed to rest. Baby, them enthusiasm rise above.
Rise above.
Oh gosh.
Oh gosh.
Gosh. Original partnership upon the microphone, Manic combination.
Yeah.
Fuck the pandemic, you don't know. We arise this.
We arises. And let me tell you how this all started. I hate to go back to first principles, but it's this. It started with, yo, step back 2 meters while the camera scanning your facial features says, warning spatial breaches, observe the government speeches, strict advice on daily releases, don't chill at the parks and the beaches, essential travel, they police it, we know the rules but they still repeat it. Is this about a virus or is it a plot? What's the control and divide us? Is it a problem, reaction, solution? A manufactured crisis, depopulate body baggers, biometric ID taggers, Gates Foundation, facts apparatus, sting through newborn skin like a cactus. Corona, the crown of your highness, the molecule inside your sinus. This ain't Wuhan bronchitis, it's the actors of medical mapping of pirates. 3 million came from Obama, Dr. Fauci through Big Pharma. Rube it to Wuhan, ring the alarm. It's our virus, bruv, that's karma. Yo, Bill Gates made a prediction, Event 201 is not a fiction. He said 66 million die of corona affliction. Let me spread vocal wisdom, there's nothing social about a social distance. Minds are locked in mental prisons, I hope they're sentenced lessons well. They program fear, I'm trying to talk to the program here. 2030's 9 more years. Yo, UN wrote the agenda of one world government. Epicenter, you're sold in your hole in your brain in the blender. Double L's real, I'm not a pretender. I've studied their methods, 20 years with my head in the records. 20 years I've been closely observing. 20 years with my ears to the ground. Sound predictions I made this time around. My mind never swayed, I've been preparing for this day. Had to get that out, I have been preparing.
From within 4 walls to behind closed doors, a power source steadily unleashing power dissipating from the epicenter. Double L, enter, 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 enter. Oh! To the lead, mid the jump, from the back to the front, for the bass, it's gonna pump, double assist, it's what he want. To the lead, mid the jump, from the back, front, back, bass, pump, pump. This is what you, hey!
This is what you, yo, whip, solidarity and cohesion. Together resist their lesion. I never stop while I'm still breathing. Forever, I said, solidarity and cohesion. Together resist their lesion. Never stop while I'm still breathing. Forever seen psychotically reading. Documenting their plotting and scheming. Their illogical teaching. Leave me yearning for a topical preaching. Peeling back the layers of deception. Mirror traps, untrue directions. Peer through the cracks in succession. Say my prayers, face my reflection. Knowledge of self, power of mind, intellectual wealth. Powers of mind, come off the hour. I see these powers to burn down the tower that threaten mankind. I burn down their tower, I burn down the tower that threaten mankind. Come of the hour, come of the man, come of the an, come of the power. Yo, I look down on three-sided power with the fourth of the triad. With the help of the man like Master Lee, Master 33, come with the flying knee.
The energy, devil, man. Pick up the energy, man.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yo. Master 33, come with the flying knee. Thwart them left effortlessly. That's proper grime lyrics, like slew it. Thwart them effortlessly.
You wanna
Manic.
fight? Yeah, fight.
Fatality.
What?
Finish him.
Hey.
Okay then, let's get dark. Yo.
Original. Eleanor Manic. To the lead, mid the jump, from the back to the front, for the bass, it's gonna pump, don't assist, it's what you want. To the lead, mid the jump, from the back to the front, for the bass, it's gonna pump, don't resist, it's what you, yo. Think it's time to go all the way. Didn't come this far to go back. Running out of time so we can't delay. We're getting close to making contact. And when we get to know you're gonna pay, can't be precise or exact. But when I put my finger, wanna know what you put my picture and it turns to fact. Don't be surprised when the night turns into the day. Took on the scene to overreact. It's nothing new when you know what I'm gonna say. Just gotta relax and kick back. I know it's new to you, but in turn I'ma prove to you. I'ma lay it out flat. Make your choice, raise your voice, raise your take, cause you're the one, you best believe that. Come on, let's break it. Let's take it. Let's do everything they want us to, but fake it. I know you got that buzz all in you, time to wake it. I've seen you come with it before, couldn't mistake it.
Ominous grasp from a shadowy corner. Yeah. Ominous grasp from a shadowy corner, deep in the dark. Please beware of the dungeon master. Beware of the dungeon master. Evil, twisted, nightmare crafter. Blood drips congealed on the dirt. Forms red mud. Are you feeling the hurt when the carnage occurs? We let the demon speak and then hang on his words. Mesmerized by the evil inside, hypnotizing all people alive, energizing the feeble demise. Life in the dungeon's extremely depriving. It's dark in my dungeon. Around every corner the evil's abundant. Hope is redundant. Treacherous being spread the dysfunction. They feed on your soul. For their luncheon get pleading with gold or prepare for consumption. It's the ravenous huntsman. Right arm hold your carcass triumphant. Beware of the dungeon master. The evil twisted nightmare crafter. Blood rolls cold, heart turns darker. Beware of the
original. We no ramping, we no playing no games in our area. Skin tick, we no jester. Only for trouble when the man never come. Ellen and Manic, hear this. Ya know say that man nigga go on clear ya. Me nah gotta try and make you feel inferior. Screaming out loud and not no say that we be hearing ya. Nah bossing me, no claim no be superior. Discard what's unimportant and what's trivia. Now want no item panic or hysteria. This is serious. What's up until we made it clear to y'all? Listen carefully, y'all let me sing my song in the morning. Stick around and don't say y'all let me sing in the evening. Lost the way, man, and give you something true to believe in. Either way, me not begging, not pleading. Make it what you receiving. Made the point, me not banding, not leaving. Manic honest, it's no trick or deceiving. Only offering what you'll be needing. Come together as one, and this is what we're achieving. The beers are just burn out in your area. Yeah, no, say that Manic a go on clear ya. Me nah gotta try and make you feel inferior. Screaming out loud and not no say that we be hearing ya. Now boasting me no claim no be superior. Discard what's unimportant and what's trivia. No one, no item panic or hysteria. This is serious. Rise above, enough love, give it.
Educated, nice and articulate, well stated and quite particular. If I wanna turn it up, my bars hit hard like a barbiturate. Knockout, pure petulance, shock out. Cure your restlessness, every single word in a syllable. That's my final will and a testament. Let me manifest secret manuscripts. No hatred if you can't handle it. White flag, they're pretenders. White flag inside the center, yo. Leave a bar that all MCs remember. Lifelong memories. If I can't calm my temper, the fire inside's gonna burn for centuries. Who's that back of the set? Back in the stage I make an MC prayer. Back in the place I'm more live than the rest. Oh, back attendance cause it's back to the best. Oh, well, let me regress. Back in the days when it was all so blessed. You were slacking away, you were sounding a mess. Well, Double L was so fresh. Still stepping, 2021, still repping. Yo, live in the greatest apocalypse ever, tougher than ever. And it's 2021, rise above this second to none. Each and every Friday, 9 p.m. We are 140 BPM with Majix, live on the mix and blend. Double L Manic, tell them again. We come back with a brand new trend, educate them. Listen in, yo, what's going on, what's happening? To my left, it's my brethren, MC Manic. Yo, please tell them.
Come crowd round, cause it's never gonna be the same again. Setting new trends, what you're looking for has been, has come to pass, has come to end. Them things will never last at a time. Run its course, gonna put it to bed. Enough said, we won't be led. Conform to the norms to the beat said.
It's alright. What do you mean it's broken?
No less than it all, and a cure up front to the full. Don't think that we won't bring it right to your door. Can't afford to slide to sit back.
Wickedest hits, not bogus. Heaviest shit, no floaters. The vibe provided with a tight rhyme cipher. Direct with the speed of a lotus. No serious, no jokers.
It's a serious thing. We're no jokers, a landslide win. We're no voters. Lines are tight, flows are robust. So trust we're known by promoters. Heads rolled in for the baseline thing. That's right, they swarm like locusts. We speak and they quote us. Double L speaking, smell the aromas. Double L's cooking, smell the aromas. I make hard things, yes, boners.
Yes, brother.
I forgot it. I had to make that last bit up.
That's what we do. Improvise. Quick.
Yo, it's like once, twice, 3 times slick. Yo, Double L Manic, come back with it.
Crowd round, cause it's never gonna be the same again. Setting new trends, what you're looking for has been, has come to pass, has come to end. Yeah, them things will never last at a time. Run its course, gonna put it to bed, and I've said we won't delay. Conform to the norm till they be dead. Never man a walk to the treacherous path. Clarity in the eye of the storm, peaked on the graph. Went way off the chart. I played my part, no changing it, rearranging it. My life to find peace, arranging it. Get engaged with it. The way I'm gonna sit the back seat, turn around and wasting it. I'm gonna tell you what it's gonna be. Speak the truth confidently. Found a purpose, found a reason. Ain't trying to call points of pleasing. We don't need them. We don't.
Yo, listen. I oppose all Soviet forces. They could come with their tanks and horses, riding 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches. Rise above is a mental fortress, the most deep in the water enormous. Filled with knowledge in multiple sources. They can't storm us, not climbing a pile of glorious corpses. Don't come with the eye of Horus. You still can't see our auras. We hunt rabbit way across the borders. We're the first force installers. The vertical rise installers control the tour right inside the Taurus. Don't mess with my crew at Scorchers. It's rise above, please. Extinguish fear when you generate love. It's rise above. MC Manic, rise above. Ohma beats, rise above. Double MC and Manic and Majix, rise above and extinguish fear when we generate love. It's a single candle lights up the darkness. That is the power that we all harness. I won't tell you once or tell you twice. It's 3 times slick and it's Double L here and it's nice and sick. Alright, okay then. And I'll tell you what, let me tell you a new one. Majix. Rise above won't allow the reset, no, not in a million years. We've shed a million tears, they promoted a million fears. My reptilian senses, my mammalian brain, I combat the Schwabian forces, I am bringing them ultimate pain. Why? I'm an agent of the awakening, transcendental 5D changeling. And I manifest now, right now 3D me straightening. I remember my past life, and 5,000 before it. I've battled these demons 100 times, so I'm coming on to settle this score tip. I'm a worthy adversary, in fact they fear me. Every time I reincarnate on earth, their darkness can't come near me. Why is that? Cause I shine too brightly, a high vibration, daily, nightly, a dire citation. Try to indict me, they wanna silence, de-mic me. Rise above that, yo, they can't endorse that. Walked in the court, wiped the sheet on the doormat. I walked out the court with a brand new format. That's literally what happened. Fuck the Soviet Union, trust me.
Hey, things ain't always as they seem to be. Push the track and push the tempo, pull the trigger, time to let go. This ain't how it was supposed to be. Not a mercy. We're giving you something that you never at close range. It might seem strange, at time you'll be glad, cause it's always been waiting for you to reach out and grab. So take the rough with the smooth, take the good with the bad. Stranger than life, living on borrowed time, ignoring the warning signs. Time goes so quick, can't keep up with the design. Shifting in and out, the most can start to get confusing, gets demonstrated if you walk the wrong line. Choose that higher level, choose what's significant. You know that nothing else can come close or compare to what's relevant. I ain't looking for elegance or for grace, put emphasis on your own taste. Pick up the pace in front of your race. Come on!
Various tactics like nanotech and space-age plastic, high-spec chromium magic, fortune sealed by Satan's blacksmith, AI quantum mathematics, foretold by crackpot fanatics, initiate when the 5G's active, and squeeze their grip round the atlas. The first stage of the project, prophesized by sages and prophets. Binary code is a timeless knowledge, still taught in a... Binary code is a timeless knowledge, still caught in an IT college. First they ask you, do you produce? And then they ask you, do you compute? Who would have thought that the view of the future is humans merging with the computers? Oh shit. Yo, I'm gonna start it again. Yo, nefarious tactics like nanotech and space-age plastic, high-spec chromium magics. Yo, go. Nefarious tactics like nanotech and space-age plastic, high-spec chromium magic, forged steel by Satan's blacksmith, AI quantum mathematics, foretold by crackpot fanatics, initiate when the 5G's active, squeeze the grip round the atlas. The final stage of the project, prophesized by sages and prophets, binary code is the timeless knowledge, still taught in an IT college. First they ask you, do you produce? They'll ask you, could you compute? Who would have thought that the view of the future is humans merging with the computer? High school shooter, drone spike Xbox trooper. Turn up the volume before they mute us.
Cut out the truth, remove the rumours.
What's going down?
When the singularity comes and unites us all together as one. Digital individuals together as one. Stuck under the thumb, time and space got torn like fabric, burned like acid, high-def graphics. The human race got tamed and placid.
All this time that I've been with you, you say I break your confidence down. I don't believe in ya. Think I got an ulterior motive that I'm leaving ya. Can't take me serious, don't leave me, girl. I'm bleeding ya, I'm needing ya. And if you walk out that door, I might reoffend. And if I don't get that call, I know this is the end. Feel them foundations weaken and they start to blend. Then you see me follow suit, I follow. No right or wrong, but the beat in the song, so bump up the sound system. Me not in now, the sound enough phone to the bank, keep going until me say when. You don't know me, love the sub bass, love the mid, but I can't forget the top end. Everything nice and crisp, you ready for this? You better play the music again. Check carefully, me, I got one end, trouble gum, looking for you in the street. Push along me, tell you keep moving, but you don't want to be feeding the eat. Telling that man I can double up, feeding the sound, we come together. It's a lick, it's a warning. Grab hold, now you're falling. Majix upon the ones and two wheels are still Dapper Dan, champion, outer introversion. Hang tight the rise above man them. Hang tight Andy PG, hang tight the double L. All the people, all the girl, all the man. From back side to side. As we control the morning ride, don't nobody go nowhere, don't touch the dial. To your love, 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 to your love.
Yo.
What's going down? As you roll with unity. Hang tight energy.
Hang tight, everybody tuned in. Big up Sam Carno, Word Nerd, Chess Move Q UK, everybody.
Yes, it does it.
JD Redwood, what's good? Helen Hasdell, how you doing then? What's happening? Big up Marcus. Big up Catherine Hamblin. All the regulars, all our newcomers. We've still got, 100 people tuned in? Yeah. Sound and the Majix with the exclusive clack. It's classic. Yeah.
Check it. Incinerate the fire and the man. Gonna turn it up all this end. See me in the tank and the fan. Man again, see bad boy for them. When I raise my voice up on the night, then the crowd and I'm gonna bust for them and tell them too many MC wonder many men. We're gonna ride it through until the end, yo. Incinerate the fire and the man. Gonna turn it up on this end. See me in the tank and the fan. Man again, see bad boy for them. When I raise my voice up on the night, then the crowd and I'm gonna bust for them. Too many man them. Too many man them.
Wait, now release, cause the feel from the streets increase. I'm on a quest to find inner peace, escaping the belly of the beast. Wait, now release it. You know the secret, they tried hard to conceal it. Wait, it's potent like a dose of a boga. One dose game over, deep in the jungle, chilling with the shamans, learning the customs of ancient cultures. Shamanic technology, we fulfill the prophecy. Describe that logically, close your eyes and you might see properly. I said, close your eyes and you might see properly. Wait, now release. The feel from the streets increase. Wait, now release. Okay, yo, I came to the jungle looking for the shamans. Yo, I was like deep in the jungle, knees in the dirt, next to the tribal leader. Speaking the words of the healer, I'm feeding the words. Seeking the teacher vine, the mimosa creeper. MAOY inhibitor, NEO vine can't mimic a ancient mixture boiled in vinegar. Recipe taught by ancient visitor. I'm slipping away when my eyes look through to the clearing. And the sun beats down on my face, I'm feeling what's that in my peripheral hearing. Ingesting the chemical gateway, ingesting the chemical gateway, ingesting the chemical gateway to exit the physical plane. Digressing my spiritual pain. Shit, that gave me shivers just talking about that. Yo, cause I'm deep in the jungle, knees in the dirt, next to the tribal leader, speaking the words of a healer, feeling the words, seeking the teacher vine, mimosa creeper, MAOY inhibitor, NEO vine can't mimic a sacred vine, bold in vinegar, taught by the ancient visitor. I feel like I'm slipping away while my eyes look through to the clearing. And the sun beats down on my face, I'm feeling.
Loop it up and go again. We bring it. Sounds that you like, conditional, unconditional. Rinse out.
Yes, sir. Okay, the general's here. When the general speaks, it's crystal clear. From our tongue to your eardrum, rise above soldiers, show no fear. I'm a militant man, double L with a militant plan. I'm coming from a different land, United Kingdom of Orangutan. Yo, the general's back. I'm speaking general facts. Yo, pay your dues like federal tax, cause double L's back.
Suddenly woken, and I'm asleep and my eyes wide open. Got a firm grip around my neck, eyes are bonded and I can't be felt like a joking. What do you want from me? Chance to see us come to me, I'm keeping it all mine. Yo, everything else is pales in the insignificant, still blind and with the baseline. Suddenly woken, and I'm asleep and my eyes wide open. Got a firm grip around my neck, eyes are bonded and I can't be felt like a joking. What do you want from me? This chance to see us come to me, I'm keeping it all mine. Yo, everything else is pales in the insignificant, still blind and with the baseline. Still blind and with the baseline. Still blind and with the baseline. Still blind and with the baseline, move with the baseline, move with the bass, come on!
We still move to the baseline, from the studio to the stadium.
Original flexer!
Yo.
London, this lovely city. You can go to France or America, India, Asia or Australia. You must come back.
Whoa!
London city.
Yo.
I should roll with unity. I should do a naturally big thing.
From the studio to the stadium, your basic levels high. From the studio to the stadium, your basic levels, I'm raising them. I expand your cranium. No games, bruv, I don't play with them. Under the radar, subterranean bars made hard like a forged titanium. From the booth to the bleachers, install the truth in the mouth of the teachers. Elevate you from Babylon's reaches. Disfiguring features, purge. Illiterate leaders learn my work, give birth through the speakers. Dangerous statements. Third degree burns and hospital patients. Third degree burns and hospital patients. Far-reaching increased engagement. Fast-seeking procedure replacements. Unleashing a verbal wordplay. Leaves them seething, gasping, barely breathing, fasting, no more eating. We're doing it off the tip.
Easy then, but don't force it down, cause if it not gonna naturally, you're not gonna come. Together with in-base paper, sitting up a white timer with emotion. Hold your ground, hold your position. Select the start, select the program. Combination to become one.
London, this lovely city. You can go to France or America.
It's the dynamic duo. Ready to blow. Oh gosh. Oh, too dangerous, too dangerous, too dangerous, too dangerous, too dangerous, too dangerous.
Oh shit, it's Ohma beats, that's one thing. Oh shit, it's Ohma beats, that means one thing. Trap yourself to your seats. Get down on all fours, get ready for the... Oh shit, it's Ohma beats, that means one thing. Strap yourself to your seats. Or get down on all fours, put your head between your legs and say goodbye to your... Burn up your lighters. Burn up your lighter, burn up your flame. Show me your number, show me your name. Ohma beat, burn up your lighter, burn up your flame. Show me your number, show me your name. Manic, double L, we're here in the game. We've been here for a long time.
Hey, so we're looking at it, do what I said, man, the dead dress. See me coming down the road, one in the red.
It's like, ooh na na na. It's the way that we rock when we doing our thing. Ooh na na na. It's the natural vibe that rise above bring. Ooh na na na. Shit, it's the way that we rock when we doing our ride right tune. And we roll straight through our. Yeah. Wow. Alright, we're getting loose now. Big up Nick Longworth. Yo. I'm a lifelong student of the occult and I'm searching for verses. Searching for verses, a lifelong student of the occult. Searching for verses locked in the vault. Yearning for scriptures buried in a tomb. Searching for Yo, I'm a lifelong student of the occult and I'm searching for verses locked in a vault. And I'm yearning for scriptures buried in the tomb. Burning pictures in deep catacombs. I'm looking for the text that's buried in dirt. That's why double L's heavy with words. Yo, I draw for the sword and I bury them first. The tongue of the samurai severing nerves. So, focus your intent and remember. Focus your intent and remember. Focus your intent and remember. Then execute manifesta from inner guardians, inner protector. Yeah, hidden within, deeper than flesh, deeper than skin. The room goes quiet with the drop of a pin. Take it back, first principles, apply trivium, analytical, quadrivium, metaphysical, never horizontal or literal. We're ascending, not reversing. It's rise above, no rehearsing.
Wait for it. Easy come, easy go. I should boost the mid-range, boost the treble, boost the low.
Yes, Sam Carno, MC Manic does provide additional quality. Every Rise Above member provides additional quality. That's how we roll. Rise above, extinguish fear when we generate love. Extinguish fear when we generate love. Each and every Friday, Rise Above. Yes, we generate each and every Friday, 9 p.m. on the GMT. Catch us on YouTube.
Yo. We're giving you something that you never would have had. At close range, it might seem strange. In time you've been glad, cause it's always been waiting for you to reach out and grab. Take the rough with the smooth and take the good with the bad. We're giving you something that you never would have had. At close range, it might seem strange. In time you'll be glad, cause it's always been waiting for you to reach out and grab. Take the rough with the smooth, take the good with the bad. Come on.
Boys and dart, mate, straight to the heart, mate. Now a sad boy never wanna partake. It's not a game, it's not a game. Boys and dart, straight to the heart. Ohma beats and Majix tear them apart. Take it back, straight to the start. As above to below, and the first should be last. Yo, boys and dart, straight to the heart. Yo, boys and dart, straight to the heart, mate. Now a sad boy never wanna partake. It's not a game, you know, arcade shoot like a cupid. I'm causing them heartache, cry me a river. It's your last day, I was a sinner. That's in the past, mate. We never talk no more.
Original. Flex, we are flexer. Stranger than life, living on borrowed time, ignoring the warning signs. Waiting for the beat for the bar.
Yeah.
Stranger than life, living on borrowed time, ignoring the warning signs. Time goes so quick, can't keep up with the distance. Shifting in and out, the more can start to get complicated. Confusion gets demonstrated if you walk the wrong. Choose a higher level, choose what's significant. You know that nothing else could come close or compared to what's relevant. I ain't looking for elegance or for grace, put emphasis on your own taste. Pick up the pace and dance at the race. Come on!
Bear witness to this phenomenon, a clear sickness as it's coming on, that's their business. So I carry on, beating my fist on the walls of Babylon. And it's vicious, if you're a vagabond. In the British Isles, it's not Avalon. The ambitious escape to the Amazon, life is miniatures, climbing the echelon. You gotta break them chains, speak personal best, and make them gain to the hurtful mess. Abstain from eternal threats in a long campaign. No threats and I'm gonna maintain. No threats and I'm gonna maintain, cause I gotta complain. Yo, no threats and gonna maintain. No threats and I can't complain. On the mobile flex and I gotta maintain. From no disdain, we're up against an immovable object, placing bets on illusional offset. And it's true from the onset, killing you slow is the usual project. Still thriving despite the drawbacks, ill-wighted design in formats. That's life, gotta ride it, wall back. Minds climb with it wide in the format, greasing cogs inside the Leviathan. Keep 'em watching, the eyes conspiring, catch wind in the eyes expiring. Yo, stab that siren, flames expiring, not expanding. Gain understanding, the fall from the top equals the crash landing. Don't get fooled by the devil's rebranding.
See me no guys, see me marching to the dance floor. See me put my life up on the line again and risk everything a chance for. Imitating everything that me know, I wanna see you crumble and fall. Just because the phone is dialed up and I'm gonna see you made the right call. Sleep me no time, me no dream, me no guys, see me marching to the dance floor. Put my life up on the line again and risk everything a chance for. Setting everything that me know, I'm gonna see you crumble and fall. Just pick up the phone and dial up my number. Just dial up my number. Just dial up my number. Just dial up my number.
Yo.
Oh.
How'd you even spit over that? I was like, what, is this tune gonna drop? What? So it seems like I'll do it. So it seems like they turned up the pressure and the speed of unfolding agendas. Endless means more meat for the blender. More meat for the blender. So it seems like they turned up the pressure and the speed of unfolding agendas. Endless means more meat for the blender. It's difficult. Far too much going on. Ohma. Inject the pathogen and create the melanoma.
Funny, it's like we're MCing from the armchair, do you know what I mean? It's just like proper like...
It's like a false sense of security.
What bloody time it is? It's bloody half 2 in the morning. Keep the fucking noise down, will you?
Rise Above HQ is detached, it doesn't matter. We can make as much noise as we want.
We're ramming, jamming, free for pancament. Men are reinforced now, see what's happening. Storm to the exit, to blow to the structures, fracturing. Ready for the landing impact, ready for the rough fight, for the rough handling. So rough, then beats, I'm abandoning. They want to tamper in, we beat damaging. Leave the ground, dump the crowd, take the stage, write the script, turn the page, let me out of this cage. I think it's time to change. To the left feet, fall and set the race, set the sight. Hide the night, time is right. It's too light to do, but I'm gonna let the fire roll. Leave the ground, jump the crowd, take the stage. We leave the ground. Oh, banging beats, banging bass, banging beats, banging bass, banging beats, banging bass, banging beats,
banging bass. Poisonous new more lethal. Poisonous new form more lethal. Ink for more people. Yo, poisonous, more lethal. Infect more people. The poison dart is a nurse's needle. Yo.
Easing in, but unfortunately, cause if you're not gonna naturally, you're not gonna come. Together with investment, remember one time with a motion. Hold your ground, hold your position. Select the song, select the program. Whoa! Are we there?
Keep it rolling.
Side shit, permanent rip. Get the center, deep divide, hurt your life, hurt your bro, rank, got in trouble and quickly sank, till it is your preset bank. Information overload, override, then overdrive. Set it to coincide, running low reserves and resources. Push you rapidly to the sidelines, no delays and no pauses. Cruising blitz, can't pinpoint what the source is. Higher forces, dissect you run up the courses. Lay it on the line and make it know what your choice is. A wise lyrical, double L, critical.
More content, more substance, more content, more substance, more high-grade wordplay live in abundance. We don't deal with assumptions. I eat time boy for my luncheon. More content, more substance. We start again. Yeah. More content, more substance, more high-grade wordplay live in abundance. I don't deal with assumptions. Eat time boy for my luncheon. With more content, more substance. The earth isn't flat. I've seen the circumference. More verses, more than 100. Flow to the ground like a fungus. More topics, more engagement. More straight to my garden, fragrant. Less politics, less enslavement. That's obvious, that's blatant. More depth, more eloquence, more intellectual strength. It's evident, raw discourse with the context relevant. Raise the bar, cusp is excellent. More meaning, more purpose. More biro, burn for the page like a furnace. Plants, nursery rhymes in a circus, spit their names in earnest. More meaning, more purpose. More depth in my verb and my verses. More feeling beneath the surface. More bars are worthless. More meaning, more impact. Killing them
Shut up. Get ready, get set, ready, get set, ready, get set.
And it got an attitude. When I come with a bad man flow, I'm killing them guys on the road.
Out town to sit on it top. Oh, we know there's no time inside the ride.
You're not cold, I've got the heaviest shoes on roll.
Set the funky play. Easy in, but unfortunately, I'm gonna be not gonna. Whoa.
Can we have some stuff that's a little bit like more predictable?
But what is predictable on this universe?
Can we go back to like more four stuff that can... Yeah, big up Virus Man, he's got to duck out. We're going to give the DJs time. We love Virus Man 2021. Get him on Instagram, Telegram.
Big up. Big up.
Big up Virus Man. Come back next week, any week.
What a lovely guy, man.
No, lovely guy. No, he's good. Really good question
really
as well.
Chilled out as well, man.
Really good input. Love him.
Try to tell me I get too high, that's a lie. If so, bitch, I would have been gone. Stop the flow.
I love it how we mix like uplifting, like cheering. We got like metaphorical, metaphysical bars, and we got some sort of gangster, heavy, like nasty, horizontal shit in there as well. We got to have the contrast. It's about that. It's about the what bit D&B. Do you mind if we do a bit D&B? Is that all right with you, Johnny?
Are you asking?
Do you mind?
Are you asking?
You're twisting my arm, mate. Manic and the double L, we're going back to back. It's some original shit from 99 to 2019. And longer on the track, yo, original. South Coast partners, we original. Manic and the double L shit, we're original. No one can test the skill, we're original. MC Manic, tell them.
Let me illuminate the way forward for ya. The future's looking bright as I endeavor to conquer, reign over the controller, taking charge to make command. I put it in the words you can understand. New sounds that I dispense, reveal a new experience for an audience in tune to my frequency. Happens to be of the finest quantity, megahertz running through your. Got your heart racing, pumping, screaming through your veins, adrenaline flowing. What? Just say you're the common cure remedy, medicinal, you know. Who controls your airways, invisible to the naked eye, but without doubt, the presence be aware. I'm even there, busting lyrics. Futuristic is the way that I kick it, so be aware. Double L, killer man.
I straight forward like a predator. Tunnel vision, only focus on what's dead ahead of ya. We look to the peripheral. We look to the peripheral, but eyes straight forward like a predator. Tunnel vision, only focus on what's dead ahead of ya. As we get ready for the mix down the Ohma beats, do it just like this. Once, twice, 3 times. Once, twice, coming on 3 times slick. The rhythm roll like a Chevy, sounds too heavy like a brick. Accelerated tempo, pull my lyrical switch. Time to rub it, stick it, it's down my mind, but bust it quick and I be sick. On the afterburner, feel the need for speed. Crashing through sound barrier, then hurry up with siege. Big camera, get damage up, be normal to get breeze. Manic and the double L, back to back. Listen, we.
To your brain burning, got your heart racing, pumping, screaming, now you learning. Atmosphere warming up, Manic and see confirming. A certain pressures don't come to get you. Look at how what you're coming through without the fuss. Kicking up dust without no trivia. Other MCs should be inferior, barrier. Alert the media, I reign superior. Continue to your area, see to the trigger to get it, yeah. Never a predator, I'm the #1 competitor. Technique can make you wanna sit the fuck down before you fall down to the floor. So you never heard before, you can't ignore. This one destroying your body's nervous system. So come around the dropping this on this one.
Yeah, big up Majix.
Big up Majix every time, man.
Big up everyone tuned in. Yeah, unpredictable. It be the way we spit these lyrical messages throughout your avenues and terraces. If you ain't down with us, we'll be your nemesis. Shake your brain inside your skull until you need a therapist. It's time to meet the specialist. Manic and the double L, we're deadly in the premises. We never miss. Spit verbal flame, blaze up some herbal. Shoot you all again, blindfold my eyes. Make it fair game, hit the bullseye on the target with a pinpoint aim. It's like, blow, they're firing right back at me. Manic, am I hit? Well, no, not exactly. The force still protects me. Whack MC to try to get me. The situation's heavy, I think I need a bevy. Ohma, fingered up on the fader. Mic it out of the mixer, time to give them flavor.
For what I'm doing, there can be no substitution. Know my name, lyrics on my game, no hesitation. In my voice, frequency, amplitude, modulation, crystal clear to your ear. I penetrate your old era mechanism. So to blur your vision, things getting critical. As we embark on new adventures, new styles, I employ rhymes built to the street. I'm looking right now, the ambient now. Just sit back, relax, put on your seatbelt as I make my impression felt. Understand the technical style of mine, you're gonna need help. I'm here to help you. Feature your knowledge, look into mine. Might get a twist of us, so don't wanna fall behind the times of now. Raise your hands, scream and shout, without no doubt, my soul coming true, check it out. Right as we get you into the swing of things, going on ramping, bumping with him, Amy and I see upon the mic talking. Watch it, not one man, nobody testing. Say that you'll be giving
on in a wrong impression. Manic in my side and a dance in a session. Message in my rhyme, you have a black girl's attention. Rivers run deep on a bass and my bursting. Can't turn it, got no going back or reversing. Study blow a lyric for me, but no rehearsing. Educate the people, man, it's so you're learning. No one man, nobody testing. Say that you be giving money, no wrong impression. Manic in my side and a dance in a session. Message in my rhyme, you have a black horse attention. Rivers run deep on a bass and my bursting. Can't turn it, got no going back or reversing. Stop the flow a lyric for me, but no rehearsing. There is nothing upon this earth that compares to your love. And if I'm meant for your love, then you know I can tell. I see your face, see your voice, and you know it's not enough. If I have to fight for your love, then I'll fight to the end, to the end, to the end, to the end. If I have to fight for your love, if I have to fight for your love, if I have to fight for your love, then I'll fight to the end, to the end, to the end. If I have to fight for your love, if I have to fight for your love, if I have to fight for your love, then I'll fight to the end, to the end, to the end. Yo! Manic honest is no shattered dreams, fairy tales, broken promises. Heavy on the truth, I lay emphasis. Breaking new ground, now watch me breaking the laws of self-synthesis. Sounds of the purest form of the highest grade. Uniquely process and analyze, reanalyze, time and time again. This type of situation should become critical, uncontrollable, uncontainable. Different emotions and feelings provoke patterns in time and new styles manifest. I put them straight to the test. I'm screaming out at the top of my voice over rooftops. People, shops, towns, countries and cities. Nothing can hold me down, nothing can touch me, no can stop in the better house. Determined we'll make a vow, we'll see it through all the way to the end, me and you. And don't go changing your ways, don't go changing your ways, don't go changing your ways, don't go changing your ways.
Never change your ways. MC Manic, MC Double L. Big up Spitter in your absence. Hang tight, Majix has made an exit. It's the Raw Rhythm Squad, right? It's the extended one tonight. We'll go for a little bit longer, I don't care. Why not? Big up Nick Longsworth. This is what we do. This is how me and Johnny met. Trust, yo. Allow me to elucidate. But Ohma Beats choose a break. Thinks it's the end of days, better choose your fate, huh? Alright, go on then. Manic and Double L original. Ohma Beats original. Majix original. Yo, allow me to elucidate what Ohma Beats choose a break. You think it's final days with bruv, you better choose your fate. Or is it really love? Why? Because we rise above the hungry little parasite. Yeah, we can't get enough. That hungry little worm told the world they spread a germ. We know that's total lies. Some people never learn. It's why we choose to rise. We won't miss our turn. The harvest's overdue. The crops are gonna churn. Reap what you sow. Keep what you know. Deep inside your mind is where you find the buried treasure, yo. Deep inside your mind is where you find the buried treasure, yo. Sound of Ohma Beats. Gosh.
Yo, roughing it up, the mixing, now listen. Hold your position, M.A.N. I see the point of mission. Crucifixion, in good condition. Taking aim, I always hit the target, but it comes to execution. Ain't no confusion, in my conclusion, like the execution. Brick and bones, all of them to bruise it, rolling, cruise it. No substitution for what they're doing. Opposites, check my act, list of viewing. So, you know, DJ run the place with the show. Time to take control with the type train, let the roll. Pop it a blow, get ready to explode. I tell my lyric on the microphone, make my presence known to the flesh, to the bone. Mental struggle prone, never condone. Wood body to still wicked, I know, bring it home. Step across the mark, into the danger zone. Into the danger zone, Double L.
Did the line force until you choose to mount the horse, and with the help of Master Lee, you see the triad from the fourth. Never cower under three-sided power. Be the man of the hour and just step up to their tower. It's Double LMC, I'm doing this for decades. I'm the apocalyptic pundit, I speak you through the wreckage. Yo, soldiers in your beret, salute the general. Heavy, heavy, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Too many Mac we bust. Manic and the Double L, too many Mac we bust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The most explosive matter, the sound you never touch. Ashes to ashes,
dust to dust. Ohma Beats, tear this one up. Tear this one up, say, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. We're very, very dark, we be very, 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 very dark, man. Very, very dangerous. Double check the measurements. Write that shit on testament. Place went unto relevance. Lyrical intelligence. New stage and new development. In the everlasting race. Identify this element. It's mainly drum and bass. Shake the pace. It's never heard before. The black free upper basic culture busting up the floor once more. From this day until the end of time. Ohma Beats is spin the rhythm, Manic speaking rhyme.
No limits to what we can do. From me to you. Up on the night, I'm coming through. No stopping, no boundaries for us. No lines we cannot cross. A force to be reckoned with, dangerous, contagious. Straight into action, immune to distraction. As we advance, lead the way, satisfaction guaranteed. So come roll with the new breed as we proceed to entertain your venture. Deeper into your mind, I dare you enter. Take a look within, try to capture the moment I itch ya. Jumped up and bit ya. Remember the name, we're coming at ya. Once again, seconds away, round two. Double out, Manic on the brow. What's me now? What's for you? The sound's kicking, we're kicking it all. Giving it what you want, we bring it all.
We bring it all, nothing less, nothing short of the fullest of the full. The fullest of the full, listen all.
The rhythm laid out to brown waste. I've been here already, it's not the first take, but I visited again cause the flavor is sound.
Dynamite.
If worry is the load that I carry, I won't break now. Backbones don't crack when
Brown paper, paper.
drown out the sound of my doubts with headphones.
It's a cool guy, Dynamite, it's a cool guy. Not like some of those MCs, they're right wankers, aren't they?
No, very,
drum and bass MCs are right dickheads normally, trust me. We should know as well. Oh yeah, Darrison, IC3, he's really sad. GQ, very sad.
Yeah.
All the best MCs, funny enough.
Yeah.
Probably should say that, innit? All the Peanut M&M massive are absolute knobheads. and crackheads.
Yeah. Mate, that's who's in my mind.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, ashes to ashes. Lose your identity, blending, yeah. Lose your identity like 25 million. Erase your thoughts and forget your opinion. Break down barriers and open your mind and empty your brain. Find your way to the truth inside. Sprint towards the light that will blind. Sprint towards the light that will blind. Open up your mind. Look inside and see what you might find. Find. Sprint towards the light that will blind us. Taking plus for minus. Squeeze and drop some moisture at the dryness. Tangent ankle sinus. Never bow to no highness. I'm marching upon Babylon with the rise above army behind us. I'm marching upon Babylon with the army. Marching upon Babylon with the rise above army behind us. Squeeze and drop some moisture at the dryness.
Right, the mix is in. Full force, no remorse as we damage your Ellen and Manic. Hold on. Opposition show me no fear. Round the microphone, I say Manic, I go and clear. That's the Babylon stick, Mr. Lassie, I right here again. Hold on. Them a sign coming. Full of them a woman, them a carry on unruly. Spoil up the party, cook it, fashionista, just can't have me bored. Hold on. Opposition show me no fear. Run the microphone, I say Manic, I go and clear. Dirty Babylon stick, listen, I see I right here again. Hold on. Them a science dummy. Full of them a woman, them a carry on unruly. Spoil up the party. Double out, tell them.
Invincible, eternally immortal. Sprint towards the portal. Open up the invincible. Eternally immortal, open up the portal. Step to the unpredictable. It be the way I spit these lyrical messages throughout your avenues and terraces. If you've been down with us, we be your nemesis. Shake your brain inside, just go until you need a therapist. Yes, that's right, it's time to meet the therapist. Double L, Manic, we be the specialist. Shake your brain inside, just go until you need a. Yo, shake your brain inside, just go until you need a. What do you know? Come people, tell me what you think. Tell me what you think. Big up Sam Carno, big up Clarice Starling. Big up Nick Longsworth, all the regulars, all the hardcore family. Spark up the flame, pass me the light. Somebody, baby. Yo, listen, spark up the flame up, pass me the lighter. Somebody better tell me who be blazing tonight. Spark up the flame up, pass me the lighter. Somebody better tell me who be blazing tonight. Ohma Beats is on the decks and MC double L on mic. Rise above HQ, live tonight. So difficult switching between two different tempos. Your tongue's like, yo, it's like drum and bass woman, drum and bass man. We don't want trouble, don't want fighting in the jam. Don't kick with your foot, punch with your hand. Pick up a record and pick up a mic and use it as weapon. Drum and bass woman, drum and bass man. We don't want trouble, don't want fighting in the jam. No misunderstanding, MC double L's here and I've landed. Lyrical's gonna be branded, yo, branded. Lyrically outstanding, it's a banger, full capacity. Ohma Beats with full veracity, time to speed it up. Twice, 3 times slick. The rhythm roll like Chevy, sound too heavy like a brick. Accelerated tempo, pull my lyrical switch. Time to rub it and stick it, it's time to man, but busting quick and we be sick. On the afterburner, feel the need for speed. Crashing through some barrier, dead Harrier with stage. Speak hammer, get damage, just speedometer, get breeze. Verbal get terminal, MCs get fricassee, oh please. The verbal get sick for terminal. Yo, MCs can't hurt them all. Manic and the double L with Ohma Beats. Rhythm all, spin it all, listen all.
I love the party people. Mic for them, running the mic for them. Better than bad, we're coming round again. Here come the sound again. Smack your head around again. Reality friend, how you feeling? Try talking, but what you say, gonna mean it. You're out of breath, near death, nothing left. So Ogeron on the dance floor. Center when on tour, limited time, we get you. I love the party people, I run the mic for them. I'm running the mic for them, better than bad, we're coming round again. Here come the sound again, smack your head around again. Reality friend, how you feeling? Try choking, but what you say, gonna mean it. You're out of breath, near death, nothing left. So Ogeron on the dance floor, said it went hard sore. Lyric and sound, I'ma let them get them down.
One false move, somebody get, somebody get hurt. One false move, somebody get hurt. One false move, somebody get hurt. Double L Manic, we rock the concert. One false move, somebody get hurt.
One false move, somebody get hurt. Manic, come for nice up the concert. Drum and bass music, I will never desert. Watch this insert, my story written in invert. New configuration, I convert. Sounds that I divert. Up on the night, I go to work. Red alert, I will excite this set. Yeah, man.
Soldiers battle station to your trenches. Soldiers battle station to your trenches. Climb the ladder, loaded up the microphones. It's automatic, a grammar, never stanner. Man from any town in any manner. Come to rise above and we be getting rammer jammer. Took you a badder. Any town in any manner. Soldiers battle stations, trenches. Climb the ladder. Watch as we attack this. Swarming like arachnids. You might think you're heavyweight, but you could never hack this. Swarming like arachnids. Sam Carno, do you know what? Ohma Beats, he pulls rewinds when he wants. He never abides or obliges a rewind request. 'Tis the way of Ohma Beats. Sound of Ohma Beats. Yo, it's that fingered up on a fader. Micing out of the mixer. Time to give them flavor. Time to make some paper. Our names are known all across the land by the drum and bass woman and the drum and bass man. Our names are known all across the south by any shit MC who got his foot stuck in his mouth. I'm a seaside rhythm a rider, buster, one niner. Been against so I'm an old timer, lyrical flow is seaside rhythm a rim. Who's that? Yo, it's double L skin. Seaside rhythm a what? Inject the blood clot. Seaside rhythm a rider, buster, one niner. Been against so I'm an old timer, lyrical flow is tight like vagina. I'm a rhymer, I'm a creeper. But the surface a little deeper. Some are followers, some of them a leader. Some are stronger, some of them are weaker. Some are people, some of them a teacher. Step on the road in my Nike sneaker. I rap rhyme that'll pop that speaker. Blowing up like Al Qaeda. Some a follower, some of them a leader. These are bars from like literally 15, maybe 20 years ago. Archive shit. Big up JD Redwood, big up your cat Yoda, big up Yoda. My cats are upstairs. The missus reckons they don't like drum and bass. Apollo and Hermes, I think they do. Big up Sam Carno. Big up Clarice Starling. JD Redwood. Who else we got here?
Chest moves, what you saying? It's good to have MC Manic back, right? MC Manic Double L Skim, original. It's long time, Manic Double L, mate, long time. Long time. Come Ohma. Ohma, Ohma. Inject the pathogen, create the melanoma. Yeah. Ohma, Ohma. Time to roll it over. Inject the pathogen, create the melanoma. Ohma, Ohma. Inject the blood clot. You what? Who be getting down? Ticket up, selector. What's the hour? What's the sound? I'm a different drum and bass MC. Step in the mic, MCs get prang. Slap, Wu-Tang. Step in the mic, MCs get prang. Slap, Wu-Tang. Fatal flying guillotine, razor sharp slang. It's all good, I'm not Aggie. Don't wanna see double L like a chavvy. I prefer to use my savvy. Crack a smile, act all happy. Yo, servers living proof, it's all good. Don't put your neck into the noose. Get loose.
Reaching out all angles, breakbeat enthusiasts. It's that time, reaching that critical point as we inhale, exhale.
Time to work it, time to work it. Rise above, time to work it. You knew that, you knew that. Rise above, time to work it. You knew that. You've been on the circuit, see the fader. He's gonna hurt it, patch it in the back and arm.
Hey, check the funky flex, funky flex, funky flex. Double L and the Manic. We live in history, man.
Yo, please, roll out the red carpet. Manic's here, Double L's here, and the party's starting. Time to work it, you knew that. You've been on the circuit, see the fader, he's gonna hurt it. Patch him in the microphone and I'll murk it. Roll out the red carpet, Double L's here, and the party's starting. Get broken hearted, spit a rhyme and the crowd get parted now. See for the middle, check the cipher, check the riddle. Lab on the stage, not on the fiddle. I'm cooking MCs like Foreman's griddle. Each and every Friday nightly, dropping that styley. Shit, I do something different that's the thing. Each and every Friday nightly used to be different. Now it's rise above each and every Friday nightly.
It's unique.
Different. Big up Ohma.
Original roughneck. None in the sound check. Lyrica infect ya. Manica sick it in ya. Ring the alarm. Ring the alarm. Ring the alarm. Hard step, mind over matter, mind controller. From within four walls, so behind closed doors, a power source steadily unleashing.
Killer ink. Burning up the paper in the blink, killer ink. Let the chance to give Libby here, you want me think? What me think? Yo, it's like killer ink. Burning up the paper in the blink, killer ink. Give a chance to let you hear me think, killer ink. Please believe that this shit don't stink. Why? Spit a verbal, but precious than a mink. Part 2, melt through the plastic on my biro. Things are getting drastic, MC's fighting for survival. So, what you gonna do with no recital? The lips touch the mic and then the needle touch the vinyl. Baseline pressure vibrating through your spinal. First round is over, who will make it to the final? Blaze like a fire, flicker like a candle. We got the style that's too hot to handle.
Give you a shove and you want more. Give you a real push and you buckle and you fall to the floor. Know what we do together, we stand divided, we fall. Raw, slap you with it, you don't get me started. 24 hour the cold, shower cold hearted. Running teams, L come alive in the dance hall. Wanna see you flexing original, I got something to prove. On the mic, check my finishing move.
Finish him. MC Manic, finish him.
You wanna fight? Fight me.
Tiger uppercut.
Original summertime breeze. Ohma upon the ones and two upon the wheels of steel. Ellen and Manic kicking it right above. You know how we do. There's no way you can stop it. Don't fight it, can't challenge it, damage it. As you drift from the shallow to the deep. Now you're on your own in the danger zone. In the danger zone, danger zone.
You're alone in the danger zone. Unpredictable. Now the war has started. Now the bombs have dropped. Now the war has started. Now the bombs have dropped. Always pack our microphones on, do the safety lock. Beats and crazy days, but we make crazy nights. Every tune he plays, every rhyme we write, yo. Do for the honor, no. Do for the pride. We do because we're soldiers.
In this war we fight. Fight for the power, demonstrate our sound. UK homegrown shit touching down. The battle rages on, we're growing stronger still. They got my soldiers who sit out there on the battlefield. One cause we're representing, allegiance that we pledge. We keep on raving till the needle falling off the edge. Now the war is over, things are just the same. The war is over, they still don't know our names.
Hey! Boy, you don't know, say the Manic up in the drummer. Go tell a woman, say you have to tell them. Just one time, it's not enough, let's go again. Listen up a while, but without style. Man, woman, child. Drum and bass music up, I make you broke wild. Running non-stopper, get to the end, we'll loop it up and go again, go again. Listen, live it that me bring. Not for them and sing, get you in the swing. If it boss and flex and I make it a long thing. What me come for do me, I can ride out with him until you hit me ball out. Live it up and break, not for them and sing. Get you in the swing. If it boss and flex and I make it a long thing. What me come for do me, I can ride out with him. Bumping with him. L and the minute on the mic talking. Easing to the night to the early morning. See the DJ mixing and I'm ready for the sign to be easing to the night to the early morning. See the DJ mixing and I'm ready for the sign to begin. We're not closing in, conforming in the vibes like it's never been. L, tell them.
A brand new dawn is dawning. A morning, it's a warning. When a brand new day is dawning. Who's that on the technics? Yeah, who's that on the technics? I don't need to take a guess. Sound of Ohma beats, drop a wicked set. With Manic and the double L, we blow holes in your chest. No need to, yo, strap on a lyric proof vest. We blow holes in your chest. Yo, who's that over the technics? There's no need to take a guess. The bad boy sound of Ohma beats, he drop a wicked set. With Manic and the double L, you ain't seen nothing yet. Listen up. Up next, listening, what's going on, what's happening, that boom boom is back again, sound system battering, window panes are shattering, Manic double L announcing in, Ohma beats is mixing in, boom!
Trouble in my city, in my town, in my street, blood pressure rise and my heart skip a beat, bridges and my burn, I said in no concrete, only for trouble here by the end of the week, trouble in my city, in my town, in my street, blood pressure rise and my heart skip a beat. Bridges and my burn, I said in no concrete. Only for trouble here by the end of it. Pressing up on my way, I make a fight or compete. Destruction on my way, I living soon be complete. Trouble coming quicker than them word that me speak. Can't be fit me sound, can't be fit me technique. They never keep me down, me I gotta rise up again. Come no for to go back up, I stay and defend. Stand me ground, me will, let's stop me fight to the end, to the end, to the end, to the end. What me tell them?
Yeah.
Trouble in my city, in my town, in my street. Blood pressure rise and my heart skip a beat. Bridges in my burn, I said it no concrete. Only for trouble here by the end of the week. Trouble in my city, in my town, in my street. Blood pressure rise and my heart skip a beat. Bridges in my burn, I said it no concrete.
Question, yo, who is the architect? Many ask the question, but few have got the, yo, who is the architect? Many ask the question, but few have got the answers yet. Who is the architect of all creation? The all-seeing eye can't see the change in this vibration, breaking through the surface, doing it purposely. Consciousness triumphs in the face of adversity. Strong ties are tethered, weak links are severed. Strides towards the goal that we've endeavored. Believe, revealing hidden knowledge. Ancient clay tablets, clues to the creators of the world that we inhabit. I said, who is the architect? Many ask the question, but few have got the answers yet. Forget what your pastor said. The truth is so incredible. Again, yo, who is the architect? Many ask the question, but few have got the answers yet. Yeah, the answers yet. Why? Another frequency, that is where the masters rest.
Check the funky flex. System check. Hey yo, bass and drums and speed. MC man ain't gonna get to you what you need. I go and fuck you up, I go and make your ears bleed. No matter what your creed, on the night I'll give what you receive. Bear witness to the birth of a new breed. I strip away any form of censorship. Anything goes, I'm hitting you with full body blows. You think you know, but you don't know. Come on, who be this MC so lyrically intent? That might be my weapon, ever did my compliment. Full force coming through, well confident. Smash your damage, you'll never hesitate. Sharp reflexes, technique excellent. I'm busting on it, you're the prey, I'm the predator. Manic MC gonna get it, y'all double out. Tell him, give him hell, bring it.
We give them hell. Who's that on the microphone? It's Manic double L. I'm DDDOOOUUBBBLLLEELLMCO. That's me. What? With letter clarity. Dropping it, bigging it, verbal styling, right. Our names are known all across the land by the drum and bass woman and the drum and bass man, yo. Our names are known all across the south by any whack MC who got his foot stuck in his mouth. I'm a seasider, rhythm a rider, buster, one-liner, being the game, so I'm an old-timer, sound of Ohma. Mix and blend, original. Undiluted sound of Brocky. Shit, we're taking you back. Sound of D&B from original times. Yo, the flows are hip-hop, the attitude's grime. The flows are hip-hop, the attitude's grime. I spit that shit over some drum and bass beeline. Moving stealthy like a feline. Right now we're rolling, so don't ask me for no. Don't ask me for no rewind. We're acting stealthy like a feline. The flows are hip-hop, the attitude's grind. Spit all that shit over some drum and bass beeline.
Check it. To your love, 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 to your love. If I had to fight for your love, if I have to fight for your love, then I'll fight to the end, 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 to the end. If I have to fight for your love, if I have to fight for your love, if I have to fight for your love, then I'll fight to the end, to the end, to the end. Oh my beats.
Whoa. The never enders, that's right, rise above extended pirate radio sessions. I've been a representer since when? Since they cut the call for my placenta representer. Since they cut the call for my placenta. From the warmth of the womb, coldest part of the winter. Bad boy sound of Ohma. Yeah, from the coldest part of the winter. Representer. Since they cut the call for my placenta. Warmth of the womb, representer. Since they cut the call for my placenta. From the warmth of the womb to the coldest part of the winter. Why do you enter? That is still, tell me how you enter. Sound the rise above, I said, tell me how you enter.
Shoving you one more, give you a real push and you buckle and you fall to the floor. Know what we do together, we stand divided, we fall. Raw, slap you in the jaw, don't get me started. 24 hours, the cold shower, cold hearted. Running teams, spending, come alive in the dance hall. Wanna see you flexing original, I got something to prove. Set my finishing move, come on!
Evasive action, run for cover. Fighting in the war within my mic, I'll be the gunner. Sound of the siren, this one's a bomb runner. This is rise above, so you better. Evasive action, run for cover. Fighting in the war within my mic, I'll be the gunner. Sound of the siren, this one's a bomb runner. Sound of the siren, whoop, whoop.
MC Manic Pony, MIC talking. Better stay alert, get in line and not falling. Probably not best to turn around, so keep walking. I raise my head, giving no peace to the deceased. Turn me up a piece. Rhymes on a violent increase. I grip my teeth, first, question later. Think you're bad, I'm better. Manic, if you made the cause over. No be no coming back, now it's over. Over.
No need to look over your shoulder. Why? Because we're drum and bass soldiers. We fight to represent the drum and bass culture. We never look over no shoulder. Why? Because we're some drum and bass soldiers. How? Fight to represent the UK drum and bass culture. Swooping like a vulture. Big up chest move. Yes, MC Manic is the man. You know that. Rise above team is strong. It's rise above.
No more, I can't wait. Run to generate like an atom bomb in you. It's a detonate. What? Here comes the sign, so you better concentrate. Manic go on, grab the code, penetrate the game. Low down or dirty, low down or dirty, low down or dirty, low down or dirty. Oh, my bass selling boy.
It's long time. With MC double L up under the mic, it's long time. Get it started and it's going fine. Long time. Blowing to the sun right at the shine. This one for the rise above fam. Listen. long time. When MC Double L spit a rhyme, long time. Ohma beats, spin the beeline, long time. MC Manic sounding kinda fine, long time. Rise above, yes, we're gonna rise, long time. Why? We rise above, extinguishing the fear. When we generate the love, we rise above. Why? Yeah, we rise above, cause we extinguish the fear when we generate love.
2 and a 1. Hyperversion. As we control the morning, right. Coming in the land, intelligent glide, front, back, side to side. Only but trouble when we come into town. Cause this is how we get down. 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 This is how we get down.
Check, it's combat on the set. There's war going on, I'd hear bit clever, I'm a bet. Boom, flex, you better wear a vest. The drum and bass is warfare and you ain't seen nothing yet. It's like boom, shit, can I get a little bit? Look at the enemy, like blow, I hit it's like boom, back, flip. Boom, back, flip. Boom, back, flip. Can I get a little bit?
Close, somebody get hurt. Manic accompanies at the concert. Show my bass music I will never divert. What is I insert? My story origin and invert. New configuration I convert. Sounds of the divert. Up on the night I go to work. Red alert, I will exert this. I'm ranking MC expert. Come on.
Direct. You can act like you have been affected, I eject. I disappear, I feel a bit detected. Who selects a rhythm that will never be rejected? Can have no copy, we're copyright protected. Defend the jungle code of honor, don't surrender. Intend, you won't be a pretender. Suspend something here that's not on the agenda. Set the trend that people recommend. The #1 contender I invent. I started making MCs discontent. Descent beneath the surface, cause astonishment. Hell-bent on inflicting lyrical bewilderment. Circumvent my path to stage. Manic really represent.
Come on. R.I.P. Stevie Hyper D. Big shout in the comments here.
R.I.P. Stevie Hyper.
Yeah, long time missed. Bad boy MC. Original. This one coming strong. Who be the dawn coming #1? Up on the night, taking you beyond. As an express for sales, town work carry on. Big team squad inside the place. Up on the night, my Nick coordinate with the bass one. You ever get a taste? Who be this MC? Death on the case, style wild. Up on the night, a freestyle rock. The hunt is on, dropping bombs to the break of dawn, the deadly dick. This is how we kill them, grill them, check who's gonna give them. Force of the deadly rhythm, within the city, minute to kill them. Ready for sure, where the city, you don't leave a landing over which there ain't a cure. Manic ever running nice and pure. Flex, sound combination, da punny.
Yo, flip it round, change thinking. Let's forget what you thought you know. My DJ is original. Flip it round, change thinking. Brand new one, brand new shit. On point just like a toothpick. In a rave, better draw for your sick bag. Ohma beats is too sick. Ohma beats is too sick, yes we do it. Ohma beats is too sick, yes we do it. Yo, we run proving it. Affirmative action's been taken. Ohma beats is live beside the station. Yo, affirmative action's been taken. Many rules that we're breaking. A brand new sound that we're making. These riches here, they're ours that are taken. Forget about the fakers and again. Yo, affirmative action's been taken. Many rules. Many. Ohma beats with many.
Listen. Funky flex, can't wait, run to generate. Like an atom bomb in it, it's an enemy word. It comes to sense, so you better concentrate. Manic one, credit code, penetrate the gate. Listen to the rhythm bass drum, never late. Pass me the mic and I won't hesitate. Give me the cue and I'll show you how it should be done. The rhythm's identical to none. No more, I can't wait. Run to generate. Like an atom bomb in it is an detonate. What? It comes to sense, so you better concentrate. Manic one, credit code, penetrate the gate. Listen to the rhythm bass drum, never late. Pass me the mic and I won't hesitate. Listen to the rhythm bass drum, never late. Pass me the mic and I won't hesitate. Come on.
One's for the A's, two's for the space. This is how a drum and bass session gets blazed. Ohma Beats is laying it down with Manic and the double L, the lyrical crown. We're coming on. One's for the A's coming on, two's for the space. This is how a rise above pirate session gets blazed. Ohma Beats is holding it down. With me, the MC double L with that lyrical crown. We're coming on. I'm a seaside rhythm, seaside rhythm, seaside rhythm rim. Who's that shit? It's double L skin. Seaside rhythm, what? Inject the blood clot. No time for Mr. Matt Hancock. Yo. Seaside rhythm of what? Seaside rhythm of him. Seaside rhythm of who? Yo, that's double L skin. Live from Rise Above HQ. Yo, that's who. And we're riding straight through for each and every one of you. Bad boy baseball man, the place know who be getting down. Tick-a-tack selector, what's the hour, what's the sound? Tick-a-tack selector, what's the hour, what's the sound? Yo, we're live inside the HQ. We're chowing rabbit and we're down.
Hit the track, unbelievable, yeah, incredible. What phenomenal, strictly for the physical. Irresistible. Drum and bass with the mind for the body. It's a remedy, medicinal. Very mystical. Along the line, follow the rule. It's conditional for the people individual. Man, the lyrical, serious, never comical. To the other limits, coming astronomical. I trust. So your boss, DJ, it's a must. Coming just, coming rough. Chip, taking the top. I never bluff. No, you can't never get enough. But the wicked stuff, man, they're leaving you for dust. What you need for back? Oh.
We might set a little record tonight. When the Manic double L, we going back to back, yo. Summon the power to stand up to the tower. Be the man of the hour and stand up tall. Summon the power, stand up to the tower. Be the man of the hour, stand up tall. All along the way, people like to trick you. Given half a chance and they may try to make a prick of you. Once upon a day it was just, yo. Shit, I'm trying to remember these bars, man. Listen, my mic was in my holster when I stepped inside the raid. You're asking for more fire, fire, fire. My mic was in my holster when I stepped inside the rave. You're asking for more fire, time for double L to blaze. I spit a stream of wicked lyrics, I blow you away. You thought this was a one-off, bruv, I did this night and day. Cause on the mic, don't mess around, it's no time for play. In ninth place, yo, don't feel no way. Cause back in the beginning, I had to fight to get this mic. I had to itch to rip it up tonight. But knew given half a chance, I stepped inside the ride. Still they kept me waiting round all night. But now the tables turn, now I've got my turn. Yo, now I touch the mic and each and every MC fucking burn.
Hurts running, to your brain burning. Got your heart racing, pumping, screaming, are you learning? Atmosphere swimming up, Manic can see, confirming. Instead of pressure, so come to get ya. Look at now as we're coming through. Without the fuss, kicking up dust without no trivia. Other MCs should be inferior, barrier. Alert the media, I rate superior. Continue to your area. See to the sugar to get it, yeah. Carnivorous predator. I'm the #1 competitor. Technique, make you wanna.
Yo, welcome to my lecture. Take precaution as you enter. Welcome to the lecture. Manic and double L live inside the center. Gosh. Welcome to the lecture. Take precaution as you enter. As you bite into the apple with the razor in the center. Mic defender. Pretenders, they're looking for the danger. And again, I said, let me start again. Yo, welcome to the lecture. Take precaution as you enter. As you bite into the apple with the razor dab at the center. Mic defender. The pretenders looking for the dentures. The turn to bad like underdog. We're #1 contenders. Rolling through the engine, checking every word and sentence. Pensions for the mentions in my lyrical extension called confession. Scaring them with a stylic kick progression. No matter what your creed, your color, or your skin complexion, rip the session. LSI, L skin injection. Live inside the HQ, you best believe my brethren. All my family that are tuned in. Live inside the crater. Double L and Manic, yo, we're #1 creators.
Side shift, permanent riff. Unpleasant surprise before your eyes like an unwanted gift. A sensor, deep divide. Heard your light, heard you broke rank. Got in trouble and quickly sank. Deleted your preset bank. Information overload, override. Then overdrive. Set it to coincide. Running over certain resources. Push you rapidly to the sign. That's on the lace and no pauses. Who can pick it, can't point with the sources. Higher forces that set you in the free courses. Lay it on the line and let you know what your choice is. I wax lyrical, rhyme spiritual, critical. I'm taking all the what's mine, not in greed, out of principle. You ready? Find me using words and listen what's syllable. Your opinions unwanted, irrelevant, less than elegant. Cause final signs of truth or intelligence. Come on.
Let the weed smoke clear. Inhale, there we go again. Let the weed smoke clear.
None of mercy. None of mercy. None of mercy.
Inhale, there we go again. New tunes, new flow. Time to let them know again. We're never moving slow, my friend. We're speeding up the movement. It's madness, the practice, but now we see improvement. Improvement you made. There's still much to improve on. Ohma deep, get the decks and bust the tune on. So get your groove on. There's no time for wasting. There's no time for wasting. The techniques get a pasted.
No more, I can't wait. Raps to generate like an atom bomb in your ears to detonate. What? Here comes the sense, so you better concentrate. Manic won't crack the code, penetrate the gate. Listen to the rhythm bass, sure I'm never late. Pass me the mic and I won't hesitate. Give me the cue and I'll show you how it should be done. The rhythm tight, then I cool to none.
Why? Technique is legendary. Live MC dead and bury. Dead in the cemetery, but also live and merry. Live by the mic, die by my mic. Get blind by the light, to take away your sight. When the sun goes down, step inside the bright night. Skills will take flight, pass the fame, watch me ignite. Explosive power, you weren't ready to see. It's Manic, double LNC and Ohma beats.
Oh gosh. Truly dark, truly dangerous. Listen good, listen closely. Don't nobody go nowhere. We're running live. Pan wire.
Rise above.
Ready for this? Yes. Original, 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 original. Brooklyn. Yeah.
Thank you, JD Redwood, for sharing on Facebook. I got banned from Facebook from going live because of Rise Above. Yeah, we rise above. How do you do that, bruv? Well, extinguish fear when you generate love. The single candle might just light up the darkness. How's that? It's the power every single one of us harness. Yeah. The power that we all harness. Why? Extinguish fear when you generate. You know, in like the power zone, Ohma Beats is not fucking about. Shit, it's 3:30. Whoa. Oh well. Worst things have happened.
Time flies when you're having fun, right?
Time flies when you rise above. Alter your altitude. Alter your attitude. Rise above.
Listen. One for small.
Cheers, bro. Rise above.
As we do. Reaching out to each and every one of the crew.
Remember, it's our Friday night too, yeah? Yo, I've been a representer since they cut the cord for my placenta. From the warmth of the womb, the coldest part of the winter, what to get into? Better still, tell me how you enter. Bad boy sound of Ohma Beats, big boy selector. Bigger, badder, better. Bad boy sound of Ohma Beats is live inside the center. Mr. Bigger, badder, better, bass. Bad boy sound of Rise Above, we're rinsing out the place. Bigger, badder, better, double L calm. Bigger, badder, better, bass on drum. Bigger, badder, better, bass. Bad boy sound of Manic, yo, rinse it.
Slamming in beats for ya. DJ MC to make the crowd all up. Don't think, just feel, cause you know you wanna represent, keep it real, it's never been a border. We entertain ya, finger on the trigger, danger, murder. Once I'm gonna warn ya, gotta hold your corner. Here comes the raging fear, horror, terror, terminal, fatal error. Slamming in beats for ya. DJ MC to make the crowd all up. Don't think, just feel, cause you know you wanna represent, keep it real, it's never been a border. We entertain ya, finger on the trigger, danger, murder. What you gonna warn ya? Gotta hold your corner. Here comes the raging fear, horror, terror, rise above. Let them know.
Twisted modulation, perfect technique. Twisted modulation, perfect technique. A unique skill to expel a unique skill. Twisted modulation, perfect technique. A unique skill just to expel on streets. Sound of Ohma Beats, sound of double L. We come to ring the bell. Raise the hell.
Mike, Canada down tonight, you know, Manic, ready to bite up, but I'm a fight you into the grandmaster. Slash up, put you on your ass, moving faster, I'm gonna catch ya. When I do believe in you, ain't blaster, caster, I'm acting better, ravers better get her. We're running prop on a silver, you know I gotta bust a flavor, perfect entertainer, I'm gonna get ya. Hope you get the picture, boom selector. Running the mic, Canada down tonight, you know, Manic, ready to bite up, but I'm a fight you into the grandmaster. Slash up, put you on your ass, moving faster, I'm gonna catch ya. When I do believe in you, ain't blaster, caster, I'm acting better, ravers better get up. We're running prop on a silver, you know I gotta bust a flavor, perfect entertainer, I'm gonna catch ya. Drop a little, give me the picture, yo.
Darkening the sky, storm clouds are gathering, gathering, gathering. Storm clouds are gathering, darkening the sky. Are you handling? Yo, storm clouds are gathering, darkening the sky. Tell me, are you handling? Are you getting by? The end is getting closer, the end is nigh. See the path as I am clearly through my third eye, there's no reply. They ask no question, seekers through creation, yo, they barely get a mention. Tear back the membrane, what lies beneath? It's the third eye samurai, the sword is in the sheath. Ohma beats the sword is in the sheath. Tear back the membrane, what lies beneath? Yo, what is underneath? Sub-Zero.
Bad boy for them, bad boy for them, for them, for them, for them, for them, for them. Absolutely wicked, double L Manic. Ohma beats rise above. Friday night as a road too.
Yeah. Standard, yo, no misunderstanding, MCW's here and I've landed, time to listen up, I said it's standard, no misunderstanding, sound of double L, standard, no misunderstanding, Manic, raise the hell, standard, no misunderstanding, MCW's here and I've landed, lyrical skill to be branded, lyrically outstanding, it's a banger, full capacity, anger, MC's audacity, Ohma beats, mix we, warming up the techniques, warming up my tongue, warming up and up, warming up and it's rusty, warming up on the techniques, warming up on my tongue, sound of Ohma beats, rinsing out the bass and drum.
All rockers in the place, check. Keep raving, bad behaving, always plain sailing, ready for the mix. Listen, I was change it, Manic explaining, taking invading. So what you saying? Show my bass here and it's staying, paying respect to the DJ playing upon the decks. Shit, the bad boy flex, so breaking in mix, coming well complex. You know when the bass in checks, DJ at the target, yep, always in the steps. What's next? Place your bets, sting in my rhyming effects. Real spitting emotion like the vortex. Feel the drummer, hear the beats, DJ with the flavor, Manic on the mic style, let the true player. I'm a purveyor, supplying, are you ready for the danger? Double L, double L.
Pick up my pen, pull off the lid, wait for the break. Oh, it's kinda sick, it's kinda rude. When Ohma beats is in the room, finger on the fade, about to drop a wicked. Finger dub on the fader, mic it out of the mixer, time to give them flavor. Ohma beats. I pick up my pen, I pull off the lid, from my click of the bus and then blow out pops the nib. Flow on the paper, flipping up the script, time to give them exactly what I think is killer ink. It's killer ink, burning up on the paper, yo, it's killer ink. Burning up on the paper, into the blink, it's killer ink. Give you a chance to let you hear me think it's killer ink. Rise above, tell me what you think. Manic and the double L, you know what shit don't stink, it's killer ink.
Oh man, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Opposition show me no fear. Hey, hold on, hold on. Opposition show me no fear. Run the microphone, no say my nigga go on clear. That's the Babylon speak, listen, I see I right here again. Hold on, hold on. Them a try and scam me. Full of them a woo me, them a carry on a rollie. Spoil up the party, cook it, fashion the star, just can't have me ball. Hold on, hold on. Opposition show me no fear. Run a microphone, no say my nigga go on clear. That's the Babylon speak, listen, I see I right here again. Hold on, hold on. Them a try and scam me. Full of them a woo me, them a carry on a rollie. Spoil up the party, cook it, fashion the star, just can't have me ball.
Yo, tell this double L straight away. You couldn't, then I wouldn't spray. I probably wouldn't bother. You can tell this double L straight away. Couldn't, then I wouldn't spray. Other MCs, they hate my style. Understand every word I say. No clarity, no point. Go home and smoke a joint. I can't hear what you're saying. No point in spraying. Double L and Manic's here. And shit, we're crystal clear. Live inside the Rise Above HQ. So listen here. Open up your eardrum. Straight from the tip of my tongue. Shit, you're about to hear one. Open up your eardrum. From the tip of our tongue. Rise above shit, you're about to hear one. Ohma beats with the sound of the bass. Sound of the drum. Time to listen one. Open up your eardrum. From the tip of our tongue. Listen one.
Listen this one. Beating up a run. Get your swerve on. Manic up a nice obsession. Hit me ball one time with emotion. Don't stand behind me, you don't get too close, son. Just want some warn ya, the man try and test of a drama. Either way you come to the slaughter. Straight out of the pound, come the ounce, and me, your creator. Hey, MC Manic, come to the embassy talking. Better stay alert, get in line and I'm falling. Probably not best to turn around to keep walking. Or risk my tech, giving a piece to the deceased. Turn me up a piece. Rhymes on a violent increase. I grip my teeth fist. First question later. Pick your bad and better. Manic kept your medical sober. No be no coming, man, no it's over.
Drum and bass woman. Drum and bass man. We don't want trouble, don't want fighting in the jam. Please don't kick with your foot, please don't punch with your hand. Pick up a record, pick up a mic and go. Drum and bass woman, drum and bass man. We don't want trouble, don't want fighting in the jam. Don't kick with your foot, please don't punch with your hand. Pick up a record, pick up a mic and use it as weapon. Yo. Now the war has started, now the bombs have dropped. I always pack my microphone and do the safety look. It's been some crazy days, crazy nights. Every tune he plays, every rhyme we write. Do we do for the honor? No. Do we do for the pride? We do because we're soldiers. In this war we fight, yo. We fight for the power, demonstrate our sound. UK, drum and bass sound, touching down. Bigger, bigger, badder, badder. Better, 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 double L get ya. Yo, live inside the center, rise above. Bigger, bigger, badder, badder. Better, 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 double L come. Live inside the Ohma beats, the sound of bass and drum with Mr. Manic. Yeah, shit, we're back to back. Time to bring danger. We've been Panic, original on track. Yo, since 1990 what? Since 2000 what? Manic, inject it.
You can't afford to waste time. I'm gonna hit you with the beat, with the bass line. MC Manic like the sun, always gonna shine. On the night I cause mayhem when I tear up the dance floor. Never catch me off guard, always on the ball. For sure, lyrics that you just can't ignore. Pass me the mic cause I just can't wait no more. Double L, companies up the dance floor.
Spark up the flame. Pass me the light, somebody better tell me who be blazing tonight. Ohma beats on the decks, Manic, double L on mic. Live inside, rise above, we're about to raise the vibe again. Spark up the flame, pass me the light. Somebody better tell me who be blazing. Spark up the flame, pass me the light, yo. MC Manic, time to break the motherfucking mic.
MC Manic on the embassy talking. We are balling. Here I come, I'm rapidly approaching without doubt. You know when I'm done, strike with the full force of the gun, speed of a bullet. Shoot it, release the spirit of the deadly one, the Manic. Custom made, program, sole purpose on this earth to perform to your.
Big up all the Bournemouth crew, all the South Coast crew that know us too from day, and Ohma beats. Seaside or rhythm or rim, seaside or rhythm or who? Yeah, the double L skin. Our names are known all across the land by the drum and bass woman and the drum and bass man. But our names are known all across the south by any whack MC who got his foot stuck in his mouth. I'm a seasider, rhythm of rider, buster, one-liner. Been the game till I'm an old-timer. Lyrical flow inside that vagina. I'm a rhymer, I'm a creeper. Break the surface, on it in deeper. Some are followers, some are a leader. Some are stronger, some are weaker. Some are pupils, some are a teacher. In my night get sneaker. Right around, little pop that speaker. Like Al-Qaeda. Follow a leader, Manic.
Vocal acrobatics.
I almost did it.
Mate, improvising, yeah? Freestyling.
Mate, it's been a long time since we used to have this thing every weekend. You and me would have this practice space for 4 to 6 hours together.
Every Friday for years.
Each and every Saturday. Was it Saturday or Friday? It was Saturday. Destiny was Saturday. It was hardcore on Friday, drum and bass on Saturday.
Destiny.
Each and every Saturday. You won't find a better rave. That was my little hook. Yeah. Each and every Saturday. I be D-D-D-O-O-O, you, B, 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 let me spell it out. I be D-D-D-O-O-O. Okay, again. D-D-D-O-O-O, you, B, 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 L-L-L-E-E-E-L-L-M-C, yo, that's me. With letter clarity, drop it, verbal style, Manic to the left of me, Ohma beats behind me. Rise above HQ, we're rolling straight through, yo, it's 3:41 a.m. We're almost going to 7 hours, my friend.
Tell you something, rhythm be bumping, fundamental tune, then I'm humming. If you're running, start running. The ones coming, man, it's who I be, directly are coming. Don't wanna be certain nothing goes to who I am. Goddamn, listen man, who bringing flavor to the jam? As you're notified of my presence, be aware, I'm over there, come and strip it back. Gotta see the dark things happening as I strike with the force of the program. Drink it up, scared that I give ya. Never hesitate to suffocate you good, I'm getting better. I be the river, soldiers on the dance floor. Who's up on the night, giving it all, I got it. Dropping that one, busting me your double L, Manic, couple lay down the law. We couple lay down the law, we
It's
couple.
unpredictable, it be the way we spit these lyrical messages throughout your avenues and terraces. If you ain't down with us, we'll be your nemesis. We'll shake your brain inside your skull until you need a therapist. It's time to meet the specialist. Ohma beats, Manic double L, we're in the premises. Thus we never miss, we're stocking up the flame. Blaze up some herbal, shoot you all again. Again. Spark up the light, spark up the flame. Who's to blame? Who's to blame? Who's to blame for extinguishing the flame? Who's to blame? Drum and bass can never be tamed. Who's to blame? Fakers try to infect the game. Who's to blame? It's double L, bruv. I'm calling out no names, but I'm striving to be different when most MCs sound the same. Yo, most MCs sound the same. I'm striving to be different when most MCs sound the same. Who's to blame? MC Manic double L, yo, we're not to blame. Ohma beats, bonded with flame. We're striving, looking for the archive. We're archiving. It's been a long time. Lyrics. Lion from Zion. Burning like an 18th century hot iron straight out of the fire. It's Rise Above. Big up everyone still tuned in. Big up the 75 people still tuned in. This is proper lock-in Rise Above pirate radio sessions. This is the thing. I'm sorry to Inner Guardians. He had to drop out. It's like 20 to 4. If you're still enjoying what we're doing, let us know in the chat. Give some hashtags. Yeah, Sooty's give me some fire. Big up Sooty. Right, see, me and Manic, we're going into like experimental practice hours now, like experimental bars, right? Yeah.
Stretching the vocal cords.
Yeah, let's do it. Right, lyrics.
Jet the funky flag. Give you a shove and you want more. Give you a real push and you buckle and you fall to the floor. Know what we do together, we stand divided with 4 rules. Slap you in the shoe, don't get me started. 24 hours the cold shower, cold hearted. Running things, man, they come alive in the dance hall. Wanna see a flexion original, I got something to prove. On the mic, check my finishing move.
Check my finishing move, yo. Manic and the double L, check finishing move. Nothing to prove. Alright, straight off the pad. Yo, lips are quivering. Yo, my lips are quivering. Spine tingling, flows are cold like the Arctic tundra, we're shivering. Ask us what you're under, please, are you listening? The Marquis of Thunder, John the Baptist with the christening, no blunder. The unknown other, the dark stranger, intentions undercover. Nothing left of wonder, it all goes quiet when we step inside the room. Grab the mic, hold it tight before the tune. Boom! Yo.
Bad like Chernobyl, nothing can save you, time for bubble. Legs in my buckle, teeth marks, slit in my knuckle. Take you to bits, honestly, it be no trouble. Bad on the night, I'm bad on the mic. We're coming, skills handed down, straight from the master. Made it too darker, running too harder. Not for the beginner, sinner.
Black Pages.
Whoa.
Tune.
Low down or dirty, low down or dirty, low down or dirty.
Big up Sam Carno, Chloe Starling, Nick Longsworth, JD Redwood.
Original.
my family through peak times.
Big up Stuart Rogers.
Music is my freedom and I'm my
Reaching that critical point as we inhale, exhale. Ring the alarm, ring the alarm. Reach that critical point as we inhale, exhale. Ring the alarm, ring the alarm. Yes, on my beats. Oh my gosh.
Eat and I sleep right. Always been streetwise since I was knee high. Now I'm on an older, heart feeling colder. Bars in a folder, top of the poster. Must be a soldier. Streets that my
Big up everyone tuned in. It's Pirate Radio Session. Apologies to Inner Guardians. We'll have more from him next week. We have to let the DJs roll tonight. It's their time tonight.
You can hear the pain that I carry in my heart now. You man are small-minded, man are thinking large now. Brucey from LA, vibes them are plenty. West Indies used to kick back on West Indies.
I'd step mind over matter.
To be honest, I wouldn't have been able to stop them from playing even if I tried. If I said that, I said 20 minutes, that was an hour ago. I pretend like I'm in control. No. Yeah.
Flex, we are 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 flex.
Okay. Yeah. Blank pages. Open mics and dank stages, the big rig sounds awake your neighbours. Odds are nodding to head to the baseline, close to the bass bin in the yo. Blank pages, open mics and dank stages, a big rig sound to wake your neighbours. Heads are nodding too close to the bass bin, heads are in the danger zone for a pasting. The DJ's going in and he's not waiting, but the band's at the door, hope it's not a late thing. Oh well, that's a problem in the making. Hotels are booked for after parties, but I'm fading. I looked around me and the whole room started shaking. Suddenly come a vibe from the vibrating. Ohma beast, he make the vibrating. He make the whole room shake, listen.
Hit the shrink, unbelievable, incredible, well phenomenal, strictly for the physical, irresistible. Drum and bass for the mind, for the body, it's a remedy, medicinal, very mystical. Along the line, follow the rules, conditional for the people individual. Man, the lyrical, serious, never comical. To the outer limits, going astronomical. I trust. Still your boss, DJ is a must. Coming just coming rough. Take it the top, I never bluff. No, you can't never get enough for the wicked stuff, man. They're leaving you for dust. Watch your back, up on the attack. Watch your back, channel crack. Ready for the landing, for the impact.
Ready for the impact. Manic up and L, yo, we're on the attack. It goes deep. They rewrote the history books. You can't quote how the real history looks. Empires thrive from the lands they took. We're in the same boat, bruv. It's kept afloat by crooks. It's been the same way for more than 1,000 years. There's no love here. All you're allowed is fear. Break through the clouds so the sky is clear. Satanic whispers hidden in the sounds of prayers. Dark suits, cold hearts, no empathy. Fill positions of power in our embassies. Dark circles and burning effigies. Control mantras to our destiny. These treacherous beings, they try to control our destiny. Yo, we rise above, so extinguishing the fear when we generate the love.
Who be the dawn coming number one? Up on the night, taking you beyond. As the express for South Bad Town, we'll carry on. Big team squad inside the place. Up on the night, my nigga, coordinate with the bass. What you are forget a taste. Who be this MC? Death on the case. That wild up on the night, a freestyle broke. The hunt is on. Dropping bombs to the break it on the deadly net. This is how making up. Grill up, said who's gonna give up. Force of the deadly rhythm. When it is hit up, man, it to get up. Ready for sure. What a city or the leap for landed. The who is in the cure. Manic ever running nice and pure. Flex, no coronation. The funny deck.
Politicians, professors, scientists, controlled by some Rothschild Zionists. Through 2 world wars, they've been trying this. Corporate investment, no matter who the finest. You don't believe me, then go study history. Check the activity of bloodline dynasty. Sumer, Egypt, Rome, consistently a pan-European imperial misery. World conflicts,
enact social change, so they want it. Why? But we must abstain, acquiesce, and you're in for a world of pain. A workhouse where you dream of a minimum wage. That's a plan, but it's much closer than you think. We'd be there now if it wasn't for the cosmic shift. Yo, they're panicking, bruv. The game is up, it's all illusion. The only truth is love.
Forget about guidelines. Subsonic sensations, taking tremors and bass lines. No need to gaze on the sidelines. Your side, break the silence. The natural balance swings unnaturally out of alignment. No one single force could ever keep it down, keep it silent. Hard pressing, hard stepping. I use knowledge as a weapon. The key to my intensity, energy, channeling deep into the unknown. Depths of your soul, temporarily out of control. Penetrating skin deep to the bone. Little thoughts in this world we be living in, but much confusion about how we're actually supposed to be living. Space time forms a border ribbon. I don't know where that one comes from.
Obelisks and illuminated torches, landmarks of malevolent forces. Sorcerers, contain your mind state. Open your eyes where you're already blind, mate. You want the truth, you better ask them why your worldview got squeezed through a needle's eye. And here's the proof, they extinguish lives. Conflicts built on evil lies. Yo, obelisks, obelisks, obelisks and illuminated torches. Obelisks and illuminated torches, landmarks of their malevolent forces. Ohma beats, the power zone. I'm gonna repeat this one. It's powerful.
100.
Yo. Obelisks and illuminated torches, landmarks of malevolent forces. They are sorcerers, they contain our mind state. So open your eyes, but you're already blind, mate. Yo, ask them why your worldview got squeezed through a needle's eye. But here's the proof. What? They extinguish lives? Yo, in conflicts that are built on evil lies, it's no surprise. We don't know with no agenda. Disguised from the light from the moment you enter. Survival of flight. You're a lifelong member. Survival of flight. You're a lifelong member. Very few will ever find out the game you're playing now. You look at me and think, why is he saying that? MC Manic, yo. Why is he MC Manic, bro? Why is he saying that?
I start burning up, breaking up, conditional sound, running red and I wake it up. It comes to uppercut, influence of the dark. As I come in with the full force, second part, this in the stop your art. Razor sharp as the start, they get darker than dark. Vice words, summer bar, you wanna start, leaving you in different permanent.
Nothing less than nothing less than savage. Damage that we're causing, impacted tragic. Nothing less than savage. Damage that we're causing, impacted tragic. Crowd is still applauding, the audio's marauding. Sound boys were defrauding. Nothing less than yo. Listen, a new age is dawning, inner age is calling. Do or die, turn the page, put your all in. Signs of warning, night creatures crawling. Thoughts are manifesting, the demons transforming. Nothing less than savage, the damage that we're causing. The impact is tragic, the crowd is still applauding. Soundboy but affording, audio's marauding. Time for drastic measures, Babylon is falling.
Damage up on the night, who's over boy with the stamina? Gonna keep the pressure on your radio, ramming up. Think you can handle the force and the pressure, yet the sounds of the MC Manic, here I come. To get the job done, 30 seconds to none. No looking back, you better run a number one. Manic dapper done, vocalist stallion. Top of the chart, lyrical champion. Up on the night, who's over boy with the stamina? Gonna keep the pressure on your radio, I'm ramming ya. Think you can handle the force and the pressure, yet the sounds of the MC Manic, here I come. To get the job done, 30 seconds to none. No looking back, you better run a number one. Element dapper done, vocalist stallion. Top of the chart, lyrical champion.
It's the great awakening, crooked minds are straightening, slow vibrations hastening, bringing forth the shift. It's the great awakening, you're reckoning, Masonic flaws we're checkering, agents of the rift, rebirth and rediscovery, collective soul recovery, realistic thuggery, the earth is time to heal, the rise above family, breaking through casually, rise the vibration, something you can feel. What you know about that? Yo, let me tell you where this started. I take you back to pre-Diluvian, pre-Adamite, prehistory uncharted, where kingdoms were corrupted. with the use of usury and sacrifice with a priesthood they trusted. Blood pacts were created with beings from another race, another place, reality adjusted, evil propagated throughout society. Just getting started.
Ohma, run the rhythm, brother. Chop up on the decks, chop up on the ones and two, chop up on the wheels and still, chop up on the fader. Danger, 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 danger. Only for trouble when a man never come. Don't touch the dial. Style up, punch style, punch style, punch style, punch style, punch style, punch style. Style up, punch style, punch style, punch. Straight out of XO, out of range, well on them, Mr. Bayama. Style up, punch style, punch style, punch.
Heavy selection from Ohma Beats each and every. It's a late one. It's a late one. Let me tell you how it started. Ohma. Inject the pathogen. Increase the melanoma. Yo. Yo. Ohma Beats. Let me tell you how it, let me tell you how it started. I take you back to pre-Diluvian, pre-Adamite, prehistory, uncharted, when dreams and rotary upset. With use of usury and sacrifice, with the priesthood that they trusted. Blood pacts were created, with beings from another race, another place, reality adjusted, cause evil propagated. Throughout society, money magic gave the power that they lusted. Influence concentrated in every medium. Religion was the premium. Shamans were berated. The meanings were inverted. The perception of the people, so the power of the prayers got perverted. Commandments were asserted. Locked their consciences in powers of oppression, and they preached it in the churches way back in Atlantis and Lemuria, hidden from the verses and the shit that should be concerning you. The deed described, decline in the consciousness, fallen angels, yo, down to the bottomless. Oh, mate.
Yeah, man.
I forgot about that one.
Man, you showing it deep, man. Showing it hard.
Yeah, dirty.
Hey.
Manic.
As I enter, to the doors, I'm at the center. Like an easy Kim, Miss Alamona. To hesitate, you wouldn't wanna. Could easily be your worst mistake. Except to me, you're never gonna hit me now. As I shall continue and proceed to perform to the soldiers in the crowd. It's the sound that gets down. Guess who's in town? MANRC, ORGINality. You see eventually what I perceive in my mind. You will receive in the form of a different kind of lyrical design. The kind to blow your mind. I've got to show you how I am cursives. I got the proof in my style. Right about now, coming out the sound for your who. Cause the shots I'm on the ball. Rhymes coming stronger than before.
First things first, man. First things first, man. Vinyl underslip map. A-side or B-side, which way's he gonna flip that? Ohma. And it's absolutely beautiful the way we bust out with the tunes and Rise Above.
Excellente.
Big up Luke who bought the t-shirt. Remember, everything exempt, everlasting exempt
Everything
t-shirts.
exempt. Everything.
Everything.
Stand in your sovereign being. Be a one.
Resonate the Rise Above power, £25, including postage and packaging. PayPal, Rise Above livestream at gmail.com.
Gosh.
We've got 18 left. Gosh, let's do it.
Gosh.
Know that.
Anchor Andy PG.
Big up Andy PG. We have breached. We're about to breach 7 hours.
Heavy.
It has been. It's not a record yet. It's been done before.
To be honest, it doesn't feel like that so much.
It does, yeah. It flew by, mate. Once again, big up JD Redwood, Nick Longsworth, Stuart Rogers. Big up Clarice Starling. You know it's getting late when Ohma Beat fuck up a mix. You know it's getting late. You don't know you do that, come on.
Yeah, so if you want to support Rise Above, please think about buying a t-shirt. It makes you look really cool. You can help spread our vibrational Aborigine sigil magic every time someone sees you in a t-shirt. All profits go back into the stream. Rise Above livestream at gmail.com on PayPal. It's also an exemption t-shirt. Go anywhere, do whatever you want. I'm everything exempt.
Everything exempt.
Just everlasting exemption. From here to infinity.
Yeah,
exemption.
man. Be your own person. Don't let no one tell you anything. You're a free human being. You're a sovereign human being.
This is going over exemption. This is everything exemption. I'm not exempt to this. I'm just everything.
Yeah, this is universal law. Nothing else, that stands over everything.
Imagine when someone that watches Rise Above sees you in that t-shirt. Holy shit. That'll be worth £25 on its own.
DJ MC to make the crowd holler. Don't think, just feel, cause you know you wanna represent, keep it real, it's never been a bother. We entertain ya, finger on the trigger, danger, murder. Once I'm gonna warn ya, gotta hold your corner. Here comes the raging fear, aura, terror, double loud, MC Manic, bring the danger.
Danger, danger. Very dark and very, 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 very dark. Very, very dangerous, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Too many microphones, too many mic. We bust, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The most explosive matter, the most explosive matter, the most explosive matter is the sound you can't touch. Very, very dark, very, very dangerous, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Welcome to my lecture, take precaution as you enter, as you bite into the apple with the razor in the center, mic defender. I leave pretender, looking for the denture. Why? Yo, every word in sentence, check as we step inside the entrance. Manic and the double L. It's an Ohma Beach trademark.
Oh my gosh. And this one coming in happens to be a personal favourite. John B, right?
I thought it was Dillinger.
Isn't it? I thought it was... maybe. Anyway, fucking love it.
It might be a Dillinger remix of a John B tune. Anyway, John B's a proper pro-Covia. He's a Crovia. Yeah, mate, he's like he's telling everyone to go to Britney Spears concert, saying, I've got a degree in virology, everyone has to get Pfizer. Yeah, fuck John B, mate.
No, we scratch him off the we scratch him off the list. What a cunt.
Yeah, he's on Twitter saying everyone has to go and see Britney Spears. Waste man.
Son of a bee.
Makes some good tunes, but sorry, John B, you've lost our respect.
Just so he's done it. You know what I mean? Like your heroes, everyone that you kind of thought was...
No more heroes.
There ain't no more heroes.
No more heroes, Johnny.
Nothing, mate.
No one's can't save us. It's us. We do it ourselves.
Yeah.
Rise Above.
Oh yeah, this is definitely a remix.
Yeah, Dillinger remix. Yeah.
Ooh. What bass line to bounce it? Cause we a bump with him and a rhythm we a bump. Wait for it. Wait for it. Yes.
Do I have your blessing? Do I have your blessing? Spark up the best thing. Take away your pain, mate. Take away your stressing. Who got the stinky? Shotters come and link me. The price has gone up and now a quarter cost a pinky. The price has gone up and now a half I'll cost a ton. My weed smoking habit, yo, was draining all my funds. A weed habit's like a white habit. All along I really thought I had the right habit. I get a whipping cream, I had to have it. I'm pulling splits out my hat like a white rabbit. It's like damn it, damn it, damn it. We smoked up the whole planet, damn it. Yo, damn it. Swoop on the beat like a gannet. Manic.
Just this is reality. Manic MTV, VIP in the vicinity. I bring order, ready for the tumor. As a thriller, raving, so this is understood. Your order, get a grip disorder. Make a super tongue, I cut the corner. So listen now, what's for sale? You down with double L, man. Then we come to show you, I'll show you how.
Beware the shapeshifters, transdimensional entities manipulate your destiny. Remember the remedy, fear is the enemy. Open your heart, cause, yo, I said, Ohma.
Pick up the 66 people still tuned in. Thanks to anybody that's tuned in on Twitch, D Live, Rumble, Periscope.
Light it up, light it up. Yes, yes, sir. Better than the best.
Yo, step on the mic, MCs get pranged. Whoopish like Wu-Tang, fatal flying guillotine, razor sharp slang. It's all good because I'm not Aggie. Don't want to see double act like a chavvy. I prefer to use my savvy. Crack a smile, act too happy. I serve as living proof. Rhyme exactly as you choose.
Attention, I talk about girl. Sing if I could tell you about the one girl. We got the nicest girl in the world. Slim girl, fat girl, short girl, tall. Sing if I could rap up the dance, hot.
Hey, listen. Always to be the way. Hey, listen, my DJ play. Oh, wheel it down.
What is Ohma Beats doing? We're going to switch it up. Are we going to a different tempo?
What you mean?
Is that Mr. Meters? Have you heard Mr. Meters' new tunes? Listen.
Yo, it's been a hot minute since you last saw my face. Mix in the media with a different taste. Now I'm back to bring back that pace. Back to burn your face just like mace. I remember this shit used to be hood.
Big up
Now we're
Mr.
taking
Meters.
a dive and it's just no good. Not saying no names, but I think you know who.
Yeah, big
Still
up
a little
Meters,
brass
man.
with a rainbow tooth. Underlay.
I can see him on the wide actually. I don't think he recognised me.
See your mouth, see your ass on the bleachers. Must have Jedi to cover your preacher. Never gonna speak, I'm bringing it back.
Oh, you want on the bike? He's just standing outside the shop.
Then it's stay
I was just
ahead
like,
of the pack. Just drop bombs and I'll level it flat. Everybody's like, oh, empty.
Another original Bournemouth rapper.
Big up Meters. Long time in the game.
On the plate with a vocal spatula. Furious with a glint in my eye. Every
This
day,
is
prison
dope.
up above in the sky for my son. And my
Tight,
family,
mate.
all the good in my life.
Oh,
Giving me the
good
strength to
voice.
overcome
I've always
strife.
rated Meters. He's got a good gravelly voice.
Very
I
good.
got the green saber that now. Gives you the red eye. You will. That dead eye. Yes, I said I said it before and I say it again. Are you my friend? Now we're running on a different blend. Cut away negative like a surgeon's knife. 4 years trying to find that purpose of mine. Destroying my soul and hurting my mind. And then I found light in the all for the line. Yes, I'm volatile. Sometimes I truth. That's just the way I'm. So you can fuck you. Never realize got nothing to prove. All little fish feet from the bottom of the boot. I'm a kind of predator that eats all of you. All of your management, family and crew. Put you in a pot with a dumpling stew. Now you're just a turn from what the shit grew. It's not about fame, but cash or the gash. It's all about the heart that you must mash. One take each track, no read in the back. Ain't stubborn or rude. Then I read
he
it
on
with top
production
man.
as well, or is
I
this
stand
just,
high and mighty.
on
Always get what I
vocals?
want because I don't take it lightly. I do what it takes, even if it's unsightly. You set yourself up if you out there to spite me. But it's exciting watching my fruits ripe. Too much of a good thing kills you like lightning. So show me which way did you walk, or you just a level part that talks. Man's a Jedi. I got the green tape on it now. Gives you the red eye. Hit you with that dead eye. Yes, I said I. Say it before and say it again. Are you my friend? Now we're rolling on a different blend. I'm raising your tongue like a fever. If you know, then you know. Say meters building an empire like a Roman geezer. It's planet at 8 Caesar. I smoke you fools like a reaper. You don't wanna get chased any keeper. I shut your gums, you wiener. Man's a Jedi. I got a green tape on it. Gives you the red eye. Yes, I said I. Man's a Jedi.
Yo. Alright, let me tell you.
Gives you the red eye.
In case you didn't know, right? I oppose all Soviet forces. They can come with their tanks and horses, riding 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches. Right above is a mental fortress. The most deep in the walls are enormous. Built of knowledge of multiple sources. You can't storm us, not climbing a pile of glorious corpses. Come with the eye of Horus. You still couldn't see our auras. We hunt rabbit way across the borders. We are the vertical rising forces. The third force installer. Control the Touré inside the Taurus. Don't play with my team, you might scorch us. Welcome to the Soviet Union. Huh. Human rights, you're losing them. Yo, young minds were abusing them. I said, welcome to the Soviet Union. Human rights, you're losing them. Young minds were abusing them. Grooming them with the toxic pollution. Airborne aluminum. You're a precursor, transhumanism. Soviet ethics, attack eugenics. It's all Schwabian and Malthusian. Problem, reaction, solution. Isoclip and solution. Yo, no solution.
Let me show you what the
It's like trapped in the show like Truman. Self-sustaining collective illusion, a fourth industrial brain transfusion. And it's heavy. Okay, it's like Clash of the Titans. Listen, Ohma, I said it's like Clash of the Titans. Blood splash, fantasy violence, run from the harpy, the siren, the werewolf, the lichen. Ooh, I dash for the silence. The way that I build up a lyric is the same way a psychic summon a spirit. Spelling out words for the letters on the Ouija board. From the demons you're reaching for. Evil thoughts, greasy hordes, speaking live from the other side. And my lips say move with force. There's a few points to clarify. They want me to turn to the dark side with a life force parasite.
They've got a burning appetite, observing the herd from a Death Star satellite. Yo, them are serving the serpent, further the birth for purpose is working. Under the watchful guise of the all-seeing eye, bruv. Agents are lurking. Don't tell me it's not a conspiracy. 5 billion living life hurting. You're not a friend to me, don't make me your enemy. We need the revolution, bruv. I'll be the first in. And we keep researching, 20 years deep in the cranium's bursting. You've got to put the work in away from this message MC's just shirking. Nowadays everybody wanna chat. Nowadays everybody wanna spit. Nowadays everybody bum wax. Nowadays everybody wanna mix. Nowadays everybody wanna chat that they got story to sell. Same old crap when they touch the mic, they all sound like shat. These motherfuckers don't forget about hell. Wow, that was a mouthful. Give me the Capri Sun, bro. Oh wow, okay. So it seems, So it seems like they turned up the pressure and the speed of unfolding agendas. Endless means more meat for the blender. Away from your breakfast stream and consciously rendered. You surrender all ways and means to fight and combat a killer vaccine from a wicked regime with a war machine. No hesitation to bomb that. Any destination upon map. Lacks ability to bomb back. I never take up arms against my brother soldiers. Tell me, are you on that? So we're out these waves to push the extremes and the tide of the blood. Flowing in streams and the fire and scuds. Luminous streams and the clouds in the sky, not cumulus. I'm serious, far from humorous. Your biopsy results are tumorous. And the bad news starts when they exit the uterus. Do we really stand a chance? Well, that's a big question to ask. When you're stood on the edge of the precipice, please don't look back or reminisce. We move in the shadows in attempts to evade. Move in the shadows. Move in the shadows. Yeah, we move in the shadows in attempts to evade. Yeah, we move in the shadows. Move in the shadows. Move in the shadows in attempts to evade. The all-seeing eye with the all-seeing gaze. Solidarity and cohesion. Together resist that lesion. I never stop it while I'm still breathing. Forever seen psychotically reading. Forever seen psychotically reading. Documenting their plotting and scheming. Their illogical teaching leave me yearning for a topical preaching. Feeling back the layers of deception. Mirror traps, untrue directions. Peer through, cracks in perception. I say my prayers and say my reflections. Power of self, knowledge of mind, intellectual wealth. Powers of mine, come up the hour, use my power. Burn down the tower that threaten mankind. Burn down the tower. Waste man. Fuck Lord Schwab and Health Chancellor Gates. I would thwart them effortlessly. Yo. Listen, I'm a lifelong student of the occult, searching for verses locked in the vault, yearning for scriptures buried in the tomb, burning pictures in deep catacombs. Learn the scriptures buried in dirt. Double L's heavy with words, draw for the sword, buried from first. Samurai tongue, severing earth. Remember, focus, intent, remember, then execute. Why? Manifestor, inner guardians, inner protector, fires the system that he presents. Inner guardians hidden within, deeper than flesh and deeper than skin. Break it down. To the first principle, apply trivium, analytical. A brand new earth is emerging. The evil energy surging, the demiurge is determined to drain your soul with essence and burden. Okay, last 15 minutes. I gotta call it. We'll do 7 hours and 30 minutes. An absolute record. We beat the last record by 15 minutes. Last 15 minutes, we'll go in on 140 BPM. Alright.
Last one.
What?
Gotta beat the record.
Yeah, gotta beat the record. Ohma Beats is like last one. I should have just said yes. That means 15 minutes. That means 15 minutes, doesn't it?
Can't beat them beats unbeatable. No antidote, non-treatable. First impressions uncurable. Second opinion terminal. Wait for the break when I was sending be critical. Shake your leg, you're gonna move your feet to the beat, to the beat, to the break, to the break, to the break. No more, I can't wait. Rhymes that generate. Like an atom bomb in your ears I detonate. Here comes the science, so you better concentrate. Manic one, crack the code, penetrate the gate.
Listen to the rhythm, bass drop, never late.
Never late, never hesitate.
Never hesitate.
Time to manifest.
Now is the historical moments of time to shape the system. We have a unique but rapidly shrinking window. Now is the historical moment. Now
hey yo!
Now is the historical
To the lead, to the jump, from the back, to the front, to the bass, skin a pump, the resist, it's what they want. To the lead, mid the jump, from the back, to the front, for the bass, skin a pump, don't resist, it's what you want.
The Great Reset is a welcome recognition that
out
this human tragedy must be a
all
wake-up
the people
World
them.
Economic Forum boss Klaus
Fit
Schwab
them, fit them,
setting
fit
out
them, fit
precisely
them.
how the most powerful forces in the
What
world
you saying, Double
are
L,
lining
man?
up
It's the
to
Great
use
Reset
the
tune,
COVID-19
listen.
crisis as a pretext
Oh,
for
shit.
introducing a new climate change focused one world economy. They are not
Overbeats
hiding
production.
this stuff, they are shouting it from the rooftops. Even more reason why your ignorance is inexcusable.
It's rise above.
Back to the Great Reset, the World Economic Forum boasts on its website that the only acceptable response to the COVID crisis is to pursue a great
It's
reset
real.
of our economies,
Ain't going
politics,
nowhere.
and our society.
Yeah, rise above won't allow the reset, no, not in a million years. We've shed a million tears, they promoted a million fears. My reptilian senses, my mammalian brain, I combat the Schwabian forces, I bring them ultimate pain. I'm an agent of the awakening, transcendental 5D changing in. I chose to manifest now, right now 3D knee straightening. I remember my past life, and 5,000 before it. I battled these demons 100 times, so by coming on to settle this score tip. I'm a worthy adversary, in fact they fear me. Every time I reincarnate on earth, their darkness can't come near me. Why? I shine too brightly, a high vibration, daily, nightly, die citation, tried indictly, silent cell, they wanna de-mic me. I rise above that, no, they can't endorse that. They won't enforce that. Went to the court and I wiped their sheet on the doormat, and I walked out on a brand new format. Exactly. I showed them the power of the fourth force. Exactly. Fourth force, double LMC here, fourth force. MC Manic, fourth force. Ohma Beast, fourth force. Ohma, Manic. Yo, come bruv.
Hey man.
2 meters, you cunt.
Try the intensive forming up. Intimidated in the corner, ya. Nah, but the test man, the warning, ya. I put your service, that's what we're calling, ya. Do what me say that I want it up. Been a mid-race down in my monitor. You know me now, I wanna have a beat pumped in ya. And you know me, the amateur, set me more. Breaking down, I'm unfolding. Free for them, I hear me balling. Man, ain't tonight, them on is talking. Don't turn around to keep walking. Some of them I just can't figure it out, too much talking. Too much talking.
Too much talking.
We're rich with him.
Yo, I came to the jungle looking for the shaman. To learn knowledge, to get training. I got questions, need explaining. Who manifests these thoughts that we're making? I talk for days but no words were spoken. The third eye's wide open. My 7 chakras awoken. Then the Babylon spell got broken. Come to the jungle, now I'm the shaman. I draw for the power of thunder like Raiden. No Mortal Kombat. I won't draw for swords, I'm not on that why. The vibration's high. Then I'll test I and I speak to the Buddha and Rastafari. When we chat to the prophet, he tell no lie. Heal with the shaman, smoke with the Rasta. Learn the prophet, teach the pastor. Then we'll serve the same master. Too many questions, too many questions. Heal with the shaman, smoke with the Rasta. Learn from the prophet, teach the pastor. Then we'll serve the same master. Too many questions, one answer.
Change your mind in an instant. Stay on top, we're persistent. Don't need to go war tech. Just know that we're in effect. On point when in position. Ain't got no real opposition. No point trying to fan. You're not gonna know the end. Take it any way you want, up or down, but don't make a fuss. You don't want it with us. City don't want it with us. Ain't gonna be no bad this time. You don't get the shock and we're about to bust. You don't want it with us. Hey, I don't bark, I don't bite. I just argue, I just fight. See me, always ambition, but I'm the time until the time is right. Turn the day in the night, then impose the heavy blight. Running deep, check the technique. That will be the night. Place yourself at the right time. Don't move till I get the sign. These beats are made up with you in mind. Ready for man to do design. Place at the right time. Move till I get the sign.
Only one profession
Beats are made up with you in mind.
to his torturous tendencies. So, he fought
I'm gonna remix
the dungeon. And he became the dungeon
Ohma Beats
master.
production. Yo, I come strapped for wall with the blue big biro. With the blue big biro. Who's got the effect? Ohma just grabs from the shadowy corner. Yo.
28 days later, couldn't prepare for the mass effect. Warning system, all out failure. Trigger figure, reach or reject. Now I roll in a derelict landscape. Wordplay, leave a man with bandages. What is the verdict? Did it take place? With the look on your face says you can't handle it. White flag, pretend to surrender. With ball defectors into the center. Double L, realness offender. Metaphor syllables, I'm the dissembler. MCs remember, I spit a bar like a lifelong memory. Calm my temper, the fire inside's gonna burn for centuries. So
beware of the dungeon.
Beware of the dungeon master.
Beware of the dungeon. The dungeon master. Beware of the dungeon. The dungeon master. Evil twisted nightmare crafter. Blood runs cold, heart turns dark.
Yo, blood drips congealed on the dirt. Forms red murder, you're feeling the hurt when the carnage occurs. We let the demon speak and then hang on his words. MC Manic, hang on his words. MC Manic, hang on his.
Them beats unbeatable, no antidote, non-treatable. First appearance is uncurable, second opinion terminal. Wait for the bait with a boss, team be critical. Shake it like you gotta move your feet to the beat, to the beat, to the break. Gotta make it a break, gotta play to win. Style the one a bit thin, stretch the blown a bit hard to maintain on the night and the crowd to demand it. Gotta come with a bit of game plan it, stop on the blow with a rough land is. Tell you once, tell you twice, out Manic, bring it back, back.
Yeah.
Oh God!
I think we actually do need a break, don't we, mate? Mate, I ran out of lyrics for ages ago. See, there's bits there where like
that's how we control the morning.
The hair on the back of my neck was down, and then when I just take a little moment, he just comes straight in.
I'm on the with the talking. I'm sick of playing your games. I've seen it come to a conclusion. So it's gotta be your way. I'm sick of the pressure that you're putting me under. It's making me wonder about your two sides to the coin, two sides to the game. Reside so close but still never the twain. Opposed to attraction, likeness repelled. We find it balanced at both ends of the scale. The truth is certainly much stranger than fiction. There lies an addiction, a long lonely path and ambiguity. Stretching the mind to eternity, beginning to end. Time and space can bend. In a world of consumption, the common man knows no wealth, only what's bad for the health. Victim of his own success, ride those transient peaks, crest to crest. The wrong kind of appetite. Took a bite and then devoured the forbidden. Slipped and disappeared down a rabbit hole, became a mystery. Greed driven, forever hidden, and we contributed once to what is now prohibited. Entered the depletion zone, exponential decline. Far from finding the wrong place at the wrong time. No middle ground to be found. In proper times we compound the good and what's problematic, stimulated into excitation. Nothing harmonious contained within the bad vibration. Overseers of the many, making bad dues for every penny the need to. Know the hand that feeds you, then take it away. Self-culture on a petri dish displace. Magnify, multiply, set free. We will evade from the reference tone. A hurriedness to make sense of all that's unknown. Distorted minds, tearing holes within the fabric. Jagged heads, promoters stolen on linear. Treading new ground is so unfamiliar. Any which way that we choose. We are forever searching. They are so unashamed. We play by the rules, and it's our fucking game. Listen.
Manic, bro. Gosh. What an awesome pirate radio session we've had at the end here. Big up everyone still tuned in.
Big up, man. Big up.
We broke a record tonight. We've gone past 7 hours, 15 minutes.
You know, we only speak the truth here, right? That's
truth in our chat, truth in the bars as well, mate.
We're promoting the truth. That's nothing but the truth. Align yourselves with the truth. Stand in your sovereign power. Stand in your being. Because nothing can touch you.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Ohma beats a Manic, double L, we're in the booth. Ohma beats a Manic, double L, we're in the studio. The truth, and nothing but the truth for yo.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna be my final contribution.
Check it. Don't bother looking down, are you looking? Something got you shooking, confronting your fears. 3 cheers, it's been years. A steady build up of confidence, dealt by your own hand without providence. Displayed all the right traits, the right attitude. Your time stops along the lines of longitude, latitude. We'll want you with a just fell straight from the sky. Now you're reaching and above all, you ask the question why. The further out you go, the less you wanna come back. A sound clash, subsonic through the sound barrier, left it smash. Monumental, the truth in what you see. All lies beyond you, beyond me, you can excel where others fell. Pull moves that are off the scale with magnitude. You showed fortitude, brave the elements. Spoke of worth, meaning and relevance. And on reflection, there was only ever one true direction.
Boom. That's officially like the longest ever Rise Above show, the Rise Above Marathon. Last one from us, last one from Overbeats, Double L, Manic, big up Majix, Inner Guardians, Spoken Word Nerd, our guest tonight, Sovereign Pete, and of course, the Meme Meister, Virus Man.
Reaching out to each and every one of you. Rise above. You know how we roll.
Next week, what have we got next week? Right, here we go. The Undertaker. The live interview. We spill the beans. It's going to be controversial. Let everyone know, anyone's doubting what's going on, let them know about this interview next week.
I think that's going to be quite a gripping, compelling.
Yeah, we'll probably get a strike.
Broadcasting across the entire crater realm. Hashtag that life.
It's Rise Above, everyone. And remember, if you want to support, please consider buying a t-shirt. It helps us a great deal. Helps me stop spending so much money on keeping the show going. All profits go back into the stream. Everlasting exempt t-shirts, £25, posters and packing. PayPal, Rise Above Livestream at gmail.com. White and black, small, medium, large, extra large. Support the cause, Rise Above.
One love.
Big up Ohma Beats on the selection.
Gosh.
Now, you wabbit. I'm gonna blow you into a million wabbit cutlets.
Right. It's been awesome, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. We will see you next week on Friday at 9 p.m. sharp for the Anti-Covid Undertaker. Don't forget.
Your destiny.
Choose your destiny and don't forget to get your t-shirts. We'll see you later.